Apocalypse, start with a firearm, build a tank in 10 days. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 26. Please open a crack. The massive iron shield temporarily repelled the attack, but due to her injuries, Xiaoz was completely overwhelmed by the damage she sustained. This was even as Chu Mingyao used her control skills to disrupt the Firefly's attacks. Do you want me to help you? I can heal you. Lin Nan knew that if they didn't help her now, once the shield was broken, they would all die too. Hearing Lin Nan's offer of healing, Xiaoz was stunned. How can you heal me, Lin Nan? Lin Nan continued without hesitation. Just place my hand on your wound. Xiaoz paused again, as if a thought struck her, her pretty face flushing. Don't hesitate any longer. We need your help now. If you can't hold on, we'll all be in trouble. Lin Nan's words were convincing. Xiaoz hesitated for a moment before lifting the Marco's robe. Only then did Lin Nan realize that the red and white stripes were half stained by the blood from the wound. Furthermore, upon seeing the wound, Lin Nan was also stunned. Because the wound was a long one, extending directly across the woman's chest. Lin Nan felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Chu Mingyao's eyes were filled with complexities. She hadn't expected Xiaoz to reveal such a generous and magnanimous person beneath her loose shrine maiden robe. She looked down at herself, a subtle flicker of self-esteem in her eyes. Excuse me, Lin Nan pulled off a black cloth and covered her eyes. Then he reached out. Touching the girl's soft skin, a green glow flowed out and then entered her wound. Be gentle, Lin Nan. Xiaoz blushed slightly, and she couldn't help but groan. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. It hurt a little. Bear with it a little, it won't hurt after a while, Lin Nan said calmly. And just as he'd said, after a while, the wound truly stopped hurting. Furthermore, the blood had stopped flowing. A tingling sensation of healing suddenly washed over him. It was so comfortable. Xiaoz let out a soft breath, wanting to cry out in pleasure, but holding it back. At that moment, Lin Nan's hand also touched Xiaoz's upper body. Lin Nan-kun, you can actually see this, right? At that moment, Xiaoz suddenly looked at Lin Nan and said this. Lin Nan's hand froze at the top of the primitive plateau. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else. Please continue, Lin Nan-kun. Actually, what I meant was that, besides my family, you're the first guy to be so intimate with me like this. My parents died in the zombie outbreak, and I hope to be your partner. I want to survive to the end, because I'm the last hope of the Maria family. Just now, I was so happy to have your approval. I hope you'll take me in, even though I don't say any more. Lin Nan suddenly interrupted her. Your injuries have healed. And I don't care what family you belong to or what bloodline you're trying to continue. Before that, you need to get your clothes in order and get us out of here alive. What do you mean, Lin Nan-kun? Xiaoz asked again. You need to prove your worth to me. Lin Nan looked into Xiaoz's eyes, pure and lustful, captivating yet imbued with a strange power. I understand, Lin Nan-kun. Xiaoz stood up, now fully recovered. She was astonished by Lin Nan's strength. This, in turn, only reinforced her determination to cling to Lin Nan's power. As Xiaoz's body recovered, the previously shaky block of metal suddenly became incredibly solid. Simultaneously, a giant metal sword appeared from the air, slashing towards the giant firefly. The blade was incredibly sharp. It effortlessly severed the giant firefly in half. Elemental manipulators, once they reached a certain level, could manipulate the elements of the earth at will. Higher-level manipulators could gather more elements, creating more condensed objects, resulting in increased damage and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, they could gather objects with greater ease. For example, a low-level elemental manipulator could take 10 seconds to condense a giant elemental sword, while a high-level one could do so in the blink of an eye. Ever since Lin Nan met Shiguigan, the Earth Elementalist, he'd realized the terrifying power of elementalists. Upon hearing Xiaoz's desire to join them, the always somewhat exclusive Lin Nan hesitated. Seeing Xiaoz desperately displaying his powers, striving for his approval, Lin Nan was moved. Let's get out alive first. If we can't, everything will be for nothing." More and more giant fireflies rushed in, and the sense of crisis within him grew ever heavier. Suddenly, Lin Nan froze. Something's wrong. More monsters are coming. Lin Nan's crisis perception skill kicked in, and he noticed a new, stronger sense of danger emerging right behind them. They were about to be attacked from both sides. "Lin Nan kun," Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. "There are zombies behind us. It's over." Her voice was filled with despair. In this situation, attacked from both sides, death was inevitable. What? Lin Nan was in disbelief at Xiao's words. He turned and saw those first-level zombies charging towards them. An expression of excitement suddenly spread across his face. "What's over? There are saviors. The saviors are here, Yao." Lin Nan looked at Chu Mingao. "Stop controlling those bugs. Our reinforcements have arrived." "Reinforcements?" Xiao's was bewildered. Chu Mingao snorted at Lin Nan's words, then understood and controlled a dozen first-level zombies. Lin Nan didn't know why Chu Mingao snorted, and she gave him a look. He turned to look at Xiao's. "From now on, your mission is to protect Yao. Can you complete the mission?" Xiao's nodded heavily. Defense is the natural function of the metal element. Xiao's retracted his greatsword and took the responsibility of protecting Chu Mingao seriously. But more than that, she was also curious why Lin Nan considered those zombies reinforcements. In her opinion, this terrain wasn't suitable for Lin Nan's most powerful weapon, the tank, so it was undoubtedly a dead end. "If I can actually survive this, I'll definitely follow Lin Nan kun," Xiao's vowed to herself. "My little darlings, I didn't expect it would be you." Lin Nan stretched out his arms, intending to embrace the zombies, but one of them sprinted towards him, seemingly wanting to give him a warm hug. But just then, a skull-splitting club materialized in Lin Nan's hand, and with a bang it blew the zombie's head off. "You're so damn enthusiastic." Lin Nan had barely finished speaking when the dozen or so zombies before him suddenly stopped and lined up, like soldiers awaiting Lin Nan's inspection. This was Chu Mingao's control skill, and Xiao's knew it. But then, she was stunned. A flash of light appeared, and dozens of massive weapons suddenly appeared at Lin Nan's feet. "From now on, you are part of the Lin family army. Grab the weapons before you and fight with us. Remember, this isn't a drill. This isn't a drill. Brother Nan, hurry. They're coming," Chu Mingao said anxiously. The giant fireflies behind them were constantly attacking the iron blocks used as defenses. Hearing Chu Mingao's words, Lin Nan waved his hand. 10 on the left, attack the fireflies. 8 on the right, defend the zombies behind. With a command from Lin Nan, the zombies sprang into action. Carrying giant Gatling guns, they relentlessly harvested the dead in the searing flames like the Grim Reaper's minions. Being corpses themselves, they felt no pain. They were Lin Nan's true warriors. It's important to note that this wasn't the first time these fireflies had fought these zombies. They knew the zombies' weak spot was their heads, not just them, but Xiao's as well. So, while protecting Chu Mingao, they also used some of their energy to coat the zombies with metal armor. This greatly enhanced the zombies' survivability. Lin Nan was stunned when he noticed this. "Good boy, Xiao's, you're so smart." Lin Nan hadn't thought of that. "Can you hold on? Don't push yourself." Xiao smiled and nodded, feeling even more inspired by Lin Nan's praise. "Don't be upset, you're the core of our team." Lin Nan noticed Chu Mingao looked a little aggrieved and quickly consoled her. He had sensed from the beginning that the little girl was unhappy, and she kept dodging his gaze. At that moment, Lin Nan confidently believed that the little girl was jealous. Hearing Lin Nan's words, Chu Mingao turned her head away, concentrating on controlling the zombies. But a subtle smile still crossed her lips. Sometimes, when a woman is angry, she's not really angry, she just wants your attention, to let her know that you still care. At this moment, both women were doing their jobs, and Lin Nan was not idle either. He picked up the modified 20 missile launcher, looked at his eye, pointed at the iron wall in front of them, and smiled faintly. "Please open a crack for me. My enemies are thirsty." Bang, bang. Azal was stunned for a second, his face flushing. Suddenly, he saw Lin Nan pointing at the missiles on her missile launcher, and a sudden realization dawned on him. But then, his face flushed even more. Lin Nan curled his lips helplessly, wondering what was going on in this island girl's head. Soon, a crack appeared in the iron wall, and through it, Lin Nan quickly unleashed all 20 missiles. The sound of bang, bang, and the thick smell of gunpowder filled the battlefield. The giant fireflies also suffered heavy casualties as the missiles exploded. Gradually, the fireflies stopped following, and the situation, which had previously been doomed, gradually became clear. As always shocked. Chapter 27 Zombie King. Lin Nan really did it. Xiao's covered her mouth with excitement, her eyes gleaming faintly. The man aiming a bazooka wore a wicked smile. He looked like a dashing, uninhibited, and somewhat rogue young general, making the young woman's heart flutter. 3 men in a swarm of zombies held off hundreds of first-level fireflies. The 3, initially trapped by the zombies and fireflies, miraculously survived. There was a reason the fireflies couldn't defeat them. As long as the zombies kept coming, Lin Nan and his men would have a constant supply of soldiers, and the fireflies would face an endless stream of zombies. These zombies were armed with giant Gatling guns, unleashing hundreds of rounds with each rotation. Their frailty couldn't withstand the hail of bullets. As their numbers dwindled, their fighting spirit waned. Some even hid and hummed, daring not to advance. So, after a stalemate, they finally gave up and fled. These are all I have left. The area behind him had been cleared. Lin Nan turned to look at the zombies, then smiled faintly. I'm quite experienced in fighting zombies. Then, a barrage of missiles flew out, coupled with the explosions from the blast funeral, and Lin Nan's little treasures were instantly slaughtered. If these zombies had thoughts, they would surely wonder why the enemy's attacks had suddenly become so fierce. Watching the tide of battle turn in an instant, Lin Nan realized that the key to victory lay in those zombie soldiers. Although he possessed inflicted heavy damage, he still needed people to wield them, to fully utilize his superpowers. However, Lin Nan felt he couldn't trust others, and he pondered whether he could build a loyal zombie army. Chu Mingyao's ability to control her required constant vigilance, and this consumed her superpowers, which severely limited her ability to build a zombie army. After all, Chu Mingyao needed to sleep and rest. Furthermore, her superpowers weren't inexhaustible, they would eventually be depleted, and at that point, she would need to rest to recover. So now, Lin Nan could only rely on the temporarily controlled zombies to aid him in the fight, not permanently. However, the idea had already taken root in his mind, waiting for a timely downpour to fertilize it and blossom. Xiao Zhen, put away your iron lump. We no longer need defense, so take this opportunity to rest. Xiao Zhen's metal manipulation abilities proved immensely effective in this battle. While providing defensive protection, they also freed up Lin Nan. Chu Mingyao needed Lin Nan's presence while she used her control skills, which limited him to a certain extent. Xiao Zhen's presence would effectively protect Chu Mingyao, allowing Lin Nan to participate in the battle without worry. A truly excellent support, was his assessment of Xiao Zhen. However, upon hearing Lin Nan's request to rest, Xiao Zhen shook his head and refused. Lin Nan-kun, I'm not tired. I can still fight. With this, a katana appeared in her hand, radiating an icy aura. Everyone in the Maria family is a born warrior, she declared with a determined gaze. No, I'm afraid you'd get accidentally injured. Look over there, Lin Nan pointed to the center of the battlefield. Over a dozen giant Gatling guns were attacking frantically. No enemy zombie could survive them for more than 5 seconds. Add to that the occasional explosions, and the battlefield erupted in flames and flying scraps of flesh. The battlefield suddenly became a meat grinder. Seeing this, Xiao's lowered his katana. Then, Lin Nan-kun, Lin Nan knew what she was going to ask and nodded. You've proven your worth to me. Welcome to join us, but, let me be frank. My teammates must be absolutely loyal to me. If I discover you're disloyal, I will personally kill you, I understand. I will follow you with my life. Lin Nan nodded, his serious expression instantly brightening. He was like that. He could be as cold and indifferent to outsiders as he wanted, but once you earned his approval, he would naturally be open and honest with you. In that case, let's go all out. Lin Nan pulled out another modified missile launcher, also holding 20 missiles. Take this. After a brief instruction, Xiao's mastered the weapon's use. Now he had 2 modified missile launchers, each capable of firing a full 40 rounds at a time. Lin Nan also released Spider-Man, whose mission was to retrieve the first-level evolution crystals released by the fireflies behind him. While the first-level crystals wouldn't be of much use to Lin Nan right now, they were crucial to a major plan. What Lin Nan meant by feeding the zombies. Seeing that the zombies were nearly wiped out, Lin Nan had no intention of going any further. It's too dangerous here. I was too reckless just now. If it weren't for Xiaos and Yao, I'd probably be dead. With a single shell, the last zombie was blown to pieces. Xiaos stared at the vast pile of zombie corpses before him, unable to believe it was their work. Brother Nan, what should we do with these? Should we kill them? Chu Mingyao gestured to the dozen or so Lin family army zombies before them. Let's keep it for now, there might be danger later. Lin Nan felt a faint sense of unease. His threat perception told him the danger hadn't been completely eliminated. But there were no monsters around. Just be careful, Lin Nan thought. Let's not go any deeper. It's too dangerous here. Let's wait until we're stronger. As he spoke, Lin Nan had already turned. Suddenly, Chu Mingyao screamed. Lin Nan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around. A zombie suddenly appeared before them. Its speed was so fast that it chopped off the head of a first-level zombie in an instant, sending more than a dozen heads tumbling to the ground. These zombies' heads were encased in metal armor, offering exceptional defense, but they couldn't withstand the attack. Seeing this, Lin Nan panicked. His threat perception told him this zombie was special. Even Shiguigan, the second-level Earth element manipulator, hadn't given him such a powerful sense of oppression. This meant this zombie was at least second level, and a second level higher than his own. Several girls froze in fear. Lin Nan, recovering his composure, grabbed one with each arm, and with the swiftness of a cheetah, he fled. What are you two just staring at? Don't you know how to run? Lin Nan ran with all his might. This time, he used almost all his strength. This was a race against time. If they lost even a second, they might lose their heads. Lin Nan Kun, he's catching up. Xiaos pointed fearfully at the zombies behind them. Brother Nan, I can't control him at all. He's too strong, Chu Mingyao suddenly said. What the hell are all those monsters in here? Why are there such powerful zombies? System, what the hell is that? Reporting to the host. The zombie king behind is at the peak of the second stage. Its strength and speed far surpassed the host. I suggest that the host put all the second stage evolution crystals into speed. What? Peak of the second stage? Zombie king? And you want me to put crystals into speed? Is it easy for me to hoard some second stage crystals? The system stopped talking, but Lin Nan hesitated. He felt the pressure from behind him getting heavier and heavier. Finally, he gave in. Alright, system, please put all the second stage crystals into speed. Got it. With a pleasant sigh, Lin Nan's speed was maxed out, reaching 40 points, the speed of a third stage evolver. The price he paid was that he only had 2 second stage crystals left. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the speed skill, teleport. Using the skill, the host can move freely within 100 meters. Each use consumes 20 points, which can be upgraded with Tier 3 evolution crystals. Use the skill, Lin Nan shouted. He couldn't wait any longer. He sensed the zombie approaching behind him. If he was even a second late, he would be torn apart. Chu Mingyao and Xiao saw the zombie behind them. Just as they thought they were doomed, a sudden flash of light appeared. When they opened their eyes, they were in a completely different location. The zombie was also stunned, confused as to why someone so clearly right in front of them had suddenly vanished. Aren't you very capable? Come chase daddy. Xiaos looked puzzled. It's also called Mapid. Lin Nan was truly furious. If it weren't for this zombie, he wouldn't have had to spend all those Tier 2 crystals. The second collective evolution was imminent. If he didn't quickly reach Tier 3, he would be in real danger. But then again, the speed points weren't wasted. He could clearly feel the increase in his speed, especially with his teleportation skill. While the range was limited, it was still quite effective. You two get down first. I'm going to get my revenge. The two little girls, unsure of Lin Nan's intentions, released his hand. A flash of light appeared, and Lin Nan vanished in an instant. Then, a figure suddenly appeared behind the zombie, gripping the craniotomy club tightly and swinging it out in an instant. The peak-level second-tier zombie king took the blow head-on. Lin Nan's power was only at the early stage of the second tier, making it ineffective against a peak-level second-tier zombie. But ineffectiveness didn't mean ineffectiveness. Especially after Lin Nan used his Earth Shaker, the damage was substantial. Even a peak-level second-tier zombie would be a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, Lin Nan intended to use his near third-tier speed to kite the peak-level second-tier zombie king and severely injure him. Why severely injure, not kill? because Lin Nan suddenly realized he had an upgrade module called the Enslaver in his backpack. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 The Ground is My Home. As its name suggests, once this module is installed, any living being becomes the user's enslaved servant, at their beck and call. Of course, this module has a prerequisite: it must be installed when the target is weak. Otherwise, it won't implant. This is why Lin Nan had to severely injure it. Become the first soldier of my Lin family army. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. With that, Lin Nan struck down with his club, sending the zombie king flying several meters in pain. The two girls, witnessing this, looked at him in admiration. Lin Nan, you're so handsome. Brother Nan, you're awesome. He had just been being chased, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Lin Nan had beaten the opponent so hard that he had no chance to fight back. It wasn't that he was weak, but rather that he was incredibly fast. Every time it tried to attack, Lin Nan would move elsewhere. By the time it looked over to attack again, Lin Nan had already appeared behind it, mace raised. No martial arts in the world are invincible, except for speed. Lin Nan was the perfect proof of this. Every time I was on the verge of death, it was Brother Nan who saved me from danger. Chu Mingyao clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes gleaming. Is he your brother? Xiao suddenly asked, looking at Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao didn't know why she asked, so she answered honestly, he's my brother's good friend. What's wrong? My brother's good friend. I see. So you're not related? A subtle disappointment flashed in Xiao's eyes. Yes, Chu Mingyao nodded. So, do you like him? Xiao asked again. Huh? Chu Mingyao was stunned. She hadn't expected Xiao to ask her that. But the scene felt very familiar. Once, a girl asked her if she liked a boy in their class. Actually, she had a crush on him, and she seemed to know he liked Chu Mingyao, so she wanted to ask him what he thought. It was so similar to the scene before her. But before that, Chu Mingyao had answered that she didn't like him, but this time, she hesitated. She wondered if Xiao would pursue Lin Nan fiercely if she also admitted she didn't like him. Seeing her puzzled expression, Xiao realized he'd been asking too much. After all, this was someone's personal matter. But before long, Chu Mingyao suddenly smiled, her clear sapphire eyes curved into crescents. I like him. He's my brother's good friend. I have no reason to dislike him. Oh, Xiao nodded. While it wasn't the answer she wanted, it was the one Chu Mingyao wanted to give. Run! Suddenly, Lin Nan's voice rang out, a hint of panic. When the two girls came to their senses, they were once again being picked up by Lin Nan. Both girls saw, right behind them, two zombies madly chasing them. And their strength was surprisingly peak level 2. Damn it! Another one popped out of nowhere in the middle of a fight. Luckily I dodged in time, or I'd have died right there, Lin Nan said angrily. Not only was the zombie king and slaver now lost, but their escape was also uncertain. The two zombies were working in perfect coordination, attempting to attack Lin Nan from both sides. There was no other choice but to use the space teleport skill. Using it for just 20 points was a bit high. But what troubled Lin Nan even more was the fork in the road ahead. One left, one right, which way should he go? Lin Nan was torn. If he made a mistake with this one, he might get further and further away from the exit. Worse still, he might enter a deeper part of the secret realm, where there might be even stronger monsters. The most important thing was, if he chose the right fork, there were dozens more to come. Just as Lin Nan was hesitating and trying to pick a random one, Chu Mingyao's voice suddenly rang out, Brother Nan, go right. Lin Nan suddenly realized that Chu Mingyao was a walking map, a skill ingrained in her. When he used to go out with her, he didn't even need to bring a map, he'd just give it to her. Lin Nan was so anxious that he'd forgotten about it. So when he heard Chu Mingyao's words, he rushed in without a second thought. Right again this time, left this time, the left is the shortcut, right, that's the wrong way. No need to go back. Next time, take the left and you'll save 2 forks. Xiao's, standing nearby, was also stunned. She hadn't expected Chu Mingyao to be so amazing. Not only could she remember every fork in the road so clearly, but she could even analyze the connections between them. It was truly terrifying. Finally, with Chu Mingaeo's guidance, they finally escaped from the deep secret realm. Lin Nan rested a hand on a stone pillar, catching his breath. But then, as if something had occurred to him, he hugged the two girls again and dodged, moving more than 10 meters away from the deep secret realm entrance. The two girls looked puzzled. Had they already escaped? Why were they still hiding? It wasn't until they saw the two zombie kings chasing them out of the deep secret realm entrance that they suddenly understood. In fact, the moment they emerged from the secret realm, everyone, including Lin Nan, breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Nan could sense that the same pressure from before hadn't subsided. In fact, it was getting heavier, indicating that they were getting closer and closer. At that moment, Lin Nan suddenly remembered the system's warning, stating that monsters from the deep secret realm could also chase them out. Combined with a lingering sense of danger, Lin Nan realized the system's warning might be coming true. That's why he picked them up and fled again. Looking at the two zombies at the door, Lin Nan raged. Damn it! This is going to keep going. You really think I'm afraid of you, don't you? Lin Nan glanced up at the sky, then narrowed his eyes. This is my home turf now. With that, a flash of light appeared, and the Raptor fighter jet appeared again. Xiao stared at the fighter jet in disbelief. She reached out to touch it and gasped. It was a real fighter jet. Let's get in before they catch up, Lin Nan urged. But, there's only room for two, Chu Mingaeo suddenly said. Xiao took a look, her heart tightening. Indeed, there were two. So, should we leave one person behind? Xiao's eyes were vacant for a moment. Then she suddenly said, Lin Nan kun, I'll stay, you guys go. What the hell? It's just one seat short. Lin Nan gently placed her hand on the fighter jet. Instantly, a bright light flashed, and a seat suddenly appeared on the Raptor. Isn't that it? Hurry up, really? If there's a missing seat, can't we just fix it a little bit? Lin Nan's action stunned not only Xiao's but also Chu Mingaeo. Is it really that casual? System, it's really that casual. Just add a seat and give 10 points, just for show. Finally, everything was ready. With a whoosh, the Raptor fighter jet soared into the sky, soaring straight into the air. The two zombie kings were left staring at each other, bewildered, standing in the cold wind. Where are we going? Xiao's looked at the two zombie kings below, who were gradually shrinking. Before Lin Nan could say anything, Chu Mingaeo suddenly replied, Of course, we're going to attack them. Hey, attack them? Xiao's was stunned for a moment, then thought, should we use fighter jets to attack them? Right. Lin Nan smiled faintly, locked onto the two zombie kings, and then released the safety device on the missile button. With a click, the sound of missiles launching echoed from below the fighter. Xiao's looked out the window, his heart skipping a beat. How many missiles are there? Not many, just 20. Lin Nan pressed the button again, and another 20 missiles flew out. Oh my, it's a good move, I hope I won't die. Lin Nan suddenly realized that he still wanted to enslave a zombie king. Hold on, zombie brother. Violent explosions rang out one after another, flames shot into the sky, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. Many mutant creatures quickly fled, fearing they would be caught in the blast. Lin Nan circled in the sky for a while, hoping to avoid death. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ling. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 zombie king. 50 kill points earned. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. I'm dead. It's just 40 missiles. How can I handle that? Alice, Lin Nan sighed. He controlled the plane to slowly descend. Just then, it occurred to him that the system seemed to have only reported one kill. This meant there was still one person alive. Reaching the ground, Lin Nan sprinted into the smoke and dust. In the distance, he saw a mutant lizardman, holding a sharp blade, standing over the zombie king, who was clinging to life. With one strike, the zombie king would surely die. Furthermore, the blade was only an inch away from the zombie king's head. Lin Nan was furious. Get out of here. He activated 3 speed skills simultaneously, and in an instant, he was behind the zombie, hundreds of meters away. Then, he swung the craniotomy club. The mutant lizardman was killed instantly before he could use his dodge ring. It all happened so fast that it didn't even know how it died. Finally made it, Lin Nan gasped, glancing down at the zombie king. Holy shit, are you a cockroach? The Zombie King survived because it had clung to another Zombie King, using it as a shield. Even so, its entire body was shattered. Only half its head remained, clinging to life. Is this still usable? Lin Nan pulled out the Enslaver upgrade module. Just then, the system's voice rang out, severe damage detected to the enslaved person. Should we spend 6 evolution crystals to repair it? Repairable. Lin Nan glanced at the 5 remaining evolution crystals in his backpack, then froze. Only 5 left. Suddenly, Lin Nan thought of Spider-Man. He had sent him out to collect crystals, but then something unexpected happened, so he took him back. Who knew how many he had collected? Lin Nan counted them, over 80 first-tier crystals. But no second-tier crystals. Oh my god, I'm done, eh? That's not right. Lin Nan lowered his head and looked around. He then realized that the dead Zombie King should also drop an evolution crystal, and it should be a level 2 one, right? However, after searching for a while, he found nothing. Buzz buzz buzz, the little spider's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Nan looked up and saw it dragging a monster towards him. Mutated lizard? How could I forget about this rich man? Chapter 29. This is the Zombie King. Lin Nan rummaged through the mutant lizardman's backpack and, as expected, found numerous evolution crystals, including some second-level ones. He counted them and found 4. One was still stained with blood. No surprise, it must have been dropped by the recently deceased Zombie King. Finally, he had 6, and the system immediately began repairing the Zombie King's body. As the seconds ticked by, Lin Nan could clearly sense a surge of vitality emanating from the Zombie King's body. A faint sense of danger grew stronger, and Lin Nan knew it was the Zombie King's oppression. Damn it! I'm saving you, and you're still trying to kill me, Lin Nan said disdainfully. However, as the upgrade module was implanted, this sense of danger suddenly vanished. The Zombie King, glaring at him with rage, eager to devour him, suddenly softened his gaze. Lin Nan even saw a hint of attachment in its eyes. Ling. Congratulations to the host for successfully taming their first zombie. Activating the Zombie Enslaver achievement will reward the host with the same upgrade module, the Enslaver. Additionally, the system store will be fully open to this module, allowing the host to purchase it using kill points. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. With this module now available, isn't forming my own army just around the corner? Lin Nan excitedly opened the system store, but after just one look, he froze. Damn. This system is so crappy. Are you really priced this thing at 1,000 points? It's up for grabs. Lin Nan's newly ignited dream of forming an army was quickly shattered. He only had a little over 1,000 points left. Modifying weapons, exchanging for munitions, and using skills cost a lot of points, and he could barely afford one now. But thankfully, the system still gave him one. Sighing, Lin Nan focused on the powerful Zombie King. A peak-level second-tier Zombie King, nearly a third-tier being, he could exert an absolute advantage in unique terrain. For example, in the deep secret realm, Lin Nan's overwhelmingly powerful weapons like planes and tanks couldn't unleash their true potential. This required the intervention of a single, unrivaled individual like the Zombie King. From now on, I'll call you Big Bear. Seeing the Zombie King's repaired body, now as imposing as a giant bear, Lin Nan gave him a rather impressive name. I have an upgrade module. I'll try to find you a good brother later. Just as Lin Nan was mumbling to Big Bear, 2 girls rushed over from behind. When they saw Big Bear behind Lin Nan, they were both startled. Lin Nan, noticing the confusion and panic in their eyes, quickly explained, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is the zombie I just subdued. From now on, it's one of us, the 2 girls exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Xiaos couldn't believe it. She gently reached out and touched the Zombie King's chest. Seeing that he not only didn't resist but even looked at her with a gentle gaze, she finally believed Lin Nan's words. It was no wonder she didn't believe it. The devil who had been chasing them just a moment ago had suddenly become an ally, even smiling politely at them. Anyone would be stunned. Well, since we've gained so much, let's call it a day and get out of here quickly. After all, we have important things to do. Lin Nan summoned a Raptor fighter jet. With the addition of Big Bear, the seats on the fighter jet were insufficient. Lin Nan had originally planned to modify it, but the system prompted that the cabin capacity was limited and no more seats could be added. She had no choice but to take the tank, even though the terrain wasn't ideal. the tank suddenly appeared, against a black background, like a giant beetle suddenly appearing on the ground. Looking at it, Lin Nan suddenly thought, could this tank be mistaken for prey? Lin Nan was referring to the giant mutant bird. This is their territory. The arrival of darkness marks their hunting time. To prevent further complications, Lin Nan decisively ordered them into the tank. But it seemed he was still a step too late. Lin Nan sensed a powerful pressure from the sky. At that moment, the sensitive Chu Mingyao also noticed something unusual. She pointed and suddenly said, "Look, what is that?" Following her finger, everyone looked over. They saw a large, black object moving rapidly. A black cloud? No, how can clouds move that fast? Lin Nan was also puzzled. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded, and the pupils widened. Finally, they could see clearly that it was a giant bat with enormous fangs. And it was a level 2. The so-called black clouds were merely its wings. "It's coming, Shangda, kill it." With a command, the zombie king instantly leaped to his feet and charged directly at the level 2 mutant bat. Although the mutant bat's eyesight was poor, its ultrasonic sonar system allowed it to react quickly. But that presupposes that its own ultrasonic waves are fast enough. Clearly, it was still a step behind the zombie king. Lin Nan assumed that the battle between Big Bear and the mutant bat would be a 6-4 split, Big Bear 6, the mutant bat 4. This assumption stemmed from Big Bear's peak level 2, which logically meant he could easily defeat a level 2 mutant. But on the other hand, a level 2 mutant bat had wings and could fly. If they couldn't defeat it, they could kite it. Just like Lin Nan had done before. But that was just a thought. The moment Lin Nan witnessed Big Bear's true power, he realized he had no idea what strength was. A peak level 2 versus a level 2, a near total defeat. When the mutant bat sensed Big Bear's imposing presence, it sensed a profound threat and turned to flee. But it was too late. Sonar systems and flying kites were nothing compared to sheer power. Just as the mutant bat realized the threat, Big Bear appeared before it at a speed approaching level 3, leaping tens of meters high. Then, sharp claws flashed. Big Bear grasped the mutant bat's wings with both hands, and with a powerful tug, ripped it in half mid-air, its internal organs scattering everywhere. It didn't even have a chance to fight back before it was killed instantly. Having dispatched the mutant bat with ease, Big Bear plummeted to the ground. It stood up, brushed off the dirt, and was unharmed. "You even brushed off the dirt? You're still a clean zombie," Lin Nan remarked casually, though the scene truly shocked him. He thought, if every slave was as strong as Big Bear, then the upgrade module worth 1,000 points wouldn't be expensive at all. If nothing unexpected happens, Big Bear should be considered a top-tier fighter in our world. After all, first tier is the mainstream these days. After obtaining another second-tier crystal, Lin Nan looked up and glanced at the sky through his night vision goggles. "Could you please give me a few more? One isn't enough for Brother Bear." It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked at it yet. Upon closer inspection, Lin Nan, previously impassive, frowned. Through his night vision goggles, he saw dozens of mutant bats circling overhead. Over a dozen of them were second tier alone. Oh my god. So many. Lin Nan could handle 5 or 6 first-tier bats, but now over a dozen seemed excessive. They were only second tier, and Xiao's was only at mid-first tier strength. Just as Lin Nan was still debating whether to stay or leave, Big Bear's roar suddenly rang out. Lin Nan followed his gaze and saw that several second-tier mutant bats had gathered, preparing to attack. Big Bear prioritized protecting Lin Nan. He saw the mutant bats before him as a significant threat, so without waiting for Lin Nan's orders, he charged forward. The level 2 mutant bats were like mere scraps of paper before him. With a single leap, he instantly ripped one to pieces, sending its fragments tumbling to the ground. He then clamped his legs around another, using its wings to soar through the air. Simultaneously, with 2 claws, one on each side, he crushed their heads. The mutant bats wailed in the air. For the first time, the masters of the sky were utterly ravaged by a flightless zombie. However, as the wails grew, more and more mutant bats gathered, preparing to launch a general attack on Lin Nan and his group. Seeing the attack turn towards them, Lin Nan realized the impending danger and had to order a retreat. The zombie king was now furious, his eyes blazing with fury. His roar echoed through the heavens as he fought with such abandon. Trampling the rulers of this territory with ease, this was the zombie king's kingly demeanor. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan was moved. He wanted Big Bear to keep killing, but time was running out. If they kept fighting, The zombie king might survive, but they would definitely be finished. I'm a jerk sometimes. I can't wait any longer, I need to get stronger, Lin Nan vowed silently in his heart. Finally, he recalled Big Bear. The mutant bats tried to give chase, but Big Bear turned around and roared, instantly repelling them. Lin Nan then grabbed them tightly and teleported to the entrance of the secret realm. Returning to his original world, Lin Nan saw the first-level zombies and felt them as if they were ants. However, even ants couldn't be killed indiscriminately, they needed to be kept for experiments. What's this? Xiao suddenly noticed a pile of white paper on the ground. Lin Nan and Chu Mingyao each picked up a piece. It read, "Call for duty. Zombies are not invincible. Join us to fight them," a buzzing sound echoed, and Lin Nan looked up to see a drone dropping these printed papers. Is this the start of the Dragon Nation's attack? Lin Nan wondered, looking at the large words recruitment. However, this thought was quickly shattered when he saw a contact number and address in the lower right corner. For details, please contact Zhao Si of the Xianlang Gang. Chapter 30 Feeding out the second-level zombies. The serious gang? I thought it was an official recruitment. They must be some so-called apocalyptic heroes, trying to exploit this chaotic world to establish feudal separatism. After realizing this, Lin Nan casually tossed the paper aside. He wasn't interested in such things. Brother Nan, should we join them? Chu Mingyao suddenly asked. What are your opinions? Lin Nan asked, looking at the two girls. Wherever Lin Nan goes, I go, Xiao answered decisively. Me too, Chu Mingyao said quickly, afraid to be a step behind. This is just some people's power-hungry ambitions. If they really want to resist the zombies, they should just join forces with the authorities. Setting up the serious gang is clearly a bid for self-determination. We'd better stay away from people like them. Or, Lin Nan wanted to say something else, but after thinking it over, he stopped himself. Forget it. After all, they haven't provoked us. Let's just do this experiment. I can't wait. With that, Lin Nan plunged into the zombie swarm without looking back. What does Lin Nan Kun mean? They didn't provoke us, Xiao looked puzzled. After spending these days together, Chu Mingyao felt she understood Lin Nan quite well. After a moment's thought, she said, Brother Nan probably means we should stay away from them, or eliminate them outright. At this, Chu Mingyao smiled slightly. Maybe they're worried they'll become powerful and resort to rogue activities. They might be under the guise of fighting the zombies, but one day they might become separatist forces and endanger the region. Xiao suddenly understood. Does it mean the young dragon slayer will eventually become a dragon? Chu Mingyao nodded slightly. Perhaps. Through a series of maneuvers, luring, controlling, and relocating, Lin Nan successfully attracted 10 zombies. Before them lay a massive pile of 100 first-level evolution crystals. What is Lin Nan Kun planning? Xiao gazed at the crystals, puzzled. You'll find out in a moment, Xiao nodded slightly, then turned to Lin Nan. Lin Nan, is there anything I can do for you? Lin Nan glanced at Xiao, a thought suddenly dawning on him. He casually tossed her 3 evolution crystals. Look at her, tell me what you feel, Lin Nan asked softly. Xiao was stunned for a moment, her face flushing. Although unsure of what Lin Nan meant, she answered truthfully. When I see it, it's like a fire is burning in my heart. I want to possess it, to devour it. A faint blush crossed Xiao's face as she spoke. Lin Nan was also stunned. What was going on? He wanted to eat it even more than Chu Mingyao did. Then Lin Nan explained the path for evolvers to level up. After that, Lin Nan let her digest the crystals on her own. Lin Nan had actually planned to improve Xiao's strength before, but the timing and location weren't right, so he had put it off until now. As the team's tank, she shouldered the responsibility of protecting them, which was why Lin Nan wanted to improve her strength. Brother, I want some too, Chu Mingyao let out a greedy expression. Don't worry, I'll give it to you tonight. We have a mission right now, Chu Mingyao nodded obediently. Now, control them to pick up an evolution crystal and consume it. Following Lin Nan's instructions, the zombies gradually moved towards the crystal. The difference was that some moved slowly, as if they were resisting, while others moved quickly, eager to get their hands on it immediately. Lin Nan observed their movements. This was very similar to how an evolver would react to an evolution crystal. Resistance meant they couldn't eat it, risking exploding in death. Feeling the temptation meant they had the potential to evolve, a chance to do so. This was indeed the case. The zombies that resisted, upon consuming an evolution crystal, either exploded suddenly, or collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and ultimately dying inexplicably. Conversely, the zombies that were eager to consume an evolution crystal began to emit a strange glow after consuming one. Using his threat perception skills, Lin Nan could clearly sense that the intimidation these zombies posed was increasing, which in turn meant their strength was increasing. Control him to eat the second one. As Lin Nan finished speaking, the zombies ate another one. However, several zombies that had previously shown great desire for the evolution crystal showed strong resistance after consuming one. This meant that one was already their limit. Should we give them time to digest it? Lin Nan knew that forcing them to consume it would be a bit too much. But time waits for no one. They had been in the secret realm for a day and a half, and with the remaining time for the second collective evolution dwindling, Lin Nan had to improve his strength quickly. Chu Mingyao had clearly noticed the problem. She turned to look at Lin Nan and asked softly, "Brother Nan, do you want to continue?" Lin Nan thought for a moment, then nodded. The experiment continued. As the second evolution crystal entered their bodies, with a bang, several more zombies perished. It was the zombies that had resisted. At this moment, Lin Nan noticed that one of them showed no reaction to the evolution crystal. Neither happy nor sad, his face expressionless. However, while a few exploded, several others underwent significant changes. Their skin became tougher, their teeth and claws sharper. "My future second-level crystals depend entirely on you. Hang in there." Then a third. Bang! Another one was killed. Now, only 3 zombies remained before Lin Nan. However, not a single one had advanced to the second level. "Wait a moment, I'll lower some more." Lin Nan was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Only 3 out of 10, and no second-level creatures had yet emerged. There wasn't even a 3 in 10 chance. Just as Lin Nan was about to re-enter the zombie pile, Chu Mingyao, perhaps unable to bear seeing him disappointed, suddenly said, "Brother Nan, lure more this time. That'll increase your chances of success." "Don't worry, I can hold on." Lin Nan looked at Chu Mingyao's resolute expression and nodded slightly. This time, he lured over 20 zombies. Chu Mingyao lived up to expectations and successfully subdued them all. "Good boy. I can tell you have the potential to advance to the second level." Lin Nan patted one of the 3 remaining zombies from last time. Then, after swallowing another, bang, that zombie exploded on the spot, taking the one next to it with it. Not only that, but half of the newly arrived ones instantly exploded. "Fuck," Lin Nan almost cursed. Now he was beginning to doubt the validity of this method of force-feeding second-level zombies. The probability was truly low. There hadn't been a single second-level one yet. Another one. Bang, another one exploded. Another one. Bang, 3 more exploded. Lin Nan was now anxious, and he immediately dispatched the resisting zombies to avoid getting upset by the explosions. Now, only 3 remained. Looking at the zombies again, Lin Nan was shocked. "Holy shit, why aren't you dead yet?" Lin Nan was referring to the zombie who had remained expressionless. It seemed like it hadn't felt a thing after eating so many. Not only that, its appearance hadn't changed at all. Its skin was still as loose as ever, it was missing a tooth, and its claws weren't sharp at all. "I see, you're just taking advantage of me, right? You're taking advantage of all my crystals for free." Lin Nan roughly calculated that this guy had eaten nearly 10 of its crystals. And yet, nothing happened. For a zombie like him, Lin Nan simply swung the craniotomy stick. But at that moment, Chu Mingyao in the back suddenly screamed and fainted. The other zombies instantly went berserk. "Stop them!" Lin Nan looked at Shangda and quickly issued an order. He quickly ran to Chu Mingyao and picked her up. "System, what's wrong with Yao?" Seeing Chu Mingyao suddenly faint, Lin Nan was instantly panicked. Reporting to the host, she was caught off guard and suddenly controlled her high-level zombie, and suffered a backlash. With the host's healing light, she can be healed. "Oh, how could I forget I have a healing skill?" Reminded by the system, Lin Nan quickly placed his hand on Chu Mingyao's forehead, and a beam of light appeared. The healing light was effective, and within moments, Chu Mingyao awoke. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then her eyes slowly opened. "Yao, are you okay?" Chu Mingyao felt instantly relieved upon seeing Lin Nan before her. "Brother, don't worry, I'm fine." Still concerned, Lin Nan checked the system again, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Chu Mingyao's vital signs were normal. Chu Mingyao couldn't help but feel happy to see Lin Nan so worried about her. But then she thought again, what would happen to the zombies if she fainted? Thinking of this, Chu Mingyao hurriedly asked, "Brother, what should we do with those zombies?" Lin Nan shook his head. "It's okay, we can just catch more." However, as he said this, a vague suspicion welled up in his mind. Those zombies were probably already dead. After all, he had given Shangda a death order. He instinctively raised his head and looked at the zombies. As expected, the captured zombies were torn apart, dead as could be. "Hey, Brother Nan, where's Shangda?" Chu Mingyao poked her head out, but there was no sign of him. Hearing this, Lin Nan felt puzzled. Where was Shangda? Suddenly, a huge sense of danger washed over him. Lin Nan turned around and saw Shangda. Was he going to kill him? Lin Nan couldn't dodge and saw it charging towards him. Just as it was about to make contact with Lin Nan, Shangda suddenly turned around. As it turned, Lin Nan noticed a familiar zombie behind it. It was not until it dealt a heavy blow to Big Bear that Lin Nan realized that the sense of crisis did not come from Big Bear, but from that guy who was standing in the toilet without doing anything. Chapter 31 Experiment Success. Ding, alerting the host. This zombie is at peak level 2. Host advised to be cautious. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing it, Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. Another, peak level 2. Suddenly, Lin Nan remembered that there was a slaver upgrade module, and he was overjoyed. He looked up at the zombie, thinking, "Shonger, is that you, Shonger?" This tepid zombie had consumed 10 evolution crystals without a reaction, yet just when he was about to kill him, he suddenly advanced to level 2, and peak level 2 at that. Although he didn't know why, Lin Nan had already decided to enslave him. The more troublesome thing was that this Shonger seemed a bit too strong, and Shangda couldn't even gain the upper hand. This was a bit outrageous. He was the zombie king. Chu Mingyao's control had little effect on Shonger, a peak level 2. But Lin Nan wasn't worried, considering he possessed speed close to level 3. Xiaozet, how are you doing now? Can you protect Yao Yao? Lin Nan looked at Xiaozet. She had been digesting the evolution crystals, and now it seemed to be complete. Lin Nan-kun, I can do this. Xiaoz extended her hand, and the surrounding iron elements instantly coalesced into a solid shield, offering even greater defensive power than the previous block of iron. Have you advanced? Only then did Lin Nan notice Xiaoz's aura had increased considerably. Thanks to Lin Nan-kun, thank you for your help. Xiaoz had indeed advanced, now level 2 metal elemental controller. Don't be so polite. Protect Yao Yao. I'll be back soon. With that, Lin Nan quickly turned back. As Shonger struck Shangda hard, Shonger fled to the seashore behind. With a few teleportations, Lin Nan appeared behind Shonger and struck him with his club. Following this, Shonger was suddenly sent flying with a ground-shaking blow. Shangda quickly followed, swiftly following with a sharp claw strike, severely injuring Shonger. However, even with a heavy damage, Shangda still managed to fight. He roared at Lin Nan and Shangda. A resounding roar echoed, and Lin Nan was swept away by the wave. Is this a superpower? Because zombies primarily fight using their own bodies, their advancements also strengthen their bodies. This was the first time Lin Nan had seen a zombie capable of generating powerful sound waves, similar in effect to the spirited young man Li Long reciting classic quotations. At that moment, a daring thought struck Lin Nan. Could it be that this person had already awakened superpowers before becoming a zombie? So, was he now a superpowered zombie? Only this could explain how he could simply consume 10 evolution crystals and ascend to the peak of the second stage. Compared to zombies, evolvers seemed to have an easier time advancing. Of course, this was just a somewhat biased experience he'd drawn from Chu Mingyao and Xiaoz. It was primarily because those two individuals' advancements were so haphazard, leading him to mistakenly believe that all evolvers in the world were similarly haphazard. Regardless, he had this superpowered zombie under his belt. Though he was sent flying, Lin Nan used his teleportation skill to instantly neutralize the force. Then, he reappeared behind it and swung the craniotomy club. Take my blow. Sit down. This blow channeled all of Lin Nan's strength, but Shonger was already prepared, so the impact was minimal. He needed Shangda's cooperation. I think I need to upgrade my strength. This is too weak. However, the two's combined attack still dealt a heavy blow to Shonger. He was already considering retreating. As his level increased, Shonger gained some wisdom. Knowing he couldn't defeat Schwanger, he considered escaping. But just as he turned, a massive metal wall suddenly appeared behind him, blocking his path. Seeing the metal wall, Lin Nan knew it was Xiao's coming to help. Schwanger was now at the end of his strength. Unable to break through head-on, he tried to circumvent it from the side. Unexpectedly, the metal wall in front of him instantly transformed into liquid metal prison, encircling Schwanger. His punches were like hitting cotton. Despite his immense strength, he had no room to maneuver. Temporarily trapping Schwanger, Lin Nan seized the opportunity and quickly summoned his missile launcher. To prevent Schwanger from being killed, he only used 5 missiles this time. With a whoosh, the missiles were launched. Schwanger continued to struggle, unaware of the impending danger. With a bang, the metal water prison was destroyed, and Xiao's immediately released the elements. Only Schwanger, barely breathing, remained. Shuangda, restrain him. With that, Shuangda instantly appeared before Schwanger, tightly gripping his body and mouth. Fearing a last-ditch effort, he could deliver a fatal blow. He quickly used his upgrade module on him. After a long moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Nan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing a peak-level second-tier zombie. Hearing this, Lin Nan sat on the ground, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. 2 top fighters stood behind Lin Nan. Now, he possessed 2 peak-level second-tier zombies, a zombie king, and a super-powered zombie. Suddenly, Lin Nan remembered that the system had referred to the 2 zombies differently, a zombie king, and a zombie. System, why are you so emphatic about it being the zombie king? Is there a significant difference between a zombie king and a zombie? Lin Nan asked, pointing at Big Bear. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to this, assuming Big Bear was simply called the zombie king because he was so powerful. Now that he thought, that wasn't the case, as second bear was slightly stronger, and was merely a zombie in name only. Reporting to the host, the zombie king possesses a deterrent ability. Zombies of lower levels won't fight back. Lin Nan nodded, so that was the case. But then, he paused for a moment, then asked, is there a limit on the number of zombies? For example, if there are too many zombies, the deterrent effect will decrease. There's no limit for lower levels, but for higher level zombies, as their intelligence increases, their deterrent ability decreases accordingly. However, there's no limit for higher level zombies 2 levels below the zombie king either, so what constitutes a high level and a low level? Lin Nan asked. Level 5 and below are all low level, and above are high level. I understand. In other words, below level 5, as long as the zombie king is stronger than them, they can intimidate them. Above level 5, as long as the zombie king is 2 levels stronger than them, they can also intimidate them. That's right. Hearing the system's affirmative answer, Lin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. I suddenly have a bold idea. Fellow villagers, elders, young and old gentlemen, why are you gathering together today? A man, standing on the town's performance stage, looked at the dark crowd in front of him, and shouted passionately. I hope that everyone can contribute a little to my great cause. My cause is also for all mankind. Watching the man on the stage speak, the 2 girls in the audience couldn't help laughing. Brother Nan is really optimistic. He can even entertain himself at this time. That's right, Mr. Lin Nan is simply a godlike figure. It was Lin Nan who was on the stage. At this moment, he was facing hundreds of zombies, and was excitedly talking about his great idea. Due to the deterrence of the zombie king, all the zombies in front of him surrendered to him obediently. Trembling. Even though they were numerous and powerful, they did not have the slightest desire to resist. This is a wider range of control than Chu Mingyao's skills. Now, eat the evolution crystal in front of you and improve your strength. Lin Nan exclaimed. The zombies, as if under control, obediently devoured the evolution crystals. Since there were only a few hundred first-level evolution crystals, it was impossible for all zombies to use them simultaneously. However, with hundreds of zombies participating in the experiment at once, the efficiency was far higher than before. Furthermore, the zombies that failed would also drop evolution crystals, which could, in some cases, make up for the shortage. Bang, 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 the experiment began. Lin Nan stood on the stage, scanning the zombies before him. Any resistance was immediately dispatched by Big Bear and Little Bear, who would then give the exploded crystals to other zombies. This increased efficiency and avoided wasting evolution crystals. After several rounds of screening, Lin Nan finally saw hope. Out of the over 100 zombies, over 10 successfully advanced to the second level. Lin Nan had previously dismissed a 1 in 10 chance, but with the intimidation of the Zombie King, the efficiency had increased, and now he considered it acceptable. Thank you all for your contributions. Lin Nan bowed slightly to the level 2 zombies before him. He then winked at Big Bear and Little Bear. Over a dozen level 2 zombies, instantly slain. Soon, Lin Nan had acquired over a dozen level 2 evolution crystals. At this rate, reaching level 3 was imminent. Lin Nan eagerly began his second and third batches. Ultimately, he acquired 30 level 2 evolution crystals at the cost of over 300 level 1 evolution crystals. However, he now had no more level 1 crystals. Since the zombies were being used for experiments, they couldn't be killed, so Lin Nan decided to go out and kill them. After closing the gate to the experimental area, he and his companions stepped outside. Just then, they heard the sound of a vehicle. A truck carrying several people appeared. They were wearing black jackets, and on their red t-shirts was a wolf's head. The Serious Gang. A vague suspicion welled up in Lin Nan's mind. When the truck came to a steady stop, two men emerged. The contrast between the two was striking. One was elegant and youthful. The other was frivolous and vulgar. The elegant one was called Qin Xianji, while the latter was called Li Ergao. As soon as Li Ergao got out of the car, his eyes were drawn to two girls. Oh, two of them are so gorgeous. Li Ergao squinted his eyes as he spun them up and down, drooling. I'm warning you, eyes are a good thing, but if they were not used for real work, they're better off gone. Chapter 32 The Old Man Delivering Supplies. It was Lin Nan who said this. Naturally, he noticed Li Ergao's lewd look. Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Li Ergao quickly snapped back to his senses, wondering who had dared to speak to him in such a way. Seeing the skinniest man in their group, his expression immediately turned sour. You little bastard, are you tired of living? How dare you speak to me like that? Hearing his words, Lin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, then said calmly, Big Shuang, kill him. Lin Nan glanced at the Zombie King behind them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Nan changed Big Shuang's and Little Shuang's clothes and put on sunglasses to hide their terrifying red pupils. Li Ergao hadn't expected Lin Nan to say such a thing. He turned back to the other men in the car, wanting to criticize Lin Nan for overestimating his abilities. Suddenly, he saw a person standing before him. The muscular limbs and intimidating aura instantly suffocated him. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me. Li Ergao slapped himself furiously, almost slapping his teeth out. Seeing Li Ergao's immediate retreat, Lin Nan was shocked. Even Big Bear was stunned. He turned to look at his master, only to see Lin Nan wave his hand, signaling him to return. I'm ashamed to kill someone like you. Get out of here, Lin Nan said angrily. Qin Xianji, standing by, couldn't stand it any longer. He looked at Li Ergao and whispered, Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you so cowardly? You're an evolver. Fuck you, evolver. If I'd been tougher, I'd be dead. In that moment, as an evolver, he felt a pressure from Big Bear. Just standing in front of him felt like a mountain bearing down on him. The members of the Xianlang gang in the car behind were stunned by this scene. They couldn't understand why the usually tough fourth hall master had suddenly softened. However, Qin Xianji didn't believe him. He felt Li Ergao was definitely holding back. Or perhaps, he was deliberately playing coward. They had originally come to recruit members to the Xianlang gang, but they didn't see anyone. They finally ran into Lin Nan and the others, but they let them go. Qin Xianji was in charge of this recruitment operation and ranked third in the Xianlang gang. If he couldn't recruit any more, the boss would definitely doubt his ability. This was, presumably, exactly what Li Ergao wanted. With this thought, Qin Xianji suddenly snorted coldly. He headed straight for the town. What's wrong with this guy again? Li Ergao said angrily, and then followed him with the others. Do you guys feel something's amiss? The Xianlang gang members following behind looked at the town with something strange in their eyes. It's such a big town, why haven't we seen a single zombie? Did some evolved clear it out? What are you talking about? I think they were definitely hiding somewhere. Grab your weapons. Maybe they were in the yard out front. The man pointed at the house in front of Qin Xianji. Qin Xianji stood at the courtyard gate, reading the words above. Experimental area, danger within, do not open this door. Qin Xianji didn't take it seriously. Still furious, he said dismissively, how dangerous can it be? Could there be a whole yard full of zombies? Oh, you're so slow. What are you looking at? Hurry up and open the door. Li Ergao, seeing him lingering at the gate for a while, said impatiently. Although he was ranked 4th, he was an evolver, while Qin Shianji was only ranked ahead of him because of his knowledge, which had caught the eye of the uneducated boss. Qin Shianji felt humiliated by this lecture, especially in front of his subordinates. Furious, he stomped the door open and was about to step in. But as soon as he lifted his foot, it hung in the air. He froze at the scene in the courtyard. Li Ergo froze, and so did the subordinates behind him. At that moment, they saw a vast pile of zombies, their backs to them, shaking constantly. After the door rang, they turned around. Their gazes met for a split second, a stalemate. A new member of the serious gang couldn't help but want to fart, but being new, he didn't dare to make a loud noise. But when he saw what was happening, he couldn't hold it back and released it without a second's delay. And that fart was like a clarion call, as the zombies began their rampage. Lin Nan, in his RV, drove to another small town. Here, they encountered many first-tier zombies. Sitting in the car, sipping a modest red wine, he watched Big Bear and Little Bear dart in and out of the zombie swarm, his kill points rising in his ears. He released Little Spider, tasking it to collect the scattered first-tier crystals. Because these zombies were so low-level, under the Zombie King's intimidation, they barely had a chance to fight back and perished instantly. Watching, Lin Nan grew tired, and he slung his legs over the steering wheel, staring blankly at the sky. I miss Grandma a little bit. I wonder if she's doing well in Shanghai. Just now, he called again, but there was no signal at all. With the start of the collective evolution, the network signal was completely lost. Now he had no choice but to drive the RV to Shanghai. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the RV door. The two girls who were cooking looked towards the door in confusion. Through the window, they saw no one. Lin Nan waved his hand, and the RV door opened automatically. It was Spider-Man. He lightly jumped in and chose a small open space. With a clatter, a large field of first-level evolution crystals appeared before everyone. There were over 500 of them. Wow, so many. Lin Nan noticed that there were also 2 second-level ones. Not bad. Good work, little darling, Spider-Man buzzed twice, then jumped out again to continue collecting. Brother Nan, we're ready. Lin Nan turned around to see the two of them preparing a table full of hot food. In the apocalypse, many people worry about supplies, but they want to eat whatever they want. This is mainly because every time Lin Nan kills a zombie, in addition to the kill points, the zombies will give him some extra supplies. Now that he has killed 1 or 2,000 zombies, he has accumulated a lot of supplies. These are enough for him to spend lavishly for a year or two. Lin Nan, these are the Japanese dishes I made. Try them. Xiao's picked up a small tray with one hand and picked up a piece of sashimi with wasabi with chopsticks with the other. She wanted to feed Lin Nan. Seeing her actions, Lin Nan and Chu Mingyao were stunned. Lin Nan wanted to say he could help himself, but that thought seemed awkward, so he switched it up. Thank you. He then devoured it in one gulp. Delicious, delicious. Chu Mingyao was stunned again, staring at Lin Nan and Xiao's in shock. You guys, for some reason, the scene just now made the little girl feel strangely uncomfortable. What's wrong? Seeing Chu Mingyao stuttering, Lin Nan feigned nonchalance. But in reality, he was also extremely embarrassed. Just then, the little girl also picked up a piece of chicken she had cooked. Open your mouth, I want to feed you too. Lin Nan was a little helpless, but he could only open his mouth obediently. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then said in shock. Great, Yao, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. I didn't expect you to hide it so well. Tell me, why are you hiding your cooking skills and making me eat instant noodles for 2 days? Lin Nan's eyes sparkled, and his expression was extremely serious. Xiao's also picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, praising her cooking skills with equal gusto. Seeing their intoxicated expressions, Chu Mingyao suddenly lost her anger and instead looked delighted. The meal ended in a joyful atmosphere. Afterward, Xiao's and Lin Nan exchanged glances, a subtle smile playing across their lips. Lin Nan had wanted to go wash the dishes, but was immediately kicked out. No need to cook, no need to wash dishes. Just now, the two had asked if they wanted their clothes washed. Watching these two exquisite women doing everything for him, Lin Nan wondered, is this the end of the world, or heaven? After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Lin Nan settled comfortably into the driver's seat of the RV. As the meal concluded, the battle outside drew to a close. 2 peak-level second-tier zombies had killed nearly 1,000 zombies across the street. The white evolution crystals scattered across the ground, gleaming in the sunlight. In the end, Lin Nan had harvested nearly 800 first-tier evolution crystals and several second-tier ones. Just as Lin Nan was debating whether to use these evolution crystals to upgrade their attributes or save them for a third-level upgrade, there was another knock on the RV door. The fierce battle between Big Bear and Little Bear had finally attracted the attention of some of the survivors. Lin Nan opened the door and discovered a white-haired old man leaning on a cane. A Medal of Honor was pinned to his left chest. "What can I do for you?" Lin Nan asked expressionlessly. He had always been polite to the old man, but that was before he was once taunted by an old man. Facing Lin Nan's somewhat cold expression, the old man didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he asked kindly, "Young man, I just wanted to ask, are you short of supplies?" "No," Lin Nan replied decisively, but then he realized something was wrong. The old man wasn't asking for supplies, he was asking if they were short of supplies. In fact, the moment the old man arrived, Lin Nan had assumed he was begging for food. But, clearly, he was wrong. Lin Nan was puzzled. What kind of question was this? Who wouldn't need supplies in this apocalypse? But then again, there really didn't need any. "What do you mean?" Lin Nan's attitude softened this time. He wondered, could this old man really be giving him some supplies? It's impossible. Chapter 33, A Night of Thunder and Lightning. Lin Nan was stunned. They were actually giving them supplies. He glanced down at the box again and asked the old man, "If you give me all this, what will you eat and use?" The old man smiled and said, "I still have some food stored here." It's okay. How could it be okay? It was still uncertain whether or when the apocalypse would end. Without food at home, they would be doomed. Thinking of this, Lin Nan shook his head. "Take the food back. We don't need it." "No, young man." The old man stepped forward and stopped Lin Nan from closing the door. "There's not much in here, but it's just a kind gesture from this old man. You must accept it." "Why?" Lin Nan realized from the old man's resolute eyes that he must have had a remarkable life. However, he didn't understand why this old man, Barrett up to his neck in dirt, would send them supplies. Especially at a time when everyone was worried, and risking his own life. Hearing Lin Nan's question, the old man's gaze fell on Big Bear and Little Bear behind him. His eyes grew increasingly profound. "I witnessed the heroic performance of these 2 young men. 2 men, they slew so many monsters. They're truly remarkable. Dragon Country needs you, the younger generation. Our nation is in dire straits. I brought these supplies in the hope that you will continue your heroic spirit. Kill all the monsters in Dragon Country and prevent our legacy from being cut short." The old man sighed softly. "It's a shame an old man like me can't do this any longer. Otherwise, I truly wish I could slay them once more and ensure the prosperity of Dragon Country." He clasped Lin Nan's hands tightly. "So, young man, you must accept these things." Without waiting for Lin Nan to stop him, the old man walked away into the setting sun, not even turning back. The setting sun's rays shone on the Medal of Honor on his chest, illuminating the somewhat dim landscape. Lin Nan stared at the old man's back, dazed. He pursed his lips, then turned his back to Big Bear and Second Bear and said calmly, "Go escort the old man home, and clear out the zombies around his house." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared, and a huge package appeared before them. "Send these supplies to his house as well. Don't harm him or his family, if he still has any." After giving these instructions, Lin Nan picked up the old suitcase, which looked quite old. Lin Nan accepted the old man's supplies, thus fulfilling his trust. By the time Big Bear and Second Bear returned, it was already dark. 2 bodyguards sat on the roof of the RV, alert for dangers lurking in the darkness. Soon, the rain began to fall again, but it was just an ordinary downpour. Then came thunder and lightning. Compared to the violent storm outside, the RV was surprisingly comfortable. According to the system's instructions, the RV would disappear like a spider at night, making it very safe. Sleeping in an RV like this, amidst a thunderstorm, was undoubtedly a true pleasure. It was something ordinary people in the apocalypse wouldn't dare dream of. Yet Lin Nan managed it. However, it wasn't entirely perfect. The RV only had 1 bed. While it wasn't small, if 3 people shared it, it wouldn't be cramped. but physical contact was inevitable. Lin Nan had originally wanted to sleep on the floor, but they excused him, saying it was damp from the rain and cold. After all, in the apocalypse, it was better to be less particular about gender differences. In the end, Lin Nan managed to stay in bed. He didn't dare undress completely, so he kept a shirt on. After turning off the lights, the three of them fell silent. Lin Nan was gradually drifting off to sleep, when suddenly a hand slipped under his covers. It was soft and warm, gently touching his firm chest. Sensing something strange, Lin Nan opened his eyes instantly. Xiao, Lin Nan knew who the girl next to him was, and he swallowed silently. This was destined to be a sleepless night. The raging storm failed to deter the night predators. Their roars mingled with the rain. Under the dim streetlights, a swarm of zombies swarmed from all sides of the RV. Big Bear and Little Bear stood atop the RV. The Zombie King's intimidation seemed to have lost its power at that moment, as more and more zombies surrounded the area. Inside the RV, the hand rested on Lin Nan's chest for a moment. Then, Lin Nan felt the buttons of his shirt being removed one by one, until the last one was gone. Outside the RV, Big Bear and Little Bear also moved. Their nimble figures resembled ghosts in the dark night. Wherever their claws passed, they resembled a thread of red blood. Then, the zombie heads fell, one by one, like Lin Nan's buttons. Just then, inside the RV, Chu Mingayo's soft snores rose. The sound was like a call to action, clearly audible to the two awakened men in bed. And the sound only emboldened the hand even more. Suddenly, Lin Nan found that a small hole was opened in his bedding. Then, a woman crawled in. Lin Nan suddenly realized that tonight would not only be a sleepless night, but also a night of losing her virginity. Gradually, Big Bear and Little Bear fought fiercely outside the RV, and Lin Nan also fought fiercely. On a night with thunder and lightning, a small grass beside the RV was hit by rain and kept twisting its waist. As a gust of wind blew, the grass changed various postures until it was bent by the wind, and a drop of crystal dew fell on the messy grass. Sister Xiaos, why do you want to wash the sheets? Didn't you put them on yesterday? Chu Mingayo was washing her face. Seeing Xiaos throw the sheets into the washing machine, she asked casually. Lin Nan had gotten up a little late today and was still getting dressed. Hearing Chu Mingayo's words, he rushed to Xiaos, saying, "Let's wash it. This zombie virus is a bit strange. Maybe it's on the sheets." "There's nothing wrong with being clean." Xiaos blushed at Lin Nan's words and then agreed, "Yes, Lin Nan-kun is right." Chu Mingayo nodded slightly. "So that's how it is." She didn't pay much attention. After wiping her face and putting on some simple makeup, she ran to the laundry room. Then, "Sister Xiaos, let's wash it together." Xiaos was momentarily flustered when he saw Chu Mingayo come in. "No need, Yao. Go get the food. It's just a sheet. I can handle it myself." Chu Mingayo was gently pushed out. She noticed the panic on Xiaos's face and felt something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what. After dinner, Lin Nan opened the door, wanting the beautiful sunlight to stream into the RV. But as soon as he opened the RV, he was stunned by the scene before him. Big Bear and Little Bear stood outside, covered in blood. Behind them lay a pile of zombie corpses, over 1,000 strong. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Nan thought for a moment that this was hell. Last night's rain, mixed with blood, turned the land before him into a river of blood. Chu Mingayo and Xiaos noticed something strange about Lin Nan's expression. They approached him, peeked out the door, and were equally shocked. "What happened?" Chu Mingayo covered her mouth and instinctively took a half step back. "It's good that nothing serious happened." Lin Nan walked over to Big Bear and Little Bear, looked them up and down, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found them all fine. He walked away from the RV, lit a cigarette, and muttered to the two mute men, "It seems we all went through a bloody battle last night. You worked hard." Looking back at the zombie corpses, the reason was actually easy to explain. It was probably the zombie uprising caused by the arrival of night. The reason they didn't hear anything was probably due to the heavy rain and the car's good soundproofing. However, during the night, Lin Nan did notice some clues. For example, while he was fighting, he saw his points constantly increasing. Busy with important matters at the time, he dismissed them as some clueless zombies provoking Big Bear and Little Bear, and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until the next morning that he finally paid attention. The battle had paid off. Lin Nan had harvested over 800 first-level evolution crystals. On the way to the experimental area, he'd also harvested another wave, bringing his total to over 2,000. Most importantly, his kill points had accumulated to 20,000. This meant he could buy 50 more tanks and over 20 Raptor fighter jets. However, Lin Nan didn't get too excited and redeem all his points for ammunition. Without enough members, buying more ammunition was useless. His priority now was expanding his zombie army. These points can be exchanged for over 20 slaver upgrade modules, which means 20 more members. With a full crew of tanks, we'll definitely be a formidable force. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Nan looked up at the sky. Grandma, you'll be able to see your grandson soon. Grandma was his only concern in this world. However, just as Lin Nan looked up, he was distracted while driving and didn't notice that the original bridge had collapsed due to yesterday's heavy rain. Xiaos, who had been secretly watching him, noticed something was wrong and quickly used his supernatural power to prop up the car with steel. Lin Nan backed up the car and planned to take another road. On this road, he saw an unfinished 5-story building. Shadows lingered upstairs, and Lin Nan realized they were all survivors. However, he didn't expect to have much interaction with them. But he didn't expect others to have the same idea. A stern voice came from the roadside. Stop. Where are you going? Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw 2 yellow-haired men holding iron bars, blocking Lin Nan and his group's path. Lin Nan glanced at them, then said lightly, "Where we go has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way, Yoha, you are so rebellious. You dare to ask me, the Xianlang gang, to get out of the way. You must have never died." After saying that, the man smashed the windshield with a stick. Chapter 34 Mutated Snake Spirit. Bang! The RV's window remained intact, sending the yellow-haired man flying. Disbelief filled his face, but even more shocking was the oncoming RV. The man, before he could dodge, was crushed by it. The weight of the RV's fortress was unimaginable. The man's bones creaked under the weight, leaving his accomplices stunned. "If you've got the guts, you don't run." Lin Nan ignored him and drove straight inside. Just then, a sense of danger descended upon him. An evolver. Lin Nan froze for a moment, then saw a man plummet from the sky, slamming heavily onto the roof of the RV. He knew it was a first-level evolver, whose supernatural power was flight. Yet, the owner of that overwhelming pressure didn't react. Lin Nan frowned, not out of fear, but rather concerned for damage to the RV. He exited the car and looked at the man on the roof. Lin Nan wasn't sure if he should still be called a human. Although he had a human appearance and body, he had a pair of bird wings on his back. He could be called an angel, but he looked rather deformed. Tiankun would be more appropriate. Perhaps due to being low on food, Tiankun was still chewing a potato. "From now on, give me a reason why you stepped on my car. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can't, I'll kill you," Lin Nan said angrily. Fearing they wouldn't take him seriously, he called out Big Bear and Little Bear. The 3 of them unleashed a powerful aura, and the evolvers could already feel the pressure. Tiankun was instantly frightened by their momentum. Before Lin Nan could even start the countdown, he flapped his wings and tried to flee. He quickly soared over 10 meters above the ground, thinking of turning back to taunt Lin Nan, but when he did, he saw Big Bear charging straight at him. A second-level bat couldn't escape, so how could a first-level evolver like him possibly do? Big Bear stretched out his claws and pulled Tiankun down, sending him plummeting to the ground. "Second Hall Master, help!" Seeing he couldn't escape, the man cried out for help. Lin Nan wouldn't let him off so easily. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a craniotomy club appeared. Seeing the weapon in Lin Nan's hand, Tiankun flinched. "Damn, so cowardly?" Lin Nan was speechless. Just then, Lin Nan felt the fear fade away, replaced by a woman not far from them. Behind her was a large group of Xianlang gang members. "Look at what I have in my hand. I advise you to let him go, Agun." Lin Nan looked at the object in the man's hand and wanted to laugh. "Are you sure you're pointing a pistol at me, not using your superpowers? How arrogant of you to look down on guns." The woman, Li Shufan, looked at Lin Nan with a haughty expression. Lin Nan smiled faintly, and a light flashed in his hand, dropping a Barrett sniper rifle to the ground. "Holy crap, a Barrett, that thing is awesome, dude. How do you even know what it is? Hey, wow, haven't you played FC? This is a top-tier gun in there. Back when I was a 5-star general in the Southern Henan district." "What kind of top-tier gun?" "The Fire Key Rin is the real top-tier gun." The gun set everyone talking. Seeing Li Shufan didn't react, Lin Nan flashed his hand again. This time, a giant Gatling gun appeared on the ground, knocking everyone back several steps. Holy crap, wow, a Gatling gun. How big is that thing, dude? How do you even know what that is? Of course I do. Back when I was doing challenges in FC, I'd kill those monsters with that gun and make them cry their eyes out. It was so cool. Are you sure you're pointing that crappy pistol at me? Lin Nan smiled, staring at the woman's face. At this moment, Li Shufan's eyes began to evade, as if realizing the implication of Lin Nan's words. Just as she hesitated, Lin Nan's light flashed again. My goodness. Tanks, planes, missiles. Oh my god, the man's voice rang out again, but this time, no one discussed it, as their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Snap. Li Shufan's pistol fell to the ground. Boss, what should we do? The woman turned around and looked at the middle-aged man in the crowd with a thick Henan accent. Lin Nan also looked at him in shock. This man was actually their boss. Lin Nan didn't even sense any sense of oppression or crisis from him. How could this man be qualified to convince so many people? Before Lin Nan could wrap his head around it, he heard the man say, then give them a proper apology. It was our fault in the first place. Ugh, it was third brother's bad idea to stop someone and ask for money. Look what happened to that little yellow-haired kid. With that, the man waved his hand gently, and a ray of light shone on the little yellow-haired kid. The little yellow-haired kid's wailing immediately ceased. Almost instantly, his injuries were healed. This maneuver truly stunned Lin Nan. It was even more incredible than his healing skill. Well, Qin Shianji can't be blamed, Li Shufan sighed. We built a road ahead anyway, so it's only right to collect some supplies. If we don't get some food, we might not even have potatoes to eat. The Xianlang gang leader fell silent, likely realizing he had no way out. Damn it. It's all because of those scoundrels. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be so broke. Lin Nan, unwilling to listen to their bickering, got in the car and started to leave. But just then, he heard Li Shufan say, that's unavoidable. We're too weak. We can't even kill one, let alone a whole bunch. Unable to kill even one? How could that be possible? Lin Nan paused after hearing this. Through the system, he learned that Li Shufan was a level 2 evolver, whose ability was to control the wood element. A level 2 evolver with such a powerful healer, and yet she couldn't even defeat a single snake? That was unrealistic. Or perhaps those snakes were at least level 2. How many snakes are there in that place you're talking about? Lin Nan suddenly asked. He was actually asking for the level 2 evolution crystals. How could feeding zombies be as satisfying as killing monsters to get the crystals? But if there were only 1 or 2, Lin Nan wouldn't bother going straight for them. Seeing Lin Nan's interest, the boss suddenly remembered that he could conjure up planes and tanks. If he could use his power to clear out the snakes, it would be like divine help. He rubbed his hands and said hopefully, we roughly checked, and there are at least 3. He was about to say over 30, but Li Shufan spoke first. Not many, just 3. Please do us a favor and help us eliminate them. Consider it a favor to our nearly 100 brothers. Lin Nan's interest immediately dropped when he heard the 3. He didn't care about the lives of these people, considering they had just been threatened. But then, he overheard the 2 arguing again. Why did you lie to them? There are clearly over 30 in there. Aren't you harming them by tricking them into going there? You don't understand. If that were true, do you think they would go? We're killing as many as we can right now. Do you really think they can wipe out the whole place? It's impossible. After listening to their conversation, Lin Nan was completely stunned. He grabbed Li Shufan and grabbed her by the throat. You just pointed a gun at me, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you're trying to get me back. I'm giving you one last chance. How many are there? If you don't tell me the truth, I've made this trip in vain. I'll make you go to hell. Lin Nan's sudden action shocked Li Shufan. The entire Xianlang gang gathered around her, but their leader quickly persuaded them to retreat. Shufan, when someone asks you a question, just answer it honestly. We shouldn't be so mean. Li Shufan stepped back and said with forced composure, 30, over 30. Upon hearing her answer, Lin Nan threw her to the ground. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're wasting my time. Lead the way, Lin Nan shouted. Li Shufan was stunned. You want me to lead the way? What else? Lin Nan retorted. At first, everyone was stunned, but then their excitement grew. They were willing to go. They had food. What strange people. They won't go if there aren't enough. but are willing to go if there are more. I shouldn't have been so cunning, Li Shufan muttered to herself. The group marched in a mighty procession, quickly arriving at the town's granary. This was the territory of the mutated giant snakes. It's said that every rainy night, the snakes here double in size. It rained last night, which meant the snake's strength had likely increased again. Lin Nan could sense the terrifying pressure from afar. While not as exaggerated as Li Shufan had described, there were definitely level 2 mutants, and quite a few of them. The others can just wait outside. You and me can come with us, Lin Nan specifically asked the Xianlang gang leader and Li Shufan to go. The one wood element and the healer could provide support. Can we really do this without planes and tanks? And are there really only 5 of us? Li Shufan said, a little frightened. I'm not planning on using the tanks just yet, but you're wrong about one thing. It's not 5 of us, it's 7. With that, 2 stunning beauties emerged from the RV. Seeing their faces, the Xianlang gang members were stunned. Are they okay? Li Shufan muttered to herself. But just as she finished her words, a giant snake suddenly appeared from the small house next to the granary. Just as everyone realized the danger, with a bang, the snake exploded. Stunned by this sudden scene, they turned around and saw a huge metal giant standing tall before them. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Level 3? Compared to you, I trust them more, Lin Nan said calmly, then turned his back and left first. The Lin family army followed closely behind, leaving the Xianlang gang alone in the wind. Beautiful. Hey, boss, wait for us. Seeing them leave, Xianlang gang leader Wang Fuga hurriedly chased after them. After walking for a while, they arrived at the entrance of the granary. In the nearby bushes, small snakes could be vaguely seen dangling from the branches. The entire area was devoid of zombies, but an eerie silence permeated the air. Stop. Those mutant snakes are right in front of us. Lin Nan raised his hand to signal them to stop. He sensed dozens of powerful forces within the dozens of granaries ahead. Hearing Lin Nan's words, several people hurriedly stopped. What should we do? Charge in, Li Shufan asked. No need to charge in. We are already exposed. Lin Nan felt the forces converging on him. It seemed they had been discovered. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Before they could react, a massive snake swooped down on them with uncanny speed. It twisted its body, its maw gaping, its razor-sharp fangs seemingly piercing through anything. Be careful. It's a venomous snake. Watch out for its venom. Lin Nan noted its triangular head, a characteristic of venomous snakes. However, before he could do so, he held out a ring. It was a relic obtained in the secret realm, and its function was to spray a corrosive venom. Come on, let's see whose venom is stronger, Lin Nan shouted. A stream of green corrosive fluid instantly erupted, blasting directly at the giant snake. The snake, no fool, sensed danger and tried to evade. However, its body, controlled by Chu Mingyao, was unable to move. The giant snake's head was then drenched in venom. Li Shufan looked up at the small amount of venom blasting towards the snake's head, muttering softly. Just a tiny bit of venom, not even as big as a person's head. Will it really work? She stared at the giant snake before her. Its body remained stationary, but the venom burned through it like magma, searing through its body. Almost instantly, its head was split in two. Chu Mingyao released her grip, and the snake convulsed in pain, its body twisting and shaking madly. Soon, the sound ceased, dead as death could not be. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Nan was amazed. This was the first time he had used this ring in combat since emerging from the secret realm. He hadn't expected its power to be so astonishing. I'd better use this thing less in the future. If it accidentally injures one of our own, we might not be able to save them in time. Lin Nan thought of the man who had been melted to ash in the secret realm, and a chill ran down his spine. Be careful. The enemy's large force is coming. Lin Nan looked up into the depths of the granary. A sound of friction with the ground could be heard, and soon, the sound echoed from all directions. Goodness, I underestimated you. This doesn't look like a force of only 30. Chu Mingyao and the others weren't already fully prepared. Xiao stood beside Chu Mingyao, looking like a female knight protecting a princess, and this knight's looks were no less impressive than the princess's. Li Shufan, come with me. Wang Fuge, look a bit shabby and heelless. After a brief arrangement, Lin Nan rushed forward, craniotomy club in hand. With over 20,000 points at his disposal, Lin Nan could use his skills freely. He maneuvered between dozens of Tier 2 mutant giant snakes, fleeing when there were too many, beating up isolated ones, and unleashing corrosive fluid when there were no teammates around. These Tier 2 mutant giant snakes were suffering greatly from Lin Nan's single-handed efforts. They wanted to kill Lin Nan first, but they had to remember that Shangda and Shuanger, the two peak Tier 2 zombies, were the true strength of the Lin family army. With their razor-sharp claws, they slaughtered relentlessly. Even if accidentally swallowed, they could rip the intestines out and fight their way out. Xiaos and Chu Mingyao were also busy. While Xiaos controlled the metal giants to fight the giant snakes, she also surrounded them with steel, ensuring Chu Mingyao's absolute safety. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyao constantly monitored the battlefield. If a teammate was in danger, she would either control them, buying them time to escape, or directly perform a telekinesis to avert the danger. With her support, the team's overall strength rapidly increased. No one was injured from start to finish. This left Wang Fuge, a top healer, completely unused. However, he was proactive, finding work for himself when nothing was available. For example, when he saw Shangda accidentally scrape a skin, he quickly unleashed his healing abilities, exclaiming, "Oh my god! I was so careless. Look how I rubbed my hand. If I hadn't treated you so quickly, you'd be healed." While Wang Fuge amused himself, Li Shufan was still able to help. As a second-level wood controller, her primary ability was entanglement. They could control wooden sticks to emerge from the ground and bind the monsters. These sticks, wrapped around the monsters' bodies, would tighten until they strangled them. Sharp spikes would sprout from the sticks. Once they penetrated the monsters, they would frantically suck their life essence, feeding back to the controller, granting them a more sustained combat capability. Elemental controllers were a force to be reckoned with, becoming increasingly terrifying as they advanced in their power. Lin Nan had a deep understanding of this. He even briefly considered the ninjutsu from Naruto. Perhaps one day, these elemental controllers would truly demonstrate such techniques. It wasn't impossible for some deeply immature anime-themed tycoon to launch a small organization. Soon, the second-level mutant giant snakes in the granary were completely destroyed. In this battle, Lin Nan harvested over 30 second-level evolution crystals. Oh my god! Is this something a human could do? This is a god. Li Shufan and Wang Fuge stood atop the pile of giant snake carcasses, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Just then, members of the Xianlang gang arrived. They were equally stunned, speechless. In contrast, Lin Nan remained calm, examining the evolution crystal in his hand. He was puzzled. Logically, a granary wouldn't have so many level 2 monsters? But why is this happening? Even as he pondered, the members of the Xianlang gang were already impatiently moving the food. The winged Xiankin walked alone into a granary. The door was tightly closed, but the evolutionary's kick swung it open. What is this? Xiankin frowned. He saw 2 round crystals, the size of quail eggs, lying quietly on the ground. Beside the crystals lay a small snake. Like a pilgrim, it stood before the crystals, head bowed. It seemed to be praying devoutly, its appearance eerie. Like a weasel worshipping the moon. The snake was so focused that even the loud bang of the door opening didn't disturb it. Xiankin noticed something unusual, but he was more interested in the 2 crystals gleaming with a strange light. What is this? His intuition told him they were incomparable treasures. Greed sprouted in his heart, and he took a step forward. Just then, the little snake sensed his approach. It turned its head, eyeing him warily, its tongue spitting out its tongue. Xiankin paid it no mind, his eyes fixed only on the 2 crystal balls. But then, the little snake moved, realizing the person before it had no intention of leaving. It opened its mouth and swallowed the crystals in one gulp. Xiankin was stunned by this sudden sight. "You little beast, how dare you eat my treasure?" He rushed forward. The little snake's speed was no match for the evolvers. Xiankin grabbed it and grabbed its throat tightly. "Spit it out! Spit it out!" Xiankin thrashed it frantically, but after just a few seconds, something strange happened. He suddenly realized that his one hand could no longer hold the little snake's body, it was growing wildly. With a bang, almost instantly, the little snake's body expanded hundreds of times, bursting through the granary. The sudden sound shocked everyone. Following the sound, they saw a giant snake, 5 or 6 stories tall, suddenly appear. A human hung from its neck. It was Yan Kan. He was so frightened that he'd forgotten his ability to fly. Just as he remembered and tried to fly away, the giant snake flung him into the air and swallowed him whole. Nearly 100 people witnessed this scene. Level 3, Lin Nan was about to leave when he was shocked by the scene before him. No, not even level 3 yet, just one step away. What's going on? After clearing out the granary of the level 2 mutant snakes, Lin Nan carefully scanned the surroundings, fearing he might have missed a single one. However, he found no other mutant snakes. So where did this nearly level 3 snake come from, and it suddenly grew in size? Did it eat the evolution crystal? Lin Nan felt that this was unlikely. Zombies with superpowers like Shonger could make a huge leap, but they hadn't reached level 3, only stopping at the peak of level 2. And this one had advanced directly from level 0 to half-step to level 3. That was a truly enormous leap. As for why Lin Nan was so certain it was a level 0, it was because he had deliberately walked around the entire area and hadn't sensed any trace of a mutated monster, not even a large snake. Thinking of this, Lin Nan even felt that the giant snake might not have mutated at all, or even just been a small snake. As he was thinking, a scream rang out in his ears. The giant snake had released its venom, and anyone splashed with it would instantly turn into a pool of blood. Several people had already been stricken, and Wang Fuge didn't have time to use his healing skills. It was truly terrifying. The members of the Xianlan gang realized something was wrong and ran away. Brother Nan, what should we do? Chu Mingyao was a little panicked. Like Xiao's, she realized the terrifying nature of the enemy before them. Chapter 36 Holding the Grass. In a quiet, elegant office, a woman with exquisite makeup and a voluptuous figure sat at a desk, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. She toyed with a red crystal in her hands. Lin Nan would be shocked if she saw it. For, aside from the color, the crystal was identical to the evolution crystal. With a creak, the door opened, and a young man armed to the teeth entered. His name was Liu Shui, and he belonged to the Dragon Snake Special Forces of the Dragon Nation's 1st Group Army. The woman before him was their captain, Su Enran. After several days of silence, the Dragon Nation's top brass had finally finalized a strategy to combat the zombie apocalypse, and this elite Special Forces unit was a crucial component. They were searching for individuals immune to the mutated virus. Captain, guess what we found? Liu Shui was thrilled, but even so, he remained restrained in front of Su Enran. Right now, I'm not interested in anyone else except him, Su Enran said calmly, her eyes still vacant. That's him. Liu Shui handed her a photo. This is footage captured by Sky Eye in a small town. That night, a major battle broke out there, with thousands of zombies dead. If it weren't for this, our Sky Eye wouldn't have detected anything unusual. Su Enran knew that the Sky Eye they were referring to was merely a larger drone reconnaissance team. Su Enran took the photo but didn't look at it immediately, wanting to clarify all her concerns before looking at it, so as not to be too disappointed. As I recall, your drone team is only responsible for our city Z. When will you be able to capture images of other places? No, Captain, the man you're looking for is right here in our city Z. What? Su Enran was stunned for a moment, then she slowly came to her senses and gently picked up the photo. Liu Shui stood by, looking at Su Enran with some surprise. Their leader had always been very assertive, but since returning from the secret realm and losing several of her comrades, she had become very sensitive, especially towards the man she was willing to mobilize within the system to find. Liu Shui had seen the photo and thought it was just so-so, not as handsome as Su Enran. Oh my god, what did I see? Liu Shui was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head. I actually saw the captain smile, and at a man. Su Enran looked at the photo. The man in the photo was standing on a pile of zombies, holding a craniotomy rod, a smirk on his face. I didn't expect to find you just by looking. Is this fate? Su Enran stared at the photo in a daze, as if she had recalled that night in the secret realm. This man was like a god descending from heaven, saving them from danger. She had given him a sullen look then, which was really wrong. But thinking about this, Su Enran smiled again. Liu Shui, who was standing by, saw her expression, hesitant to speak, but finally mustered the courage to speak. Captain, this guy seems to be in danger now. He seems to be in trouble. Impossible, he's very strong. Su Enran shook her head, her trust in this man's strength was genuine. It's true. Our Sky Eyes spotted him encountering a level 3 mutant python in a granary, Liu Shui added eagerly. What? Level 3, Su Anran quickly leaped off the table, glancing down at the red crystal in her hand in disbelief. Level 3 creatures were rare across Dragon Country. Just yesterday, she witnessed a hunt for a level 3 mutant near number 11 middle school. The main force in that battle, the Xiaolong Special Forces, was nearly annihilated. Only with the arrival of a batch of thunder-level weapons from the provincial capital did they manage to defeat the creature. Su Anran believed Lin Nan was a god, but she considered a level 3 creature a god-killer. Without stopping, she decisively walked out of the office. Get me a thunder-level weapon and a helicopter? I want to go there myself. Thunder-level, Liu Shui was stunned. This was a state-class weapon, not only expensive but also requiring rare resources. Almost every round involved burning tons of gold. It was a weapon permitted for emergency use, and even their special forces only had a few, with a majority stored in the 2 key military locations of Magic City and the capital. And now, their captain had actually used such a weapon for a man. He truly couldn't understand. Why are you still standing there? This is an order. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Also, this operation is just you and me. Don't tell anyone else. Hearing Su Anran's words, Liu Shui silently put away his phone, which he had been typing furiously on. However, the male members of the Dragon Snake Special Forces group were still in an uproar. Oh my god, what's going on? Our goddess is actually going alone for a man, and even using thunder-level weapons. How can this be? The goddess has changed her heart. Isn't she the one who loves me the most? Wang Bingchen, stop being so disgusting. When has the captain ever loved you? Stop your bullshit. Stop arguing, everyone. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to go along. It was Li Ruolin, the deputy captain of the Dragon Snake Special Forces, who spoke these words. The others instantly fell silent. I want to see who can steal Anran's heart from me. The granary area. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Lin Nan, armed with a craniotomy rod, confronted the giant snake with 7 heads. This 7-headed snake was the final form of the previous giant snake after further mutation. As expected of a being approaching the 3rd level, but the stronger you become, the more I want to take you as my slave. Lin Nan smiled a wicked smile. Even as he spoke, blood continued to trickle down his arm to the ground. Wang Fuge, observing this, could no longer use his healing technique. After several rounds of reincarnation, they, including Shangda and Shuanger, had been defeated. Wang Fuge's constant healing had left him with no superpower points. He couldn't use superpowers forever, after all, he wasn't Lin Nan. Lin Nan was the only one left on the battlefield who could attack. And yet, the giant snake remained unharmed. Looks like all these crystals have been wasted, Lin Nan said with a wry smile. He wanted to collect 100 evolution crystals to upgrade his system, leaving the attribute points aside for now. However, Lin Nan suddenly realized something. That is, even if the system's level rose, if its attributes didn't improve, his own strength would remain weak. Without sufficient strength, even with planes and tanks, he wouldn't be able to defeat a sufficiently powerful opponent. Just like just now, when Lin Nan tried to use his tanks, he was entangled by the nearly level 3 giant snake and instantly destroyed. Only then did he realize the importance of improving his own strength. With this realization, Lin Nan decided to use all 60 crystals to upgrade his attributes. Upgrade, system. As soon as Lin Nan finished speaking, a flash of light shone across his body. The people, protected by the giant iron shield, stared intently at Lin Nan. What's wrong with Lin Nan? Xiaoz looked at the wry smile on Lin Nan's face in confusion, noticing that he was shrouded in light. You can still laugh at this time? Brother Nan, maybe he's about to cheat, Chu Mingyao said with a smile, her eyes also glittering. Before, Chu Mingyao never believed in miracles, but until Lin Nan appeared, she saw a miracle in this man. At this moment, Lin Nan felt a sense of fullness in every limb, an indescribable pleasure. Soon, the system's voice echoed. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Congratulations to the host for gaining the strength skill, War God Possession, which increases the host's strength bonus by 100%. Costs 200 skill points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Constitution skill, Divine Armor, which significantly increases the host's defense. Costs 200 points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Spirit skill, Clone, which allows the host to copy the opponent's superpowers, but can only retain one. Costs 500 points, skill after skill was activated, and Lin Nan, based on his attributes, was now a level 3 evolver. It all happened so quickly. The seven-headed snake noticed Lin Nan's anomaly, and one head suddenly stretched out, charging straight at him. Lin Nan, sensing the attack, smiled faintly, then opened his eyes. One hand reached out to grab the giant snake. War God possession, Lin Nan shouted softly, and his entire strength instantly doubled. A helicopter zipped through the sky. "Captain, that's the granary up ahead. Look, that's a level 3 giant snake, with a few more heads." Su Anren looked over and gasped. This 5-story tall serpent exuded an intimidating aura. How can he possibly defeat this? Su Anren panicked, slowly raising her Thunder-class sniper rifle. Liu Shui desperately wanted her to put it down, because using a Thunder-class weapon required a legitimate and justifiable reason. If she fired, Su Anren would risk a court-martial, even if she was defending civilians. Despite her panic, she didn't hesitate. She lowered her head and prepared to take aim. But through the scope, she saw the giant snake attack. One of its heads lunged in one direction. It was Lin Nan. Su Anren's panic deepened, her heart nearly choking. No time to wait, I must shoot. Su Anren placed her finger on the trigger, aiming for the seven-headed snake's head. 3, 2, 1, fire. Hey, where's the snake? Su Anren was shocked to discover it was gone, vanished from her scope. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, Liu Shui uttered 3 holy craps in quick succession, causing even the pilot to gasp in surprise. Su Anren's eyes slowly drifted from the scope, then shifted to the giant snake in the distance. Seeing the scene before her, Su Anren swallowed hard. Holy crap. Chapter 37. It's so embarrassing. Is this really a level 3? Su Anren lowered her Thunderbolt sniper rifle, her eyes vacant at the sight before her. Lin Nan, one hand in his pocket, the other firmly grasped one of the seven-headed snake's heads. Before the other 6 could charge, he exerted a subtle force. The combined power of his level 3 strength, combined with the War God's possession skill, instantly crushed the giant snake before him. Then, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. Lin Nan grabbed the snake's head with one hand and flung it wildly. Bang, bang, bang. A miracle has truly happened, Chu Mingyao whispered to herself. The helicopter hovered in the air, and everyone on board was equally stunned. No wonder the captain cares so much about him. If I were a woman, I would have pounced on him without hesitation. A monster of the same level that could annihilate the entire Snapdragon team didn't even stand a chance in his hands. Is he even human? Liu Shui's eyes widened. The Dragon Snake Special Forces revered the strong, and now he couldn't wait to get Lin Nan's autograph. Lin Nan, playing with the snake, didn't realize he'd gained a younger fan. As expected of you, Su Anren smiled faintly, then sheathed her weapon. She looked back at Lin Nan, who was clutching a head. The seven-headed snake had twisted off that head and escaped, leaving only 6. Want to run? Do you think it's possible? Lin Nan quickly gave chase. His speed had long since reached level 3, but his strength and physique were too weak. Not only could he inflict no damage, but he was also afraid of being attacked. For example, the snake's venom instantly dissolves Lin Nan upon contact. That's why Lin Nan couldn't stand a chance. But now, Lin Nan's speed was not only swift, but his strength and physique had also been greatly enhanced. Almost every punch he delivered was enough to inflict unbearable pain on the snake. Realizing it couldn't defeat him, the snake began to spray venom. All 6 had simultaneously sprayed, aiming to cover every inch of the ground around Lin Nan. Be careful. Don't get sprayed. You're dead, Wang Fuge warned. However, Lin Nan acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Instead of dodging, he leaped to his feet and charged forward. This scene stunned everyone. But even more astonishing was that, just as the venom was about to reach Lin Nan, his body was suddenly enveloped in a faint red glow. And then, the venom lost its effect. Lin Nan even used it to wash his face. This divine armor is quite powerful. It can protect me so well against a giant snake. Half a step to the 3rd level, the 6-headed snake had initially felt a glimmer of hope as the venom poured onto Lin Nan, but after seeing him wipe his face with the venom, it felt insulted. It raged, and then turned and ran. I told you, you can't get away. Lin Nan unsheathed his craniotomy rod and activated his teleportation ability. A second later, Lin Nan appeared behind the snake. With a bang, the 6 heads became 5. With another bang, the 5 heads became 4. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, only one head remained of the mutated giant snake. Your head's pretty tough. I've even shaved off the barbs on your mace. A flash of light flashed, and the mace in Lin Nan's hand was upgraded once again. It was not only sharper and more durable, but also had a buff that caused bleeding. As each head was smashed, the mutant snake's despair grew. It regretted swallowing that round crystal. If it hadn't, perhaps it could have lived longer and never encountered this demon. But just then, it saw another one. Despite its regret, it had only one option left, to continue devouring the crystal. It lunged forward, its maw wide open. But with only an inch between it and the crystal, it couldn't move. That inch was impassable, no matter how hard it tried. Lin Nan crouched down, holding its head with one hand while gently picking up the round crystal with the other. What is this? Lin Nan looked around and asked the system, but it replied that the system was too low level to determine. The giant snake, heartbroken when Lin Nan snatched the crystal so close to it, twisted its body wildly. Lin Nan noticed its abnormality and smiled. You want to eat? Ah. Open your mouth. The giant snake nodded and obediently opened its mouth. How naive. You believe that, of course, Lin Nan wouldn't give it to it, even though he didn't know what it was. Being toyed with by someone, the giant snake was furious. It wanted to run away, but it couldn't move at all. It knew it was doomed. Unlike the other snakes in the granary, it hadn't mutated due to infection, it had evolved directly. This was why it didn't kill like other snakes. Its attacks were more like self-defense. Therefore, despite killing many people, it still felt innocent. This giant snake, now possessing a hint of intelligence, shed tears of pain as Lin Nan raised the craniotomy rod. Chu Mingyao and the others happened to witness this scene. The young girl pointed at the giant snake in front of them and exclaimed, "Look! This snake is crying, really? I've never seen a snake cry, oh my god, it's about to become a spirit." Everyone was talking at once. Lin Nan ignored them, and the weeping snake. He suddenly said, "It's going to be bloody soon. If you can't stand it, get out of the way." Without waiting for them to react, he struck down with a club. The giant snake convulsed, severely injured. Then, Lin Nan skillfully pulled out a spider-like object and placed it on the ground. It was the prototype of the upgraded Magil Enslaver. The spider moved swiftly, quickly burrowing into the giant snake's body. Ling. Congratulations to the host for successfully taming a peak level, perfected second stage giant snake, peak level, perfect second stage? Lin Nan was stunned. That meant it was only one step away from reaching the third stage. As Lin Nan pondered this, the giant snake suddenly stood up. Its flesh and blood were rapidly healing, and its severed head was growing back. Soon, a complete, 7-headed giant snake loomed before them. Stunned, they fled desperately. Seeing this, the men on the helicopter were once again on high alert. What's going on? How did it recover? Can Brother War God still fight? The Brother War God he was referring to was Lin Nan. Su Anren also noticed something unusual and raised her sniper rifle again, but before she could even set it up, Liu Shuang's voice rang out from beside her. Oh my god. What's going on? Orochimaru. Everyone watched as the giant snake's center head suddenly attacked Lin Nan. Just as it was about to reach Lin Nan, it abruptly stopped, then, in an extremely humble gesture, allowed Lin Nan to stand on it. The surrounding people were startled, then stunned. Lin Nan calmly stood atop the giant snake's head, and as it slowly rose, it looked down upon the others. From now on, I'll call you Little Snake. Lin Nan glanced down at the snake, then raised his head again. At this moment, he also saw the helicopter that was almost on the same level as him. At the same time, he saw a woman with an extremely good figure. This woman looked so familiar. Lin Nan stood on the head of the small snake and ordered it to crawl over. Liu Shui was relatively calm when he saw the giant snake coming, but the helicopter pilot was frightened and sweating, his face flushed. Su Anren also had a red face. When she saw Lin Nan noticed her and walked towards him, her heart tightened instantly. As Lin Nan got closer and closer to her, she even felt that she could hear her own heartbeat. As the captain of the Dragon Snake Special Forces, fighting monsters had never made her so nervous. Oh, it's you, why do you look so familiar? Lin Nan walked to Su Anren's side with a calm expression. Seeing him initiate conversation, Su Anren couldn't help but grow even more nervous. She mentally encouraged herself, Su Anren, you can do this. You're the captain of the Dragon Snake Special Forces, Seeing her blushing and speechless, Lin Nan added, "But I'm surprised you managed to survive in such a dangerous place." "You're quite lucky." Liu Shui, standing nearby, felt a surge of nameless rage when he heard someone disparage their captain. However, this anger instantly vanished when he encountered Lin Nan. After all, this was the real boss. He even thought to himself, no wonder several of his brothers hadn't returned. It was truly dangerous. Even the war god felt the danger. Seeing Su Anren still silent, Lin Nan felt puzzled. She'd left without saying goodbye, but now she was ignoring him. What a strange woman. She looked quite impressive dressed up, though. Lin Nan gave a self-deprecating laugh and made to leave without looking back. "Captain, he's about to leave, aren't you going to say something?" "You know, we've been looking for him." Liu Shui wanted to say they'd been searching for a long time, but on second thought, that didn't make sense. They'd clearly found him so easily. So he quickly changed his story. "Now that he's gone, I'm afraid we'll never see him again." Su Anren's reaction was palpable. Her heart tightened, and she said almost instinctively, "Thank you for saving you." "My name is Su Anren." Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, turning to look at her with a puzzled expression. Then, as if a thought occurred to him, he smiled faintly. "Okay, Su Anren, thank you." With that, Lin Nan quickly left, leaving Su Anren bewildered. Suddenly, as if realizing something was wrong, she turned to look at Liu Shui. "Did I say something wrong?" Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Shui, who had been suppressing a laugh, suddenly broke free and burst out laughing. "Thank you for saving you, ha ha ha, thank you for saving you. Captain, you can be so cute sometimes." Liu Shui couldn't stop laughing, and even the helicopter pilot's face turned red. Su Anren looked at him and suddenly stopped talking. The helicopter instantly became quiet. Liu Shui realized that something was wrong and stopped laughing. "Go back and practice for an extra hour. And, if you tell anyone, you will die." Su Anren turned away and stopped talking. She put on a combat helmet to cover her red face. "It's so embarrassing." Chapter 38. Please say it again. The helicopter returned, carrying a shy young girl. Su Anren had sought out Lin Nan to thank him in person. Of course, there might have been a deeper reason. But his goal had been achieved to some extent. Looking at Lin Nan's back, Su Anren sighed softly. "I wonder when we'll see each other again." A military jeep lay hidden in the bushes not far from the granary. "Deputy Captain, the captain's gone. What are we going to do? Should we tie that guy up and beat him up?" a young man with the glasses whispered to Li Rulan. The man named Suyu patted Wang Bingjun on the head. "Wang Bingjun, you're out of your mind. You want us to tie him up? And beat him up? You're so stupid. Look, my hands are still shaking." They were the Dragon Snake Special Forces, who had come with Su Anren. To avoid being spotted by Su Anren, they had driven a well-concealed jeep. Their primary goal was to protect Su Anren and, by extension, to expose Lin Nan's ugly face and protect the goddess from this scumbag. Even though they didn't know whether Lin Nan was a good or bad person. But these were all previous thoughts. Like Su Anren, they had also witnessed Lin Nan's horror. Deputy Captain Li Rulan was Su Anren's #1 pursuer, and everyone knew that he would definitely not reconcile. Wang Bingjun and Suyu noticed Li Rulan's expression, which was sometimes dark and sometimes laughing wildly, making them feel that this guy was like a madman. "Deputy Captain, don't be like this, it's scary. And the captaincy is definitely yours, there's no doubt about it." Yes, Suyu is right. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. No matter how strong that guy is, he is not from our Dragon Snake Special Forces. "Don't worry," Wang Bingjun persuaded again. Unexpectedly, Li Rulan laughed again. "Damn, the one who's close to the water gets the moon first. You're too narrow-minded. Not only do I not hate this guy, I'm going to recruit him into our Dragon Snake Special Forces." "What?" Suyu and Wang Bingjun exchanged bewildered looks, unable to believe Li Rulan had said anything like that. This deputy captain was known for his vindictiveness. Recruiting him was a farce. There had to be a conspiracy. The two pondered, and there was only one reason: to recruit Lin Nan into the Dragon Snake Special Forces and use Li Rulan's influence to crush him. Li Rulan had a formidable background. His father was the deputy commander of the Z City Special Forces. If it weren't for the need for justice, Su Anren wouldn't have had the chance to become captain of the Dragon Snake Special Forces. It was mainly because Su Anren was so much stronger than him. Li Rulan spoke with awe, but the venom in his eyes caught a flicker of malevolence they both caught. I'm a misophobe. I hate it when the woman I love has someone else in her heart. So what if you're strong? Can you defeat a thunder-level weapon? Once you get in, I'll make you slay, Li Rulin vowed silently. After Su Anran completely left, Li Rulin and his men set out. I refuse. At least, now, Lin Nan, seeing their attire, remembered that they were from the same unit as Su Anran. But even when asked to join the Dragon Snake Special Forces, he decisively declined. He had to go to the Magic City to visit his grandmother. Li Rulin's eyes were a little hazy. It wasn't that Lin Nan's refusal was straightforward, but rather the two women behind him, Chu Mingyao and Xiaos. Any one of them could rival Su Anran. The way they looked at Lin Nan revealed their deep dependence on him, even their love for him. I can't even get Su Anran, and you've already got two of them. You're even throwing yourself at me. When did I, Li Rulin, become so inferior? Li Rulin thought angrily. Wait until you join the Dragon Snake Special Forces, and I'll take all your women. Li Rulin was dreaming, completely oblivious to Lin Nan's refusal. The Dragon Snake Special Forces perks were so good, and he assumed that after he made his offer, Lin Nan would definitely take it back. Brother, don't be so quick to refuse. I haven't even mentioned the perks yet. Once you join the Dragon Snake Special Forces, you won't have to worry about food anymore. To ensure training, we get meat every day. We also have the best instructors and weapons supply system. Look, you're holding a broken hammer, while we all use guns. Li Rulin put on a self-proclaimed gentle expression, feeling that his explanation was quite alluring. But Lin Nan still refused. You don't have to tell me, we're doing fine. Fine? Are you kidding me? You're out here with two weak women. Have you ever considered how they feel? Not only do they have to sleep in the open, but they also have to worry about food. Even getting a hot shower is hard. And we have everything you don't have. Li Rulin spoke passionately, his words revealing an unparalleled sense of superiority. Xiaos and Chu Mingyao couldn't help but laugh at his words. They wanted to tell this man that not only did they have everything he said, but they also had unlimited access to it. But that didn't move them at all. Li Rulin saw their smiles and thought they were interested, but instead he saw the two girls grabbing Lin Nan's clothes. Brother Nan, let's get out of here. Aren't we going to find Grandma? Yes, let's go. If we're late, Grandma might be in danger. Li Rulin clearly understood from their words that they had no interest in his previous temptations. Su and Wang Bingchen, standing nearby, were secretly horrified. As members of the Dragon Snake Special Forces, they knew full well their treatment wasn't nearly as good as he'd claimed. Or perhaps Li Rulin was hiding a lot. Take, for example, the daily rations. That was on top of intense training. Even an extra hour was torture. There were professional coaches and weapons, but the coaches were devilish, each instruction exhausting. And, most importantly, he didn't mention it, the Dragon Snake Special Forces, as a Special Forces unit, were always on the front lines, constantly battling danger. The thought of this infuriated Su and Wang Bingchen. Rumors circulated that Li Rulin was using his father's connections to try to get them off the front lines and transferred to the rear. Even when enjoying the glory of the Special Forces, he was quite enthusiastic. Don't leave. I really recruited you for your own good. Others can't even get in. Seeing Lin Nan and the others about to leave, Li Rulin tried to dissuade them. But they refused to give him a chance. Li Rulin watched their backs, outwardly calm, but inside, his teeth were gnashing with rage. From childhood to adulthood, he'd never been treated like this before. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He pointed angrily at Lin Nan and shouted, "You, stop right there." How? Lin Nan sneered. You finally can't hold it in any longer. Lin Nan turned around. His face calm instead of angry. He'd known Li Rulin was no good. From the moment he approached, he'd sensed a subtle hostility emanating from him. He felt he hadn't offended him, and perhaps there was some misunderstanding. Plus, with his status as a member of the Dragon Country's Special Forces, he didn't want to start a fight. But that didn't mean he was afraid of him. A single punch or a single blow from Lin Nan would have shattered his head. Give me a reason to stop. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Kill me. Li Rulin laughed heartily, thinking it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. He glanced at Su and Wang Bingchen, thinking they'd also find it amusing, but they were completely serious. They looked at Lin Nan as if they'd seen a ghost. Li Rulin's smile instantly faded as he saw Lin Nan's expression. Murder, evil, reckless. Li Rulin instantly felt that Lin Nan wasn't joking. He really was going to kill him. So, You're really not going to tell me? Lin Nan tightened his grip on the craniotomy rod and stepped towards him. Big Bear and Little Bear followed closely behind, their sunglasses and masks damaged in the fight, revealing their terrifying eyes. It's a zombie. Li Rulin was shocked, but that was just superficial. Xiaos, whom he had previously thought of as a weak woman, raised her hand slightly and instantly summoned a metallic giant. What terrified him most was the seven-headed serpent. To them, it was a third-level behemoth, capable of destroying the entire Snapdragon Special Forces. What are you trying to do? I'm the vice captain of the Dragon Snake Special Forces. Kill me, and you'll be enemies of the entire Dragon Snake Special Forces. No, the entire Dragon Nation. How? Lin Nan chuckled dismissively. If the entire Dragon Nation were filled with people like you, then why not make an enemy of the entire nation? But, Lin Nan suddenly thought of the old man who had gifted them the resources. Even if he didn't eat, he still donated them because he believed they could carry on the heroic legacy and protect the Dragon Nation. Thinking of this, Lin Nan continued, fortunately, there are still many heroes. That's why people like you must die, lest we tarnish the honor they earned with their lives. This was a death warrant. The Lin family army knew the craniotomy clubs were about to draw blood. The murderous intent of the third-level evolver made Li Rulin tremble. He knew he had to react. Do you really think you can kill me? You don't really think we, the Dragon Snake Special Forces, are pushovers? Li Rulin gently pulled a blue pistol from his waistband. At first glance, it looks very technological. This is a dragon country's high-tech weapon, a thunder-level pistol. No matter how powerful you are, you can't withstand a shot in front of him. This pistol gave Li Rulin great courage. But the next second, his body was instantly unable to move. Chu Mingyao walked out of the crowd, step by step to Li Rulin. Su and Wang Bingjun were stunned. They didn't know why Li Rulin didn't take action. Until they saw Chu Mingyao took the pistol from his hand effortlessly, and walked gently back to Lin Nan. They realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan couldn't help laughing. He looked at Li Rulin and chuckled. What did you say just now? Please say it again. Chapter 39 Reinforcements. You, how is that possible? Li Rulin looked at his empty hands, then at Chu Mingyao. He suddenly realized that this girl was actually an extremely rare mind controller. Once controlled by her, there was no chance of resistance. The most crucial thing was that the thunder-level weapon was actually abducted by Lin Nan. You have to know that the entire Dragon Snake Special Forces only has 3 of them, and they cannot be used without the captain's permission. This pistol was also brought out by him secretly. If the people above knew that he had lost a thunder-level weapon, he would be court-martialed. So Li Rulin panicked, but he knew that the more time passed, the more rational he had to be. It seemed that he had to use his trump card. He was not a fool. The reason he dared to confront Lin Nan was not only because he had the thunder pistol, but also because he had discovered a shocking secret. He wanted to use this secret to recruit Lin Nan into the Special Forces and use the power of the Dragon Kingdom to deal with him. Well, your name is Lin Nan, right? I admit I was reckless earlier. I apologize. Didn't you ask me why I called you? Actually, there's a very important reason. Li Rulin suppressed his inner panic and spoke word by word. It all starts with our Dragon Snake Special Forces mission. Why the hell didn't you start with the Monkey King's rampage in heaven 500 years ago? Lin Nan approached him, showing no sign of stopping. In his view, Li Rulin was just a spent force, and his words were naturally unreliable. Seeing Lin Nan's aggressive approach, Li Rulin instinctively took a step back, not even thinking about forming his words. If I'm not mistaken, you're immune to the zombie virus, right? Li Rulin pointed at Lin Nan and demanded. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then stopped. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Immunity to the zombie virus would be incredibly useful in an apocalyptic world plagued by zombies. If they could create an antiviral serum, it would practically end the apocalypse. Su and Wang Bingjun stared at him with intense eyes, as if they were watching prey. Their Dragon Snake Special Forces' duty was to find those immune to the virus. However, they soon realized that the real prey might be themselves. If Li Rulin's words were true, they would have alerted the enemy. At that moment, Lin Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Go on, I'm very interested in your reason. Lin Nan smiled, a smile that made them feel a little uneasy. Li Rulin's reaction further confirmed his previous thoughts. You want to ask me how I know, right? Just look at your wounds. Everyone's eyes fell on the dense wounds covering Lin Nan's body. the visible marks of zombie claws. Logically, a zombie bite or scratch would infect anyone with the virus, but he was completely unharmed. If these scratches aren't enough, then look at that girl's neck. Everyone's attention shifted to Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao had been bitten by a zombie before, and the wound hadn't healed yet. She tried to hide it, but it was too late. The others had seen it. If Lin Nan's scratches weren't enough, then Chu Mingyao's bite was definitely solid evidence. It seems you can not only immunize yourself, but also heal others. Am I right, Mr. Lin Nan? Li Rulin was convinced by his own reasoning, especially when he noticed Chu Mingyao's wound. This was undoubtedly a sure thing for Lin Nan. However, Su and Wang Bingchen weren't as excited as Li Rulin. Instead, they were devastated. It's over, it's over. This deputy captain is an idiot. Can't you just say it in private? Showing off your intelligence is like asking for death. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Lin Nan suddenly clapped his hands. Excellent, a very brilliant analysis. You must have watched a lot of Conan. But do you know? Every time Conan appears in an episode, someone dies. What do you mean? Li Rulin's expression changed instantly. He had just been basking in the public's approval of his reasoning, but Lin Nan's sudden change of tone caught him off guard. Nothing, just asking you to die. Lin Nan tightened his grip on the craniotomy rod and began to move again. His blood couldn't actually be used to create antiviral serum. The system had already told him this, but the next thing the system said was that his blood was serum. An injection of his blood would protect against the virus, but it would require a full tube, meaning even if you were drained, he wouldn't be able to save many. Saving the entire Dragon Nation through him was simply unrealistic. Furthermore, if this secret became known to more people, he would not only be used as a guinea pig for experiments, but more likely as a serum bank. People would not care if he lived or died, and would recklessly exploit him. Therefore, for his own survival, this man before him must die, not just him, but the other two as well. Luckily, Wang Fugia and the others aren't here. I don't want to stain my hands with the blood of others I don't care about. Lin Nan raised the craniotomy rod. Li Rulin's face paled, unsure how things had turned out this way. Lin Nan, you can't do this. You have to think about the country. Sacrifice the little self for the greater good. Li Rulin began to play the patriotic card. Lin Nan scoffed. You're not me. Why should I sacrifice myself? Does the little self have no human rights? Idiots like you, who only know how to make sarcastic remarks, will be killed from now on. If I see two, I'll kill a pair. If I see a nation, I'll exterminate an entire clan. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Nan's craniotomy rod fell. Li Rulin knew that with a strike, he would have no chance of survival. At that moment, a blue beam suddenly appeared. It was extremely fast and filled with murderous intent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Before the Lin family army could react, the beam reached Lin Nan. Lin Nan's face trembled upon noticing the incoming beam. It was so fast that his threat perception was almost synchronized with it, perhaps even a step behind. He was unable to react. I can't dodge. That was Lin Nan's first feeling. His second was that it was over. He was going to die. Even with his divine armor still in place, Lin Nan knew he couldn't withstand the beam's attack. This blue beam was too fast, too strange, and the damage was too high. He couldn't understand where this creature had come from. In this world where first-order creatures were the norm, and before the next general evolution, Lin Nan, with his third-order strength, had already reached the pinnacle. How could such a powerful being still exist? What was most unbearable was that he had even resorted to a sneak attack. Was he just being too good at it? Lin Nan was despairing, and the hearts of the two little girls, Xiao's and Chu Mingyao, were in their throats. Meanwhile, Li Rulin's eyes were filled with surprise. However, this surprise was short-lived, because the beam wasn't aimed at Lin Nan, but at the mace in his hand. With a bang, the craniotomy rod shattered. It was then that Lin Nan realized the source of the beam. It was a slowly approaching helicopter, difficult to spot without careful observation. But Lin Nan saw it all the same. Furthermore, he saw the woman named Su Enren, holding a sniper rifle and aiming at him. The woman slowly lowered the rifle, her eyes reddening. But Lin Nan didn't see any of this. A flicker of confusion, regret, and anger flashed through his eyes, and he finally closed them. Lin Nan fell. The beam that had shattered the craniotomy rod didn't disappear, Part of it flowed down the rod and landed on Lin Nan's body. Lin Nan felt a palpitation, and then he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Chu Mingyao and Xiaos rushed over. "Brother Nan, Mr. Lin Nan," they hugged Lin Nan and gently patted his face. But he didn't react. "Brother Nan isn't dead. He's still breathing." Chu Mingyao gently placed her hand on Lin Nan's neck, and upon discovering he was still alive, tears welled up in her eyes. Big Bear, Little Bear, and the little snakes behind them panicked upon seeing their master collapse. They realized a beam of light was coming from the helicopter and were about to charge forward, but Chu Mingyao stopped them. "Come back. Brother Nan isn't even a match for you. Going there would be a death wish. I don't want him to wake up and find you dead." Chu Mingyao knew the person firing the beam didn't intend to kill Lin Nan, it was more likely a warning. The three creatures listened closely to Chu Mingyao. Lin Nan had once told them that the two women were the only ones besides him who could command them. So, upon receiving the order, they halted their attack. Li Rulin slowly rose from the ground. Seeing the helicopter behind him, he realized reinforcements had arrived, and his previous arrogance returned. "Haha, you didn't expect it. My men are here," Li Rulin exclaimed excitedly. His narrow escape had only deepened his dislike for the people before him. "All of you, just wait until you're captured and sent to the special forces. I'll kill you." But at this moment, a completely different voice rang out. "Go!" It came from above. It was Su Enran. A helicopter flew over, and she jumped from it. "What?" Hearing Su Enran's announcement of releasing the people, Li Rulin was bewildered. "Why would you let them go? I almost died at their hands. How dare you say that? If you hadn't left the base without permission, would this have happened?" Su Enran said angrily. "If Sky Eye hadn't spotted you, we wouldn't have rushed here. You would have been dead." It was the first time Li Rulin and the others had seen Su Enran so angry, and for a moment, they felt a little ashamed. But Li Rulin had seen the world, after all, and he had good reason. "We didn't leave without permission. We found someone immune to the virus, and we're out here on a mission." Chapter 40 Sleep Talk. "And the person immune to the virus is none other than Lin Nan." Li Rulin pointed at the lying Lin Nan, speaking with confidence. "So his name is Lin Nan." Su Enran was stunned for a moment, suddenly realizing that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Are you mistaken? You don't think we can't defeat you, do you?" It was Chu Mingyao who spoke. Her eyes were usually pure, but this time, they held a chilling coldness. Su Enran couldn't help but feel heartbroken as she gazed at her. Chu Mingyao and Xiaos naturally recognized her. Although Su Enran had initially treated them coldly in the secret realm, the two girls hadn't taken it seriously. After saving her, they were afraid that Lin Nan's indifference would frighten her, and they offered constant comfort. But now, these two gentle women were looking at her coldly, as if she were a stranger. Su Enran felt heartbroken, even aggrieved, but she had no regrets. If she hadn't stopped Lin Nan, he would have been wanted by the entire country. It wasn't that she was overthinking it, it was simply because Li Rulin's father, Li Shuangqiang, had the ability, and she didn't want Lin Nan to seek his own death. So she fired that shot. "Don't act rashly. The weapon I hold is capable of killing a level 3 mutant," Su Enran suddenly declared. But before she could finish her words, her body suddenly became immobilized. Li Rulin was shocked. Another move, he considered wresting the weapon from Su Enran's hand, but Chu Mingyao clearly didn't want to give him that opportunity. Then, even he was immobilized. Su and Wang Bingchen, standing nearby, and Liu Shui, hiding in the plane, were all controlled. Even so, Su Enran signaled Chu Mingyao with her eyes, asking her to stop. Chu Mingyao saw what she meant, and with a wave of her hand, she sent them flying. Chu Mingyao sighed. She couldn't match Lin Nan's decisiveness, and she didn't dare stay for long, fearing reinforcements would arrive. So they left. Finally, they stumbled to their feet, but when they looked back, they had vanished. Seeing this, Li Rulin flew into a rage. He demanded, "You had the chance to kill Lin Nan, why didn't you do it?" Su Enran scoffed at his questioning. "If you had killed him, do you think we'd still be alive?" Li Rulin thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. But just as he was about to say something else, Su Enran interrupted him. "Instead of putting the blame on me, why don't you think about how you're going to get back to us?" Li Rulin was stunned. He didn't understand what Su Enran meant until he saw the sniper rifle in her hand. It suddenly occurred to him that the Thunderbolt pistol he'd stolen was still with Lin Nan. He panicked. Taking a Thunderbolt-class weapon without the captain's permission is tantamount to theft, a felony. I can authorize you because we're a team, but if you lose the weapon, I'm completely helpless. You know the consequences better than I do. Li Rulin was stunned after hearing her words. According to the regulations, he will be exempted from all his duties, and even have to go to the front line to serve as the lowest level soldier for 3 years. From the deputy captain of the Dragon Snake Special Forces to an ordinary soldier, and going to the front line, this is really tantamount to suicide. What's even more ridiculous is that this regulation was proposed by his father Li Shuoqiang. Thinking of this, Li Rulin panicked and fainted. Su and Wang Bingchen dragged him into the car, but he thought in his heart that he deserved it, and was almost killed by him. On the provincial road to the Magic City, an RV was running at high speed. Xiaoz was driving. She turned her head and looked at Chu Mingyao in the co-pilot seat and said, Yao, I think that sniper rifle is pretty good. Why don't you take it back? It's precisely because the gun is so powerful that I'm afraid that taking it back will implicate the girl I met in the secret realm. In fact, I can feel that her intentions are not bad. Then why are you still putting on such a cold expression? To be honest, it really scared me at the time. Xiaoze asked again. Really, Sister Xiaoze? I don't know what happened either. I was just very angry when I saw Brother Nan fall down. Don't blame me, your expression is also scary. Chu Mingyao turned her head to look at Xiaoze. At this time, Lin Nan was lying in bed, breathing steadily and powerfully. Perhaps he would wake up soon. This is why they could chat and laugh so happily. The drive was not boring either. For example, looking at the small snake crawling swiftly outside the window, Big Bear and Little Bear stood beside it, gazing into the distance in a serious manner. For example, listening to Lin Nan sleep talking, he would shout in an arrogant tone, come on, see if I don't blow your heads off and that's it. Big Bear and Little Bear, kill him, he would also murmur in a heartbreaking voice, Liu Zi, I found Yao. I will take care of her for you. You can rest in peace. Hearing this, Chu Mingyao's eyes were filled with tears and a smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. However, as she laughed, Chu Mingyao was stunned. She heard Lin Nan shouting in a very shy and nervous voice, Xiaoze, this is my first time too, I'm a little nervous. Xiaoze, am I okay? Xiaoze also heard Lin Nan's mumbling in his sleep, and his face turned red. Rascal, Chu Mingyao blushed and couldn't help scolding. She was not a 3-year-old child anymore. How could she not hear the meaning of Lin Nan's words? She could even imagine the scene in Lin Nan's dream. At this moment, Lin Nan shouted again, Yao. Chu Mingyao's face instantly turned red to her ears when she heard Lin Nan calling her name. Yao, I will protect you, yet. Chu Mingyao nodded slightly, with a little expectation in her heart. But after a long time, she could no longer hear Lin Nan's voice. And then, nothing? Chu Mingyao was stunned. Is that it? Hulu, Lin Nan's snoring sounded. Chu Mingyao was completely stunned. That's it. The little girl suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable loss in her heart. She felt that she was being treated differently. Am I not attractive enough? Bad guy. In a base in City Z, an extremely strong middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke heavily, and then put out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. He looked at the people sitting around him, patted the table and said loudly, that's it, Soldier Li Rulin, although you lost a Thunder-level pistol, you also passed on to us a very important information, which is the whereabouts of those who are immune to the virus. This is more meaningful than losing a gun, and it may even determine the direction of the future battle. So, I think not only should he not be punished, but he should be rewarded. What do you all think? Oh, and don't just flatter him because he's my son. I want you to be honest. To be honest, Soldier Li Rulin does deserve a commendation. I think so too. Right. Li Rulin is worthy of being the deputy captain. He has a strong sense of the overall situation. Compared to that, what's the big picture of losing a weapon? The people chatted and laughed, praising Li Shuoqiang's decision. One more thing, I remember that Su Anren seemed to have used one bullet, right? Not only did he fail to inflict the damage the enemy deserved, but he also let them escape. I think this is a serious dereliction of duty. Think about how precious that bullet was, worth hundreds of millions. And in the end, it was useless. Liu Shui stood aside. He was not only a member of the Dragon Snake Special Forces, but also a recorder of important meetings. At this moment, he felt like he had eaten a fly. Your son lost a gun, and the merits and demerits are offset. Our captain used a bullet, and you guys grabbed it. You should know that without that bullet, your damned son would have died. And you still say that no damage was caused? If there was real damage, and Brother God of War was killed, how can you find any immune people? As expected, there is a son for every father, a bunch of idiots. Of course, Liu Shui only dared to mutter such words in his heart. He didn't have the courage to say it out loud. How about letting Li Rulin be the captain of the Dragon Snake Special Forces, and removing Su Anren from his deputy position? At this moment, a fat man suddenly said. The office instantly became quiet. The fat man found something wrong, and quickly changed his words and said, I just made a suggestion. Good suggestion. Li Shuoqiang slammed the table again and said loudly. Seeing his reaction, the people around him immediately aimed at his butt and started shooting frantically. Fatty Chen's suggestion is right. Soldier Li Rulin does have the style of a captain. Besides, how can a special forces team be led by a woman? That's right. Soldier Li Rulin's contribution this time will even be recorded in the annals of history. I, Chen, nominate him for captain. In fact, I have disliked that Su Anren for a long time. Not only does he have ideological problems, but his consciousness is also not high. He is not as broad-minded and strategic as the young master. Oh, no, not as brave as Soldier Li Rulin. The man named Su Lei also spoke passionately. But at this moment, Li Shuoqiang spoke. Huh? District Chief Su, what you said is wrong, Li Shuoqiang retorted. You can say that Captain Su Anren's consciousness is not high. How can you say that you dislike him? I hope this is the last time I hear such vulgar and prejudiced words. Yes, Commander Li is right to criticize him. I will definitely change. Su Lei nodded repeatedly in agreement, the incandescent light shining brightly on the sweat on his forehead. Liu Shui saw it all and wanted to tear these people apart. It's over. This special forces team will be handed over to Li Rulin in the future. Then how can we live a good life? And the captain, she will definitely be furious. A bunch of idiots who pretend to obey but secretly disobey. There is no way we can keep Z City if it is handed over to you. Liu Shui could even imagine how miserable the future would be. But what puzzled him was that when he was a recorder, these people didn't flatter him so much. At this moment, Li Shuoqiang spoke again. Next, let's talk about Commander Luo Tian's unfortunate infection with the virus. Chapter 41. Something unusual happened. Commander Luo Tian has contracted the virus. Liu Shui was stunned for a moment, his mind in turmoil. He glanced at the assembled crowd, and from their expressions, it was clear they had known the news for a long time. They're all old foxes, no wonder they're all obsessed with Li Shuoqiang. Liu Shui was indignant, but he was even more puzzled by how Commander Luo had suddenly contracted the virus. As a member of the Special Forces, he had assumed the base was perfectly safe. Ahem, Li Shuoqiang suddenly coughed softly, then feigned deep sorrow. Commander Luo Tian has made tremendous contributions to the security of our city Z. I'm deeply sorry to see what happened to him. However, the defense must continue, and I will take over his responsibilities and safeguard our city Z. As he spoke, Li Shuoqiang pulled a letter of appointment from his briefcase. This was faxed over from headquarters yesterday. I will be replacing Commander Luo as the Commander-in-Chief of City Z. Please review it to avoid accusing me of forgery. Letter of appointment. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It was obvious that they had not expected the position of Commander-in-Chief to fall into Li Shuoqiang's hands so quickly. However, if you think about it carefully, it actually makes sense. After all, this is not an ordinary time, and the opportunity to fight cannot be delayed because of this. After receiving the letter of appointment, these leaders and district chiefs all looked at it symbolically, and no one really examined it in detail. Li Shuoqiang nodded slightly, very satisfied with their performance. I wonder what Commander Li's plan is next. Will he continue to defend or take the initiative to attack? Su Lei suddenly asked. Of course, we will proceed steadily according to the previous arrangements, but one thing is very important, that is to block all roads leading out of the city. A fierce look flashed in Li Shuoqiang's eyes. We must cooperate with the Dragon Snake Special Forces to complete the hunting operation of the immune people. According to the information sent by the Sky Eye, they are on the WS-250 provincial road leading to the Magic City. Order all special forces to go out and capture the virus-immune people for me. In the face of national justice, you actually choose to be such a villain with such a small vision. For such people, as long as they are brought back alive, I don't ask what means you will use. After listening to Li Shuoqiang's words, everyone nodded heavily. At that moment, Fatty Chen suddenly said, "Oh, I remember the information said that person's strength was level 3, and he even tamed a nearly level 3 mutant snake, Tisk." Li Shuoqiang was filled with disdain. A mere level 3. Our entire special forces team has a total of 9 thunder-level weapons. Are we really afraid of him and his beast? 2 level 3 weapons, only 8 left, Liu Shui said instinctively, because one had already been lost by Li Rulin. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had said something wrong. Everyone's eyes quickly focused on him. The scene suddenly quieted down. After a few seconds of silence, Li Shuoqiang suddenly laughed. "Haha, not bad, young man, you're good at math. I remember our base area elementary school is short of a math teacher. It's unfair to have you here as a recorder. You should teach tomorrow. Also, I remember that elementary school is quite close to Provincial Highway WS 250, right?" He glanced at everyone in confusion, then quickly redirected his question. Everyone instantly turned into nodding machines, nodding frantically in agreement. "That's all, then. I'll go and try to persuade Comrade Li Rulin, because he's been deeply hurt by this. I'm going to do his job." Dismissed, Li Shuoqiang glanced at the stunned Liu Shui, snorted, and left without a backward glance. The others followed suit, leaving Liu Shui alone in the vast office. He stared blankly at the incandescent light overhead, the smoke swirling around him, reflecting his current state of mind. That's it. I've escaped death so many times defending City Z, and every time I nearly died, and just because of a single word, they fired me, haha. Haha. So funny. Liu Shui stumbled to his feet, trembling, and disappeared into the dim corridor. Lin Nan woke up. He had been asleep for 2 days and was now staring blankly at the ceiling of the RV. He was thinking about many things. He thought about Suanren, who had shot him, about Li Rulin, who had let him go, about the prospect of living a secretive life in the future, and naturally, about his grandmother. Just then, Chu Mingyao's voice rang out. "Brother Nan, it's time for dinner," Lin Nan replied, sitting up. Noticing Xiao standing next to him, he casually patted her hip. "Did I dream about you?" Lin Nan smiled wickedly, though he spoke quietly. His sudden action, however, startled Xiao's. After she recovered, she glanced at Chu Mingyao, who was setting the table, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw she hadn't noticed. Blushing, she nodded slightly. "I know." "Huh? How did you know?" Lin Nan paused. "Did you awaken some incredible skill again?" Xiao saw his bewildered expression, a stark contrast from when he held the craniotomy rod. This contrast struck her as adorable. "No, you were talking in your sleep. Yao and I both heard it, oh my god." "What did I say?" Lin Nan stared at Xiao's smiling face, dazed. "That smile of yours feels profound, Lin Nan kun, you're right." Xiao's face flushed even more, and she hurried out. During dinner, Lin Nan furtively glanced at Chu Mingyao. His previous, somewhat filthy thoughts were gone. Now he simply considered the girl his sister. Precisely because of this, he was afraid of tainting her innocent heart. Fortunately, he didn't notice anything unusual about Chu Mingyao. "Brother Nan, the highway to Shanghai is just ahead, but I have a bad feeling." Chu Mingyao frowned slightly, and the crispy meat on her chopsticks accidentally fell onto the table. Lin Nan instinctively picked it up and put it in his mouth. "We should prepare for the worst." "But you did remind me." As he spoke, Lin Nan raised his hand, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a drone. Originally priced at 50 kill points, a reconnaissance drone is now only 5. "We can send a drone for reconnaissance." Lin Nan had long realized that once Li Rulin returned, his immunity to the virus would undoubtedly be exposed, and he would be hunted and intercepted. But, Chu Mingyao suddenly said, "What if this drone is discovered and shot down?" "If it's discovered, it's discovered," Lin Nan said nonchalantly. "I have plenty of drones." A mere 5 points was nothing to Lin Nan, who now had 20,000 kill points. Lin Nan stepped outside the car and waved his hand gently. And nearly 100 more drones appeared in an instant. Chu Mingyao and Xiao's were already accustomed to this. "Oh, that's an oversight," Lin Nan suddenly realized that the other party might also use drones, so he raised his hand again, and a small device appeared in his hand. "What is this?" Xiaos asked in confusion. "Signal blocking device. This thing can interfere with electromagnetic devices within a kilometer." Any military equipment Lin Nan could think of would generally be found in the system store. Watching the drone slowly rise, a small screen appeared in Lin Nan's hand. Through this screen, Lin Nan could share the drone's field of view, and several drones could work together, providing a nearly 360-degree field of view. Because they were not far from a highway intersection, they waited a short while before the drones arrived at a toll booth. Many wrecked cars lay piled together, and piles of corpses lay scattered around. However, being far from town, the zombies were few, perhaps because they had been cleared out. All the drones remained dormant in the nearby woods, with only one group of drones set aside for reconnaissance. Sure enough, there are a lot of people here. But judging by their uniforms, they must be members of the special forces. Many people were hiding in the woods, but they were still detected by the drones. The special forces counter-detection methods were also very advanced. When the drones discovered them, they also discovered the drones. Before Lin Nan could understand what was happening, the drones exploded, and the screen in his hand suddenly went black. Lin Nan realized he had been discovered, but he remained calm. Simply scouting the number of people wasn't his goal, he also needed to observe the combat effectiveness and weaponry of the people. So, another group of drones took off. But this time, he noticed something unusual. Alarms blared from the screen, and through it, Lin Nan saw red warning lights flashing in all directions. He saw several helicopters hovering in midair. "Liu Shui, I urge you to immediately lower and surrender your thunder weapons. Don't risk your life. We are in dire need of our men right now. Do you still have the chance to atone for your crimes after being executed?" Lin Nan recognized the man holding the weapon. It was the man who had sat next to Su Enren. "Ho ha, how ridiculous. Atone for your crimes? Do you think I'm Li Ruolin? Not only did I lose my thunder weapons without any harm, I even got promoted and demoted Captain Su to deputy. He and his father are both idiots. I'm telling you, if you stay in a team like this, you'll be doomed sooner or later." Liu Shui laughed wildly, the chill evening breeze whipping his bangs up and drying the tears from his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered his father, an outstanding Dragon Nation soldier, but he sacrificed his life for his country when Liu Shui was still very young. That same day, Liu Shui also vowed to become a warrior like his father. Through tireless effort, he became a member of the Special Forces and even a recorder for important meetings. But he never imagined that a single sentence would lead him to become a teacher. That day, the white in his eyes turned black, his faith collapsed, and he missed his father. He wanted to go downstairs and ask him, "Why is this different from what I expected?" If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Falling into My Hands. Liu Shui, a female voice echoed from the crowd. She slowly emerged, tears welling in her eyes. "Put down your weapons. You'll only die if you continue this stalemate, you know." Liu Shui froze for a moment. "Captain, are you here to persuade me too?" A hint of sadness flashed across Liu Shui's desolate gaze, and he smiled. "Well, I'm glad to see you before I die. Even though you always look so cold, I know you always take care of me like a sister. I hope to be your brother in my next life." "What nonsense. Put down your gun. You only have a gun. You still have a way out. At worst, I'll go to the front lines with you and kill zombies together to make amends, okay?" "Listen, Liu Shui," Su Enren shouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. Even so, Liu Shui shook his head. "Without my sister, I have no way out. You probably didn't know this." Liu Shui unzipped the backpack in his arms, and a round object rolled to the ground. After it rolled several times and stood upright, everyone around looked over. When they saw what it was, they gasped. It was Li Ruolin's head. "Sister, as you can see, I killed him." Su Enren was stunned. She noticed a thunderbolt weapon was missing, and after learning that Liu Shui was wanted, she instinctively assumed it was because of the weapon. But then she saw Li Ruolin's head. She couldn't believe Liu Shui would actually kill him. Moreover, assassinating a colleague was a capital crime. Liu Shui must die. How could you be so stupid? How could you be so stupid? Su Anren collapsed to the ground in tears, a scene witnessed clearly by Lin Nan. Goodness! You actually killed Li Rulin. What a tough guy. Lin Nan stood up and loosened his bones. Where are you going, Lin Nan? Xiaoz asked hurriedly, realizing that Lin Nan was about to leave. I haven't moved in a while. I'm looking for a fight. Don't run around. I'll be right back. With that, Lin Nan disappeared in an instant. As long as you and Li Rulin are enemies, you're my Lin Nan's friends. I'll save your life. At this moment, a sorrowful Liu Shui was unaware that the war god, whom he once admired with all his heart, had already decided to spare his life. However, dozens of guns were already pointed at him, and many among them sympathized with him, but there was nothing he could do. As a soldier, military orders were as firm as a mountain. Naturally, where there was sympathy, there was also dislike, like the apathetic middle-aged man sitting in one of the helicopters. He was the murdered man's father, Li Shuoqiang. Li Shuoqiang had never imagined that simply dismissing a young man would lead to his son's death. He admitted that when he dismissed Liu Shui, he was blinded by his sudden surge of power. He had thought Liu Shui was just an insignificant dent, but that it had stung his son to death. Li Shuoqiang would never forget that scene, the sight of a headless body lying on the bed, blood staining the disheveled sheets. He could even imagine his son's desperate struggle before his death. Even until he actually saw Li Rulin's head, he couldn't believe his son was truly dead. Go with peace of mind. Your father has avenged you, Li Shuoqiang, tears in his eyes, gently said to Su Yu and Wang Bingchen beside him. Shoot! The two men froze for a moment, but still raised their weapons. Brother, I'm sorry. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Just as they were thinking, they pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullets hurtled towards Liu Shui. They closed their eyes. Rest in peace. The expected screams didn't come. Instead, Li Shuoqiang sat up straight. His eyes widened, staring at the scene before him in disbelief. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of Liu Shui, his body shimmering with a faint red light. It was Lin Nan. He stood before Liu Shui, and the bullets hit him, but upon impact, they flattened into shell casings. The bullets couldn't penetrate him at all. Everyone was shocked. Their original mission was to intercept Lin Nan, so naturally they knew him. Is this the strength of a level 3 evolver? He can actually withstand bullets. Some special forces members, armed with thunder-level weapons, instinctively tighten their grip on their guns. What are you standing there for? Go, capture him. Li Shuoqiang poked his head out of the helicopter, barking orders almost frantically. Go. Lin Nan appeared in front of him in an instant and slapped him across the face, knocking him unconscious. When he came to his senses, Lin Nan appeared before Su Anren again. Su Anren stared at him blankly, unable to believe she would see Lin Nan again, and in such a state. I remember you knocked me unconscious earlier. Lin Nan's face was cold. Su Anren's heart tightened at his words. She knew Lin Nan was still angry with him, and she silently lowered her head. Raise your head. Lin Nan reached out and gently lifted her chin. As punishment, Lin Nan gently put his mouth forward. More angry, haha, Lin Nan grinned. Looking back, he had returned to Liu Shui's side. Goodbye, sons. Lin Nan waved his hand and used his teleportation skill again. Only this time, his skill failed. He turned around and saw a man looking at him with a smirk. This was Su Longjin, captain of the Qianlong Special Forces, whose special ability was the special cage. Haha, do you really think we didn't prepare anything to capture you alive? You may be a level 3, but you're too naive. Su Longjin laughed, then aimed several thunder-level weapons at Lin Nan. It's over. I wanted to show off, but I got slapped in the face. Lin Nan reached out to touch the special cage in front of him, and surprisingly, he touched a thin barrier. There's something solid. Lin Nan suddenly clenched his fist. Seeing his actions, the people around him were stunned. What is he doing? He's not trying to smash the captain's space cage, is he? How is that possible? I've never seen anyone do that. Bang! The man hadn't finished his words when the surroundings shook as if by an earthquake. Then, Lin Nan swaggered out, dragging Liu Shui with him. You're not good enough. One hammer broke it. But your skills are still good. Lin Nan smiled faintly, unfazed by the recent incident. Seeing him escape, everyone rushed forward to chase him, but was blocked by the void in front of them. This was a space cage. They turned to look at Su Longjin, who innocently spread his hands to indicate that it wasn't him. Take your time, play. I'm leaving now." With that, Lin Nan and Liu Shui vanished, leaving everyone in shock. However, there was one exception. Instead of being stunned, their face flushed. Su Anren couldn't help but smile as she recalled Lin Nan's words, "Be angry." She had never imagined that her first kiss would be taken away by Lin Nan in such a situation. But she also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know why Lin Nan had saved Liu Shui, the outcome was good. Liu Shui wasn't dead, and she was relieved. "Don't forget I took 2 bullets for you." Lin Nan glanced back at Liu Shui. Liu Shui didn't answer, but instead asked, "Big brother, why did you save me?" As he spoke, Liu Shui was like a boy who had suffered a great injustice, on the verge of tears again. "Come on, I hate seeing a grown man crying. I saved you because you're so passionate and I didn't want you to die like this. Besides, I hate that Li Rulan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?" After hearing Lin Nan's words, Liu Shui fell silent again. He turned his back on Lin Nan, looked up at the sky, and cried silently. "But what's the use of my passion? They have no idea how much I've suffered to join the special forces. Just because I told the truth, they want to fire me. Is it that old man?" Lin Nan asked calmly. "How do you know?" Liu Shui turned his head, looking at him with confusion. He must be Li Rulan's relative, or his father, since they both have the same sloppy face. Haha, Liu Shui laughed at Lin Nan's words. "So Brother War God can swear, what the hell, Brother War God?" Wait a minute, Lin Nan had barely finished speaking when she vanished, leaving Liu Shui alone and beautiful in the wind. "You bunch of losers. We give you so much funding every year, and you're just feeding a bunch of good-for-nothings. You have such good weapons, but you can't even keep a single person. Tell me, what use do I have for you?" Li Shuoqiang pointed his gun at the special forces and shouted at them, completely disregarding his own image, unleashing his fury. The murderer and the target were missing. It would be unbearable for anyone. But these people were also furious. What good was a Thunderbolt-level gun? Just go up and shoot him? What if they killed him? That was why Lin Nan was always in a hurry. He was afraid of being stabbed by that kind of gun again. Li Shuoqiang was still scolding, his whole body shaking with anger. At this moment, he felt someone suddenly pat him from behind. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he turned his head and saw that person again. Lin Nan was back again. "Well, please come with me." As soon as the words fell, before Li Shuoqiang knew what was happening, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Then Liu Shui suddenly saw that Lin Nan appeared in front of him again like the wind, and he was surprised to find that Li Shuoqiang was actually behind him. The two of them stared at each other, both with confused faces. "Don't kill me, I don't want to break up with my country yet." Lin Nan walked to the side and silently lit a cigarette. Liu Shui glanced at Lin Nan, his eyes full of admiration and touching, but these emotions instantly turned into endless grief and indignation when his eyes fell on Li Shuoqiang. He looked at the trembling Li Shuoqiang, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You didn't expect that there would be a day when you would fall into my hands." Chapter 43. You know she likes you, right? Liu Shui, you killed my son Rulan, and now you're bringing me here, acting like you have a deep hatred for me. Clearly, I should be the one angry. Are you angry? Liu Shui threw a punch, knocking him to the ground. Just because I told the truth, you dismiss all my efforts, my faith, my perseverance. How dare you be angry? You're in a high position, yet you're raising a son and committing sin. With power in your hands, you think you're a god, the heaven, and that you can control us powerless people at will. You're so self-righteous and so ignorant. Don't you know that when we little people get angry, we'll resist too, and if we can't, we'll resort to extremes? Liu Shui continued his attack with punches and kicks. Lin Nan patted his shoulder, signaling him to stop. Li Shuoqiang was a tough nut to crack. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stumbled to his feet. Young man, I advise you to be careful. Not only did you attack me, the commander of City Z, who is over 50 years old, but you also assassinated colleagues and stole the thunder weapons. You will be punished for all these crimes. The Dragon Nation will not let you go. The end of the world has come. We will all die. Before you kill us, take care of yourselves first. With less than 5 days left until the second general evolution, when level 2 mutants will become the mainstream, these special forces, lacking even a single level 2 evolver, will have no chance of defending City Z. The situation will undoubtedly change dramatically. However, that's not entirely certain. Lin Nan suddenly remembered that they still had many thunder-level weapons. While these weapons were expensive to manufacture and operate, they delivered incredible damage, capable of holding their own against even level 3 mutants. If only I could get a few more, Lin Nan pondered. The greatest danger in this operation lay with those hiding in the shadows. If they were ambushed, they might not be as lucky as last time. But, to be honest, Lin Nan was still tempted. As long as I'm fast enough, it shouldn't be a problem. The main problem was the tight time frame for the second evolution. If second-order mutants become prevalent, third-order ones will increase in number. Without absolute strength, the consequences would be disastrous. You keep an eye on him. I'll go get some more guns. Leaving that message, Lin Nan vanished again. It's over, it's over. The commander's been kidnapped. What should we do next? Wang Bingchen frantically paced back and forth. What's the rush? We can just wait a little longer. And I have a feeling he'll definitely be back. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him trembled, and then he saw Lin Nan, his arm around his shoulders. Hello, brothers. I'm back. Everyone was stunned. How dare you come back? Where did you take our commander? Send him back now, or we'll shoot. He quickly raised his thunder sniper rifle, and several more guns were aimed at Lin Nan. Don't worry. I'll bring him back to you once my little brother has vented his anger. Lin Nan raised his hand, signaling them to calm down, but his expression remained calm, without a trace of fear. Lin Nan, don't do anything stupid. Commander Li, you must not kill him. It was Su Anren who spoke these words, the only one among the crowd who didn't point a gun at Lin Nan. Seeing her worried expression, Lin Nan frowned slightly. Are you concerned about me? As he finished speaking, Lin Nan had already reached behind Su Anren, hugging her from behind and gently grasping her smooth index finger. To his surprise, Su Anren didn't resist at all, which made him feel bored. After all, Lin Nan's motive was simply to avenge the shot. However, Su Anren's perfectly curvaceous figure made Lin Nan feel a little hot. He took a deep breath, then slowly let it out, finally calming himself. However, when he blew into Su Anren's ear, her pretty face instantly turned red, and her fists clenched subconsciously. The gun in her arms was easily taken away by Lin Nan. Before everyone could recover from the shock, Lin Nan whispered, I won't be polite with your guns. After that, several afterimages passed through the crowd, and then a strange force came. The Special Forces members suddenly felt their wrists tighten, and then the guns in their hands disappeared along with the afterimages like magic. Such a good gun is of little use in your hands. Why not give it to me? A female member of the Special Forces stomped her feet in anger. Why are you saying that? The gun is already in your hands. And, you bastard, you actually took advantage of me. Lin Nan smiled slightly. Who told you to hold it so tightly? Then, without giving him a chance to speak, Lin Nan disappeared again. In the reed marsh beside Provincial Highway WS 250, Li Shuoqiang panted as he looked at the nervous Liu Shui. You don't think he'll come back, do you? All of my special forces are battle-hardened veterans, and they have several thunder weapons. Liu Shui ignored him. Li Shuoqiang had been right. As a member of the special forces, he understood the power of thunder weapons better than anyone. He wanted to run back to see if he could help. But just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. A good gun is something special. Not only is it technologically advanced, but the bullets are actually liquid. Lin Nan had returned, a trip that took less than 5 minutes. Li Shuoqiang's eyes widened as he watched Lin Nan return with a full load. A bunch of trash, all of them. Liu Shui was even more incredulous. Brother War God, how did you get so many? 1, 2, 3, Liu Shui roughly counted, and then said in shock, damn. You actually got all the thunder weapons in the special forces, huh? After hearing what Liu Shui said, Lin Nan was stunned. Your special forces only have these 9. He noticed that Liu Shui still had one in his hand, and with his, there were exactly 9. Just these, 9. Liu Shui looked at Lin Nan helplessly. Brother War God, you are wrong. In fact, there are only these 9 in the entire Z City, and this is because Z City is the provincial capital of H Province, with a large population and high governance difficulty, so the headquarters specially approved an extra series of weapons. The so-called series refers to a group of 3 weapons, namely a sniper rifle, a burst sniper rifle, and a pistol. Some small towns don't even have a single gun, and the most important thing is bullets. Liu Shui paused. These bullets, like guns, are extremely technologically advanced and expensive, and the use of each bullet must have a legitimate and reasonable reason. Although 9 guns were approved, each weapon only comes with 5 rounds of ammunition, including pistols. Damn it, Lin Nan was shocked after hearing Liu Shui's explanation. So stingy, huh? What do you know? Li Shuoqiang stood by and said indignantly. Do you know how much effort our Longuo has put into making these guns? Don't think you're awesome just because you have a gun. What can you do without bullets? Lin Nan glanced at him and said disdainfully, I don't know how much effort the country has put in, but I know it's not your turn to lecture me now. Liu Shui couldn't stand it anymore. Now you're acting so righteous, speculating, and letting your children do evil. Why don't you think about the responsibilities the country has given you? Li Shuoqiang was speechless after being confronted by his 2 juniors. He tried hard to recall his contributions to Longuo, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of anything. At that moment, a motorhome slowly approached them. Seeing Chu Mingyao and Xiao's, Lin Nan was startled. Why are you here? We were worried about your safety, so we controlled a series of drones to follow you. When we heard you'd seized all the enemy's high-tech weapons, we knew no one could stop us, so we came. So that's how it is. Lin Nan nodded, thinking that Xiao was quite clever. With just one sentence, she'd guessed his next move. Indeed, just as the little girl had said, it was time to leave. Get in the car. Without their thunder weapons, these first-class special forces were powerless to stop them. Even though Li Shuoqiang frantically shouted, fight them, they could only feign a few shots. Even those who wanted to stop them lost interest the moment they saw Xiaosh, the 7-headed mutant snake. Besides, Lin Nan had no intention of killing them. He simply seized their guns, their ammunition, and their goddess. However, they felt a little disappointed that Lin Nan hadn't managed to kill Li Shuoqiang. I didn't kill you out of respect for the Dragon Nation. I don't want to break off relations with my motherland, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. If you lose this status, or if I see you committing evil again, you'll be the victim of my craniotomy club. Lin Nan showed them the repaired craniotomy club in his hand, and the chilling power filled them with fear. On the highway, facing the setting sun, Lin Nan drove the RV. Liu Shui sat beside him, staring out the window in a daze. Where do you want to go next? Or do you want to come with us to the Magic City? Liu Shui thought for a moment, then shook his head. Thank you, Brother War God, for your kindness. I'd rather not cause you any more trouble. Drop me off at the first highway intersection up ahead. I'm going up the mountain. Up the mountain? Why are we going there? Lin Nan asked, steering the wheel. He knew there was a mountain nearby, but he had forgotten its name. When I was very young, I passed by that mountain. A middle-aged Taoist priest coming down told me to go find him when I was lost. I want to go and see him now, Liu Shui said softly. You believe what the old Taoist priest said? Now that the apocalypse has broken out, we don't even know if he's turned into a zombie. Why would we go looking for him? No, Liu Shui shook his head. I believe he's still alive. Even if he's turned into a zombie, I can just help bury his body. Liu Shui smiled and put on his backpack. He glanced at the 3 women who were already asleep, and his eyes immediately fell on Su Enran. Brother War God, you must take good care of our captain. You know she likes you, right? Chapter 44 Misunderstanding. What? You want me to take care of her? What? She likes me. Lin Nan was bewildered. Didn't I bring her here because you like her? Now you're dumping her on me. What's that, Brothers Henshin? It's because our captain likes you. I only think of her as a sister. And after something like this, if I hadn't brought the captain here, Li Shuoqiang would definitely not have let her go. I understand that, but what do you mean she likes me? If she liked me, she'd shoot me. I almost died. The captain was worried you'd impulsively kill Li Rulin, and then you'd be wanted by the entire Dragon Nation. That's why she shot you. And you weren't hurt, were you? And Li Shuoqiang used that bullet as an excuse to remove the captain from his position as deputy. And you have no idea how heartbroken the captain was when he returned. This is the first time I've seen him cry. And our captain went looking for you as soon as he emerged from the secret realm. Fortunately, you're also in City Z. That's fate, isn't it? And there's more. Stop, stop. I know everything. Lin Nan quickly extended his hand, signaling him to stop. Now that you mention it, I really misunderstood her. As expected, beautiful women have always been a source of trouble, but I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. Lin Nan gazed at the setting sun with a hint of melancholy. In that case, I can only reluctantly take care of her for you. By the way, little brother, I'll give you a small gift when you leave, Lin Nan suddenly said. Lin Nan rarely trusted anyone, but he admired Liu Shui's decisiveness and passion. That's why he wanted to give him a gift, a temporary closure on this brief encounter. As for whether they would meet again, Lin Nan wasn't sure. He thought to himself, maybe if they met again, Liu Shui would become a powerful figure whose orders would command the whole army, and who'd also save him from danger. Finally, it was time to say goodbye. Stopping at an intersection, Lin Nan waved. Before Liu Shui's astonished gaze, a modified tank appeared before him. You work in the military, so you should know how to use it, Liu Shui nodded in disbelief. We require proficiency in all kinds of military equipment, so driving a tank is a natural. But, Brother Zhan Shen, how the hell did you conjure the thing? A secret. I'll tell you when we meet again, Liu Shui nodded again and excitedly sat on it. Brother Zhan Shen, I'm leaving. Huh? Aren't you going to wake your captain? Liu Shui shook his head. Goodbye. I've been in the special forces for 5 years. I'm afraid I'll cry if I see her. She hates me crying just like you do. As he spoke, the corners of Liu Shui's mouth curled up, but his eyes glittered visibly. I'm leaving. Take care of you. Liu Shui wiped away a tear, then, without looking back, started the tank. Damn. So fast, Liu Shui suddenly realized that Lin Nan had not only given him a tank, but an unusual one. Almost instantly, Liu Shui disappeared into the night. Stop crying. Lin Nan lit a cigarette and looked at Su Anren, who was also wiping away tears. You knew I was awake? Su Anren asked, puzzled. Of course, I also knew you were standing behind the car door for a long time. Lin Nan flicked the ash from his cigarette. The deserted wilderness was silent, with only the rustling of trees and the occasional chirp of birds. I'm sorry, Su Anren lowered her head slightly, apologizing for the shot. Liu Shui has already told me everything. I wrongly blamed you. I should be the one to apologize. Lin Nan took another deep drag, then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Then he turned and looked at Su Anren seriously. But I won't apologize. Lin Nan's expression was solemn, but his tone was sly. Su Anren knew he was teasing her. This also meant that Lin Nan was no longer angry with her. Thinking of this, Su Anren felt a sense of relief. This arrogant and aloof queen was now as well behaved as a kitten in front of Lin Nan. She lowered her head and let out a soft "oh," a response to Lin Nan's domineering remarks. But the more she did so, the more Lin Nan wanted to discipline her further. He stepped closer to Su Anren. With the RV behind her, the woman had no way to retreat, so she lowered her head even deeper. Her hands tangled together, her breathing quickened, even her breath warm. The breeze outside was gentle, and moonlight fell on Su Anren's fair face, making her skin appear even more translucent. Lin Nan gently wrapped his arms around her waist and tucked her head into his arms. Su Anren felt uneasy, but she suddenly realized that this time, the domineering Mr. Lin was surprisingly gentle. Don't be afraid, I'll just hold you. I won't eat you. That night, Lin Nan finally got his wish and slept on the floor. The space in the RV was limited, and after checking the system, he found out that he needed some materials to upgrade it. There was no way around it. Before the materials were fully prepared, Lin Nan had already lost his right to sleep in the bed. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Chu Mingyao and Xiaoz happily accepted Su Anren. Lin Nan also discovered that Su Anren's skill was actually weapon enchantment, which increased elemental damage. The previous weapon bonuses were upgraded when Su Anren reached level 2. As for how Su Anren reached level 2, it was naturally inseparable from Lin Nan's evolution crystal. Su Anren is currently known to be able to wield the elements, ice, fire, and poison. The enchanted abilities grant him freezing and burning, respectively. Poison, on the other hand, has 2 effects, corrosion and poisoning. As a level 2 evolver, while primarily a supporting role, it was a significant advantage for Lin Nan, who possessed a weapon system. From now on, every bullet fired by Lin Nan would gain an enchantment effect. While he had no shortage of ammunition, the ability to increase the power of a single round was of immense significance, considering that a giant Gatling gun could fire hundreds of rounds per second. After exploring Su Anren's abilities, Lin Nan turned his attention to the snake. Its massive size made it a formidable target. However, aside from guns and cannons, the system lacked any high-tech capabilities that could shrink it, or at least not yet. However, there was a solution. The system offered another strategy, upgrading the RV. Using the RV as a carrier, and by adding certain materials, it could unlock an alternate dimension, solving the snake's shelter problem. The problem was that these materials were difficult to find, as many could only be obtained by killing higher-level creatures. However, the system also explained that these materials could also be obtained through a lottery involving saint coins. This method was worth a try, considering Lin Nan's ability to farm saint coins. I need to find someone to farm some saint coins. The problem is, there's no one out here in the wilderness. Just as he was at his wit's end, a loud wolf howl suddenly echoed from behind, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Someone was coming. Lin Nan, overwhelmed with excitement, glanced over. Oh my god. A werewolf, a figure with a humanoid, wolf-like face, appeared before him. The werewolf was heading for Lin Nan and his group. Since Lin Nan had the car door open, the RV's concealment function wasn't being utilized at night, leading to their discovery. Hearing his roar, Lin Nan, unfazed, pointed upwards, signaling the werewolf to look up. The werewolf obeyed and raised its head. It locked eyes with a seven-headed snake above it. AWW, the little werewolf barked weakly. Your wolf nose smells us, but you can't smell my little snake. AWW, the little werewolf instinctively retreated, but the snake wouldn't give it a chance. It lifted its tail and tucked him in, ready to devour him alive. Stop, little snake. Lin Nan quickly stopped it. What's wrong, Brother Nan? Chu Mingayao and the others were drawn in by the noise outside. Is this a werewolf? The girls were stunned, clearly seeing no such creature before. Lin Nan nodded, then looked at Chao Iao. Come with me tonight to run some errands. You two, will wait here, Xiao suddenly said. She looked at Su Enran. Okay, Sister Enran. Su Enran was bewildered, but seeing her blinking frantically at him, she nodded subconsciously. Lin Nan was bewildered, but Chu Mingayao's face flushed. Brother Nan and I are doing something tonight, could it be? The little girl's heart was pounding. Although he didn't know what was going on, Lin Nan nodded anyway. They were going to a short distance, and there was no need to worry about Xiao's and Su Enran being in danger. After all, they had the little snake and two peak level second level zombies protecting them. You restrain this werewolf. Lin Nan's idea was simple, use the werewolf as bait, then rescue it and obtain saint coins. As for whether saint coins could be obtained from mutants, the system hadn't responded. However, there weren't many people in this desolate wilderness, but there were plenty of mutants, so there was no shortage of predators coveting the bait. Lin Nan's idea was simple, but Chu Mingayao had completely misinterpreted it. Brother Nan, why did you bring this werewolf with you when you took me out? Is this role-playing? Chu Mingayao was simple-minded, but there were some things she knew, even if only partially. At that moment, a picture appeared in her mind. Under a moonlit night, a knight named Lin Nan, armed with a craniotomy club, smashed the werewolf that had bullied the princess with a single blow. Then, they embraced each other tightly, the knight comforting the frightened princess with a kiss. Finally, on this peaceful night, the princess gave herself to him. How embarrassing! Chu Mingayao covered her face, her body swaying slightly. Huh? Lin Nan looked at Xiaos and Su Enran, bewildered. Is controlling a werewolf embarrassing? Huh? Hearing Lin Nan's words, Chu Mingayao realized she had accidentally spoken her mind. Her pretty face flushed even redder. Chapter 45 Blood Moon. This place isn't bad. Lin Nan surveyed his surroundings. It was the only clearing in the dense forest, perfect for placing the bait. More importantly, the air was thick with a presence of danger. Predators were surely lurking nearby. Let's find a tree to hide in. You control the werewolf. If any predators come, leave them to me, okay? Chu Mingayao blushed. Lin Nan had just explained the purpose of their trip in full. After hearing this, Chu Mingayao realized she'd been overthinking it. Though a little embarrassed and disappointed, she quickly regrouped. As long as she could help Lin Nan, she would do her best. The werewolf, restrained, lay crouched in the center of the clearing. Perhaps sensing the predators approaching, it trembled in fear. Stay alert. I sense a creature approaching. Lin Nan gripped his sniper rifle tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the werewolf not far away. Woo! A piercing wolf howl pierced the tranquil sky. That wolf is near us. Lin Nan had barely finished speaking when a giant wolf with red eyes and white fur appeared before them, its fangs protruding as if they could tear through anything. Is this reinforcements? This is bad. Lin Nan realized that if this wolf was the werewolf's reinforcements, then killing them would be useless. Secured first, Chu Mingyao nodded, and the moment the giant wolf lunged at the werewolf, she activated her control skill. Simultaneously, a bullet pierced the air and hurtled towards the wolf's head. With a bang, the silenced Barrett fired a fatal shot, killing the giant wolf instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a Saint coin, Lin Nan, ? How is that possible? Killing reinforcements can also give Saint coins. No, Lin Nan rejected the idea. Although Lin Nan was exploiting a system bug to earn Saint coins, he didn't believe the system would make such a stupid mistake. If that was the case, then there could only be one reason: the giant wolf wasn't here to save it, but to kill it. It wasn't impossible for one's own kind to kill another. Having figured this out, Lin Nan didn't dwell on it. As long as I can obtain the Saint coins, my goal will be achieved. Lin Nan nodded slightly, continuing to wait for the predator to take the bait. I wonder if that wolf's death will affect other predators. Lin Nan's concern was not without reason, but for the animals they once were. Now they were no longer animals, but apocalyptic creatures, whose sole purpose was to kill. Shortly after the first wolf's death, a commotion erupted from all directions. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Deep in the pitch-black forest, countless eyes flickered in the moonlight. The rustling of leaves gradually grew louder, and heavy footsteps rushed towards them. Get ready, they're coming. As soon as the words left his mouth, another giant wolf rushed out, this one even stronger and more bloodthirsty than the previous one. Its bloody maw opened wide, aiming for the werewolf's neck, intending to deliver a fatal blow. BIU control, kill. With the coordinated efforts of Lin Nan and Chu Mingyao, another giant wolf was slain almost instantly. However, its fall didn't mark the end. On the contrary, the werewolf slaughter had just begun. Lin Nan lowered his sniper rifle, a bad feeling building as the aura of danger grew thicker. Brother Nan, another one. Chu Mingyao, seeing a blood-red wolf burst from the forest, quickly warned Lin Nan. But Lin Nan was too slow to react. Just as the crimson wolf was about to bite through the werewolf's head, Chu Mingyao quickly unleashed a telekinetic explosion. With a bang, the crimson wolf instantly shattered into pieces. Good job, Yao. Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief and unsheathed his sniper rifle again. This time, he couldn't lose focus. No matter how many of you come, I'll kill them all. Lin Nan loaded his Barrett rifle and aimed again near the werewolves. With a whoosh, 3 more giant wolves burst forth from the dense forest. BIU, 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 Lin Nan dispatched 3 more in quick succession. Before he could stop, 3 more wolves leaped out. Lin Nan lashed out again. Then came 5, 7, 10. Thankfully, they were all first-level mutant wolves, so it wasn't a big deal for Lin Nan and Chu Mingyao. But the more they killed, the more something felt off. Why were they all wolves? And each one was so unfazed, as if they had some deep vendetta against the werewolf before them. As for Lin Nan and Chu Mingyao, they gave them no thought. There was something strange about this werewolf, Lin Nan suddenly realized, but something strange was a good thing. More, Lin Nan was incredibly excited, and seeing him trying to hold back his laughter, Chu Mingyao was especially delighted. Every mutant wolf's death meant Lin Nan earned 1 more Saint coin. Earning Saint coins before hadn't been this satisfying. More, or I'll sleep on the floor or on my bed tonight. It's up to you. Lin Nan clenched his Barrett, his hands shaking with excitement. These giant wolves lived up to Lin Nan's expectations, charging forward one after another. Lin Nan had specially modified his Barrett for this purpose. Now, it fired like a submachine gun, firing furiously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning a Saint coin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning a Saint coin. The system notifications continued to ring. Lin Nan glanced at it. 49. The werewolf was already surrounded by the corpses of 49 giant wolves, used as bait. The werewolf's pupils dilated, and his whole body trembled. The grass beneath his feet was inexplicably wet. Having dodged the attacks of 49 predators, he was now numb. The predators' attacks continued. You're not doing well in your pack. So many of your own kind want to kill you. But you have to thank me. Maybe today I can kill all your enemies. From now on, all the female wolves in this forest will be yours. Lin Nan smiled faintly. But Brother Nan, it seems there are still female wolves here. Should we kill all the female wolves too? Chu Mingyao asked, tilting her head. Then it'll just have to stay single. Lin Nan curled his lips helplessly. Just as they were enjoying their kills, a system notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving people 100 times. Reward, a RV upgrade module, a 10 cubic meter space chamber. This expands the interior space without changing the size of the RV. Great. Finally, you've got it. 10 cubic meters is more than enough for a bed. I finally don't have to sleep on the floor today. Lin Nan became even more excited at the thought. However, to his surprise, he had assumed he'd only receive something like a space expansion through a lottery, but he unexpectedly got one directly as a reward. Yo, you're tired, right? If you're tired, we'll go back. Lin Nan looked at the over 100 cent coins, feeling quite content. More importantly, he sensed Chu Mingyao was on the verge of collapse. She'd been controlling nearly 100 mutant giant wolves, and the energy consumption was quite significant. The girl was indeed feeling the same way, but seeing Lin Nan's excited expression, she felt an inexplicable surge of strength within her, wanting to persevere a little longer. Finally, the giant wolf stopped attacking, or perhaps there were no more wolves around. Something's wrong, Yo, take a break. Lin Nan sensed something was amiss. He couldn't find the alpha wolf, their leader, among the pack. It was possible their leader was too weak and had been killed by Lin Nan. However, Lin Nan felt that since he was the alpha wolf, he must be quite capable, and he couldn't let him kill him so easily. It was always better to be cautious. Just then, Chu Mingyao's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Nan, look at the sky. She pointed in a direction, motioning Lin Nan to look. Lin Nan looked up and was shocked to find that the moon above had suddenly turned an eerie blood red. How could this be possible? It had been bright just a moment ago. And Brother Nan, do you smell a strange smell? Chu Mingyao looked at Lin Nan. Is that blood? Lin Nan sniffed and noticed something was wrong. Why does it smell like urine amidst the strong smell of blood? Lin Nan covered his nose, wondering if the werewolf had peed itself out of fear. Can urine smell so strong? No, that's not what we're concerned about. What's going on with this moon? Lin Nan looked up again, only to be surprised to find it had returned to its previous state. What's going on? Lin Nan looked at Chu Mingyao, hoping the little genius would explain. But then, Lin Nan screamed, "Oh my God," and fell from the tree. Brother Nan, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Chu Mingyao lowered her head, her face filled with worry. Who are you? Where did you take Yo? Lin Nan stumbled to his feet, then raised his Barrett and aimed at Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao was stunned. Brother Nan, what's wrong with you? I'm Yo. At that moment, Chu Mingyao froze, and asked absent-mindedly, who are you? Where's my brother Nan? Give him back to me. Under the bright moonlight, their eyes were like the eerie blood-red moon from before. Give Yo back to me, or I will really shoot. You are the one. Give Brother Nan back to me. Lin Nan and Chu Mingyao seemed to be strangers to each other, and the werewolf in the open space lost Chu Mingyao's control and slowly turned his head. He looked at a certain place. Sister, is that you here? Are you going to kill me again? The werewolf actually spoke. He looked at the dark forest in front of him. Two human-shaped shadows were getting closer and closer, and their appearance became clearer and clearer. You betrayed us. Do you still want to be forgiven by the family? Finally, a beautiful woman with flaming red lips walked over with elegant steps. Beside her, a housekeeper held an umbrella for her, even though it was a dark night without rain. My dear brother, the second great purge has arrived. You and I will both have the honor of facing the god of death. Why not give me your power so that our family's bloodline can continue? Chapter 46 Alpha Family. You keep saying that you want to continue the family bloodline, but the means by which you do that is to eat me. How is this different from me killing my second brother who wanted to kill me? No, there is still a difference. The werewolf sneered blankly and said, that is, I didn't eat it for power. Even if he wanted to kill me, I would let him die with some dignity. At least I haven't touched his body or his blood at all. The werewolf roared at the beautiful woman. Haha, ridiculous dignity, ridiculous humanity. The beautiful woman couldn't help but chuckle. Do you know that every member of our family considers you a traitor who murdered your brother? But what about them? They turned around and devoured your second brother's corpse, using the bullshit of not wasting anything. We are a family of werewolves. Animal instincts are ingrained in our bones, not humanity. As she spoke, the beautiful woman stepped towards the werewolf. Foolish brother, don't blame me if I devour you today. Blame those bats for the abominable curse they cast upon my alpha family. We, the survivors of the first purge, can only survive this one by constantly strengthening ourselves. For the sake of our family, please become my food." With that, the beautiful woman suddenly grasped a scarlet dagger. She stared into the werewolf's eyes. In a split second, the werewolf surrendered all resistance, his eyes turning the same blood red as Lin Nan's. Pa 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 pa, a sudden round of applause erupted, startling everyone, their eyes averted. So wonderful. So touching. A sister willingly eats her own brother for the sake of the family, and the brother fights back to save his brother by leaving his body intact. It's truly moving. Lin Nan pulled out a tissue from somewhere and gently wiped his eyes. "Brother Nan, can you wipe your own?" Oh, hearing Chu Mingayo's words, Lin Nan quickly put the tissue to his face. "You? How is that possible?" The beautiful woman, seeing the two people standing before her as if nothing had happened, was astonished. "You two must have been under my spell, killing each other." "How could it be?" Lin Nan smiled. "It's just an illusion. When we saw that blood moon and smelled the strange smell of urine, we realized it might be the work of someone who didn't want to show up. So we took advantage of your trick and temporarily fell for it," Lin Nan said calmly, as if explaining a trivial operation. "What do you mean by temporarily falling for my spell?" The beautiful woman was bewildered. "Don't ask. If you do, I'm just being more awesome than you," Lin Nan said disdainfully. "The so-called illusion is merely a form of mind control. Unfortunately, Lin Nan's mental armor is resistant to it, while Chu Mingayo is a mind controller herself. Controlling her is difficult for anyone whose level isn't higher than hers. And while this beautiful woman may seem powerful, she's only at level 2. Human, you're too arrogant. Since you've discovered our family's existence, we can only, pa." Before the beautiful woman could finish her words, she was slapped in the face. "Kill me? A mere level 2, Lin Nan found it amusing. "Do you really not know the difference between you and me?" While the slap didn't send her flying, it certainly left her stunned. As the eldest daughter of the Alpha family, she had lived a life of luxury since her birth. Women in the family shouldered the responsibility of revitalizing the family, holding a high position. Especially since she was the eldest. Therefore, she had never been slapped in the face, let alone by a human. Her eyes were full of stars, and her heart was pounding. At that moment, she experienced a feeling she had never experienced before, a feeling that gave her a unique impulse. "Hit me again. Quick, don't stop." The beautiful woman's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively grabbed Lin Nan's hand. "Oh my god. I've never met anyone with such a shameless request in my entire life." Lin Nan quickly broke free from her grasp. Fearing harassment from this she-wolf, he took Chu Mingayo and scurried away. "Don't go." The beautiful woman, pushed by Lin Nan, collapsed to the ground. She reached out to stop Lin Nan, but could only helplessly watch him disappear into the darkness. "What is this feeling? My heart is racing." The beautiful woman placed her hand on her chest, feeling the pounding of her heart. Behind her, the butler remained silent, like a wooden figure, staring at the beautiful woman, unresponsive and silent. "Gandru, let's go." While she was talking to Lin Nan, his brother had already slipped away. The beautiful woman noticed, but she had no intention of chasing him. "Is this love, Gandru? This feeling is even more thrilling than when I ate my first husband." Gandru remained silent. "What is love? It could be a glance back, or just a sunny day when he happened to pass by you. But to this beautiful woman, her love was that painful, yet irresistible slap in the face. If you asked Lin Nan, he might say, "Isn't love just a verb?" Glancing back once more at the direction Lin Nan had left, the beautiful woman of the Alpha family left in a huff, entering a secret realm that connected the Western world. If it weren't for the secret realm, the two groups of people, East and West, would never have met. Lottery. Lin Nan sat on the bed in his little cabin, a 10-square-meter hut created from the upgraded RV module. When Lin Nan finished the installation, the three girls were stunned. It was just a door on the car, but when it was opened, a whole new world unfolded. Small, yet incredibly cozy. They agreed to find some daily necessities to decorate their little home in the next city. Lin Nan was quite satisfied, and thought it would definitely accommodate a few more girls. Lin Nan couldn't help but smirk, but then there was the real work to do, find a home for the little snake. This proved difficult, as the snake was nearly as tall as a 5-story building. Since the system says St. Coins can get you good stuff, let's give it a try. Maybe we can solve the little snake's problem, 10 shots to test the waters. The 10 sync coins were successfully used, and the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 100 kill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 kill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the zombie tide activation device. This device can, at the host's command, airdrop 1000 zombies of random levels, triggering a zombie tide. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. What the hell is this zombie tide activation device? What do I need it for? Besides this item, the remaining 10 sync coins were just first level evolution crystals and kill points. Lin Nan drew 10 more, but still found these useless items. Brother Nan, do you want to shower? Chu Mingayao suddenly asked. Yao, you guys shower first. I have something to do, Lin Nan frowned. If this continued, every 20 coins would yield 1 item, and with those 100 coins, there was no guarantee he'd get what he wanted. I'm not going to believe it anymore. Draw 10 more. Instantly, 30 sync coins were poured in. However, this time, something good appeared, because Lin Nan heard a beeping sound, too. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bathtub upgrade for the RV. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bathtub upgrade for the RV. 2 bathtub upgrades. Haha, system. What the hell do I need this bathtub for? Lin Nan roared. Bathtub, bathtub, bathtub. The 3 girls heard Lin Nan calling for a bathtub and popped their heads out to look at him. Lin Nan kun, can we really add a bathtub to the RV? Xiaos and Suanren asked excitedly. Even Chu Mingayao was excited. She had just undressed and was about to take a shower when she heard Lin Nan's call for a bathtub. She wrapped a towel around her and came out. Brother Nan, I want a bathtub. Lin Nan, it's just 1 bathtub. Is there really any need to get so excited? 1 bathtub, just, the 3 girls said word by word. Brother Nan, you're just talking about a bathtub. Do you know how much a bathtub means to us? Especially in this apocalyptic age? Oh my god, I can't even imagine it. That's right, Yao's right. Taking a bath every night after killing zombies is truly a treat. Lin Nan looked at Suanren again. What do you think, Anren? She had just joined in and was still a little reserved, but her eyes also lit up at the bathtub, clearly anticipating it. I understand. I'll install it for you right away, but don't be disappointed if it doesn't meet your expectations. Yes, yes. Brother Nan never disappoints us. Yao followed behind, towel in hand. The RV's bathing system was still rather rudimentary. While the water supply was unlimited, the bathroom systems were all integrated together, making it a bit cramped. However, after installing the bathtub upgrade, the RV felt like it truly had a soul. This upgrade was similar to Lin Nan's cabin, creating a new dimension within the vehicle. The bathroom also had 10 square meters of space. The bathroom, once only big enough for 1, was transformed by Lin Nan into a bathtub capable of accommodating 4 or 5 people, complete with a separate toilet. Wow, this is amazing, it's so big, we can all shower together. Suanren gaped in disbelief at Lin Nan's skill. Wait, this isn't the final version yet. I need to upgrade it. Can it be upgraded yet? Lin Nan nodded, as he had 2 upgrade devices. Is this a bathtub? This is a swimming pool. After the upgrade, the bathtub's space instantly doubled in size, and the entire bathtub expanded as well. Wow, Chu Mingayao was especially excited. She had only thought of the bathtub, but she hadn't expected Lin Nan to install a swimming pool. She eagerly jumped in first, splashing water everywhere. This is amazing. Chu Mingayao wiped her wet face. Brother Nan, this is amazing, this is amazing. Chu Mingayao was at a loss for words as to how to express her feelings. Once she calmed down a bit, Lin Nan looked at her in bewilderment. Brother Nan, the little girl looked puzzled until she saw the towel on the floor. Brother Nan. Ah. Chapter 47 Mysterious Card. Chu Mingayao screamed, her arms tightly wrapped around her shoulders. Lin Nan smiled faintly, turned around, and left without looking back. The girl's face was blushing, and she stared at the rippling water in a daze. Just then, 2 more splashes sounded. Chu Mingayao gradually lost herself in the water, lost in thought as she gazed at the 2 figures. Then, only her eyes were visible. Yao, let me give you a bath. Xiao stood up, water cascading down her body, like a lotus emerging from the water, or a dainty rabbit out of a cage. I don't want it. Chu Mingayao dodged repeatedly, but was slammed into Su Enren's arms. Her back instantly softened, and her face flushed even more. Yao, do you want me to rub you? Su Enren hugged Chu Mingayao tightly. No, I'm ticklish. Ha, no, Sister Enren. Steam rose as the three beauties played happily in the water. After that night, Su Enren, the ultimate queen, had completely melted into the water. Lottery, Lin Nan was furious. Another kill point and a first-level evolution crystal. System, please help. Although it's wrong of me to exploit a bug to farm sync coins, since this feature exists, you should be aware of the problem. You can't afford to play it too hard. Last 50, all in, Lin Nan shouted, seemingly casually, but in reality, he wasn't sure. I wonder if I can still find that werewolf, Lin Nan muttered to himself, already considering whether to farm more saint coins. Just then, the system's announcement sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. Good boy, all 1 point. If you play like this, I won't save anyone anymore. I need these points from you, Lin Nan exclaimed angrily. The system seemed to sense Lin Nan's dissatisfaction, and then it beeped. Lin Nan realized that a treasure had been revealed. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining a decoy device. This device can attract all mutant creatures within a 1-kilometer radius. Decoy device. It wasn't something Lin Nan wanted, he wanted to complain, but the system beeped several more times. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-rank Thunder Weapon Blueprint. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Weapon Ammunition Formula. Thunder Weapon? And the ammunition formula, he had just obtained a Thunder Weapon, and now he received the blueprint and ammunition formula for it. Why does this feel a bit weird? Never mind, there's no point in just thinking about it. Lin Nan then retrieved the blueprint from the system inventory. He was shocked to find that the drawings on them were exactly the same as the ones he had seized before, a sniper rifle, a rapid-fire sniper rifle, and a pistol. Lin Nan opened the ammunition formula again. Mutants absorb blood, mutants absorb. Lin Nan was shocked. The formula showed a giant dinosaur, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, with arrows marking different parts of its body, to illustrate the different power of bullets made from blood from different parts of its body. But Lin Nan didn't care about any of this. He was more concerned about whether the dinosaurs were extinct. What did this mutant dragon mean? Lin Nan glanced at the thunder weapon crafting blueprint again. It stated that crafting a thunder weapon required a mutant dragon nail 1, a mutant dragon tendon 1, a mutant dragon skull 1, and several other ingredients. And without exception, these ingredients required a mutant dragon. Lin Nan was stunned. While discussing these ingredients wasn't particularly meaningful, he still had 2 questions he wanted to clarify. First, was this formula a hack? Second, did the Dragon Nation control some mutant dragons? If the formula was hacked, like the RV blueprints, which only required a 2nd-level mutant turtle and a 2nd-level mutant crystal, then there wouldn't be much to investigate. If the formula wasn't hacked, then these thunder weapons were truly made from mutant dragons. This meant that Dragon Nation had mutant dragons in its territory. That was intriguing. Thinking of this, Lin Nan hurriedly asked, System, are the materials in these thunder weapon blueprints modified? System. Don't want to answer again, Lin Nan said with a hint of disappointment. However, this time, the system remained silent for a moment. Answer the host. The thunder weapon blueprints are a 1-to-1 replica of the original weapon. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, subconsciously tightening his grip on the blueprints. In other words, it's the original formula. The system hasn't found any alternative materials yet, the system explained. This is incredible. After hearing the system's answer, Lin Nan felt as if he had discovered a secret. He murmured to himself, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials do have a mutated subspecies of dragon, and it's a mutation. I wonder if this mutation is genetic, or a result of the apocalypse. If it's a genetic mutation, then it's understandable. But if it's a mutation caused by the apocalypse, then something is wrong. How could the Dragon Nation not only create the thunder weapon, but also the corresponding bullet formula in just a few days? Lin Nan didn't distrust the Dragon Nation's scientific research capabilities, but the speed was simply too fast. Oh, my head's hurting from thinking about it. Lin Nan slapped his head. Looks like if I want to build thunder weapons in the future, I'll have to borrow a few mutant dragons from the Dragon Nation's higher-ups. I wonder if they'll even lend me those. He didn't dwell on it any further. After all, this reward wasn't bad. Coming to his senses, Lin Nan opened his inventory to see what else he'd drawn. Zombie tide initiated, bait device, these are what I drew earlier. Lin Nan flipped through the items again. Huh? What's this? Lin Nan suddenly spotted a card, Disciple of the Gods, Trial of the Defector. The golden card depicted a scene, a pair of open hands beneath a half-open door. Through the pitch-black crack, a pair of eyes could be seen staring intently at the person holding the card. Furthermore, the entire image was enclosed in a circle, densely packed with images of creatures, from bacteria to dinosaurs and whales. Lin Nan flipped the card over and saw text on the back. The defectors yearn for the dawn of the gods, even at the cost of destroying their seed source. The elves nurtured by the blue star are fighting a death struggle. What is this? Lin Nan flipped the card back and forth, bewildered. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out again. This is a virtual ticket to the virtual training ground. With this card, you can directly experience the terror and despair of the apocalypse. So that's how it is. Lin Nan nodded, but he was surprised. Normally, the system was aloof and rarely offered any answers. And he suddenly realized that the system had just stalled. Alright, I'll check something else. Host, are you sure you don't want to enter? The system suddenly said. System, you're a little strange. Lin Nan was surprised to find that the system's cold, mechanical voice seemed to contain a hint of anticipation. Did I hear it wrong? I feel like it really wants me to go in and take a look, Lin Nan muttered softly. Host, you're not wrong. The system does want you to enter and experience it. Why? Lin Nan was stunned. No reason? Also, a reminder to the host, after successfully completing the level, there will be a huge reward. What if you fail? Lin Nan asked again. There will be rewards as well, the system replied firmly. There are rewards even if you fail. That means there are rewards as long as you enter, Lin Nan said calmly. Host, you can understand it this way, the system replied. Lin Nan held his cheek and thought for a moment, feeling that the system was a bit unreliable. The system only mentioned rewards, but didn't say what they were. After all, 1 point is also a reward, and I don't have the energy to experience this virtual training ground right now. Please choose from the following items as a reward for failure. The system seemed to see Lin Nan's doubts. As soon as it finished speaking, a large number of floating items suddenly appeared in front of Lin Nan. These items were surrounded by bubbles of red, orange, red, green, blue, and purple. Damn it, system, are you sure these are all for me to choose from? Don't go back on your word. Lin Nan's eyes flashed green. He had never seen so many good things in his life. Then I won't hold back. Fearing the system would renege on its promise, Lin Nan hurried into the treasure pile. Level 3 Battle Puppet. Wow, it's actually level 3. Mechanical arm prosthesis, increases strength by 5. But I can't use it. Lin Nan looked away. Damn, that pile is level 2 evolution crystals. And 100 of them. Lin Nan was stunned. If he could truly have those 100 crystals, he would become a true level 3 evolver in a matter of seconds. Huh? Could this be? Suddenly, Lin Nan was drawn to something that looked like a rat cage, and a vague suspicion welled up in his mind. A portable giant beast cage. It can shrink giant creatures and make them easy to carry. Worth having. Wow, I've been searching for him everywhere, and now I see him again. Lin Nan was so excited that he forgot what he was saying. The system really understands me. Seeing I've been unable to draw anything, and worried I'd be upset, it's rewarding me this way. This is it. From now on, Little Snake finally has a home, and it doesn't have to be so conspicuous. Having put a worry behind him, Lin Nan was excited. While the previous items were good, Lin Nan still felt this giant beast cage was even better. As the top fighter of the Lin family army, Little Snake's strength was bound to increase, so Lin Nan was very concerned about its protection. Leaving it outside would attract unwanted enemies at night. While the RV could conceal its presence, it wasn't invisible, and enemies would still be able to spot it. Furthermore, although Little Snake was currently at the top of the game, if it encountered a stronger opponent later, its massive body would make it easy to target. Besides, the third-level battle puppet was useless without upgrades. And then there were the 102nd-level evolution crystals. Lin Nan could farm for them now. It was only a matter of time before he had enough. Chapter 48 Training Ground. After considering all factors, Lin Nan chose the giant beast cage. However, he still felt it necessary to check out the other items. Perhaps there was something incredibly powerful that could make him a god. It was just a thought. At that moment, before Lin Nan could even turn around, a hand suddenly appeared from behind and gently touched him. Turning his head, he suddenly saw two jujubans, no, a slender girl with pale pupils. Holy crap! A combat Lolita that can be upgraded. She's so beautiful. So bouncy, she must be real. Lin Nan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This system was completely clueless. They didn't even let her put on some clothes. Lin Nan was worried she'd catch a cold. Ahem, Lin Nan suddenly coughed. System, what did I say? The host said the giant beast cage is a reward for failure, the system explained. You misheard me. I was clearly talking about this combat Lolita. Received. Host, please prepare. The virtual training ground is opening, the system suddenly warned. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. No, I'm not ready yet. How could it start so soon? And you haven't told me yet what if I win? Can I choose to? The system stopped paying attention to Lin Nan. At that moment, Lin Nan felt dizzy and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he felt like he had been injected with chicken blood. What's going on? Why am I so full of energy? Lin Nan looked around again and found himself in a house. The house was completely blank, with only a closed door in front of him. Now is the explanation phase. Once you exit this door, the virtual training truly begins, the system's voice sounded again. I have a question, Lin Nan suddenly said. Please wait until this system finishes its explanation. After that, there will be 1 minute for questions. Lin Nan nodded, signaling the system to continue. In this training ground, the host can utilize their various abilities, and the system will grant them 2 million kill points to purchase weapons. At the same time, the host's companions will also enter with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Mingyao, Xiaos, and Su Anren instantly appeared beside Lin Nan, staring at each other in stunned silence. Ah! The three girls screamed in unison, and Lin Nan quickly turned around. Why did you summon them here when they were still showering? Lin Nan complained, but in his heart he thought, well done. But before the three girls could react, a burst of light enveloped them, and they were then enveloped in layers of clothing from the inside out. What is going on? The three girls looked at each other, unsure of what was going on. Lin Nan turned back and gave a brief explanation, but he skipped over the system. Lin Nan had expected them to be resistant, considering they'd just been enjoying a blissful bath. But to his surprise, they were all eager to try. It feels so good after taking a bath. I feel like I have endless energy. Me too. Let's get started. Seeing their expressions, Lin Nan couldn't help but laugh, but he still dampened the girls' eagerness to get started quickly. After all, it was better to ask some questions clearly. System, please continue. Besides the fact that we can use our superpowers, is there anything else you need to clarify? After listening to Lin Nan's words, the system paused for 2 seconds before continuing. Although this is a virtual training ground, the host must be reminded that the enemies within won't harm your physical body, but every blow will inflict real pain. The condition for failure is total annihilation, while the goal for victory is to expel every enemy within. All enemies? How many? Lin Nan asked. You'll know once you get in. Does the host have any questions? Finally, it was his turn. Lin Nan coughed lightly. That reward for winning, all the rewards the host has seen so far will be theirs, the system replied word by word. Oh my god. So good. Lin Nan was a little shocked, but the more he thought about it, the more he doubted the difficulty of this virtual training ground. It can't be that hard, right? I won't die in there, will I? No way. Lin Nan remembered what the system had said, since there's no real damage, there's no real death. In that case, let's just have some fun. I've got the reward anyway. Just then, Lin Nan opened the door to the outside world. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out again. Warning, the host's mentality is not right. The host and their companions' body protections are now being removed. All damage will be converted to real damage. What? Lin Nan's nerves instantly rose to his throat at the system's words. He wanted to explain, but just then, the house vanished. Then, he felt his communication with the system cut off. He raised his head in shock, trying to take in the world, but his heart fluttered again. Is this hell? Lin Nan's voice trembled, unable to contain his fear. In the blood-red sky, countless black swarms of mutant birds soared, seemingly obscuring the heavens. Their cries wailed like prisoners simmering in a cauldron of oil in hell. Beneath the giant birds lay enormous mutant creatures, larger than small snakes. Countless human corpses lay beneath these behemoths, some of which they treated as toys, hanging them, gutted, and hung from massive wooden poles above the caverns. Without the system's reminders, Lin Nan had no idea of the beast's true strength, but his intuition told him they were likely 9th-level creatures. Birds soared in the sky, beasts roamed the ground, and even in the distant ocean, gigantic fish with enormous fangs churned endlessly. Remarkably, the ocean was crimson, as if stained with blood. The three girls, who had been eager to try, were terrified. Only Su Enran was relatively safe, still able to stand upright. Xiaos and Chu Mingyao had already collapsed to the ground. "Brother Nan, why don't we go back? It's so scary here," Chu Mingyao whispered. Lin Nan knew the girl was truly frightened, and she wouldn't back down until he decided to leave. But only Lin Nan knew they had no escape route. Thank goodness the system sent the mutants in too. Lin Nan glanced at Big Bear, Little Bear, and the little snake. But just as he felt a glimmer of relief, a long cry echoed. A giant bird swooped down at them with lightning speed. Before anyone could react, the little snake was snatched up into the air. They instinctively looked up, and saw the little snake struggling and twisting. Just then, the giant bird's companions arrived and quickly devoured the little snake. The little snake's nearly 3rd-level defense was rendered as fragile as paper by their sharp beaks. The little snake was dead. This scene felt so unreal, yet it happened. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that he couldn't continue like this, or they might be the next to die. He forced himself to calm down. "What should we do?" Lin Nan glanced at the sky. The giant bird circled overhead, clearly unsatisfied, considering them prey. Lin Nan knew it would only take half a minute for them to launch a frenzied attack. They were just observing their aggressiveness, fearing that Lin Nan and his men might be able to counterattack. The most urgent thing now was to find a place to hide. Lin Nan looked around, but there was no suitable place. "Since there's none, let's create one." Lin Nan looked at Xiaos, her pupils dilated, staring blankly at the ground. "Come on, Xiaos, Yao, and Enran, I need you. We're not doomed yet." Lin Nan's words were gentle, yet effective. The three girls slowly regained their composure. "Xiaos, immediately create a sheet of iron to cover our heads. Make it as large as you can." Although she didn't understand what Lin Nan meant, Xiaos took action. She nodded gently and slowly stood up. Lin Nan saw the giant black birds in the sky, ready to attack. They were very fast, but Xiaos had already laid the iron sheet before they arrived. "Hold me tight." Lin Nan had barely finished speaking when he instantly unleashed his special displacement skill. With a bang, the giant black bird's beak suddenly pierced the iron sheet, but they had already moved elsewhere and were unharmed. Only the iron sheet separated the giant birds from Lin Nan and the others. They couldn't see Lin Nan beneath the sheet, but Lin Nan could sense their position using his danger sense skill. This created a relatively stable environment. But it was only relatively stable, giving Lin Nan some time to think. "Yao, you're smart. Think of a solution." Chu Mingyao looked up in confusion. She hadn't expected Lin Nan to ask her for advice one day. But precisely because of this, a light gradually returned to her eyes. "Brother Nan needs me. I can't let fear control me. I need to pull myself together." There were giant birds in the sky, behemoths all around, and huge fish in the sea. It was a bad start, but what about underground? Chu Mingyao suddenly thought. Now, either flee quickly or find a safe zone. A head-on confrontation would only lead to death. "Brother Nan, I remember you can sense danger, right? Can you tell what's happening underground?" Lin Nan was stunned by Chu Mingyao's words. In his haste, he'd actually overlooked what was below. Lin Nan then sensed it, and everyone saw him raise an eyebrow. "There's really no danger." Without hesitation, Lin Nan exchanged for a hole drill. In wartime, this thing could be used to build trenches, so it wasn't surprising to Lin Nan that it was in the munition system. "Big Bear and Little Bear are in your hands." Lin Nan threw the hole drill to them, while he held the three little girls, ready to teleport at any time. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Strange Man. A strange time traveler has been detected. Are you warping to their side, A humanoid creature in a tight-fitting blue and white robe spoke in a robotic voice, looking at a man beside him. The man, carrying a craniotomy rod, stepped on the skull of a giant beast, smoke rings wafting from his hand, and corpses strewn at his feet. His beard was unshaven, his eyes full of life. He slowly turned his head to look at the humanoid and asked calmly, "Is it your kind, or those traitors of the gods?" The humanoid shook his head, spreading his hands. "Neither, it's humans." "Human?" The man was surprised. He seemed to have rarely seen humans from other places. He dropped his cigarette and said, "Which direction?" "Take me there." As he spoke, a flash of light emanated from the man, and he disappeared from his original position, then transformed into several streaks of light, leaping rapidly in one direction. "Warning, unknown energy field interference. Stop here." Then, with a loud bang, the man fell hundreds of meters in the air. If it were Lin Nan, he would have fallen to his death long ago, but the difference was that this man steadied himself with a single fall, as if he'd experienced this so many times before that he wasn't bothered at all. Another unknown energy field. What's going on? I've encountered this countless times over the years. It's like someone's preventing me from approaching something. The man reached out, only to feel the obstruction, like a pane of glass blocking his path. Even if he could crush the beast with a single blow, he couldn't do anything about the glass before him. However, this didn't seem to affect his view of the scene on the other side. "Not bad, keep going. Once this hole is dug, we'll have a temporary base," Lin Nan whispered, but as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used spatial displacement. Then, another massive bird's beak pierced the iron sheet, but again, it missed. After it departed, SYNOPSIS quickly repaired the hole. "Less than 10 meters, we're good for now." Lin Nan, carrying the three of them, quickly jumped down. At the same time, he quickly called out to Big Bear and Little Bear, "Stop digging. I feel something beneath our feet." Hearing Lin Nan's words, the group held their breath. Although the sense of danger is faint, it's not that they're weak, but rather that they're still a bit far away. Lin Nan looked at SYNOPSIS again. "Don't take back the iron sheeting just yet. An extra layer of defense means an extra layer of hope. What should we do now? Any ideas?" Lin Nan set the girls down. The three girls stared at each other, momentarily at a loss. The condition for victory is to expel all these creatures, which is nearly impossible. Now, it's like the system has tricked us into another world, making it even more difficult than before. The condition for failure is total annihilation. According to the system's instructions, death is real, Lin Nan thought to himself. Next, he opened the arms store. Every item there required human control. Putting aside their power, the mere requirement of human control made the decision difficult. Compared to the girls, Big Bear and Little Bear were undoubtedly the top choices, but Lin Nan was afraid the moment they drew their weapons, the giant birds would dismember them. Right now, we can only advance steadily. First, we must find a relatively safe haven. Second, we must become stronger. But before that, we need to determine the general situation. Lin Nan continued searching for something useful when his eyes suddenly lit up. There's something like this. A reconnaissance satellite. The description read, "This product uses a rocket as a carrier and needs to be launched into the sky." How can we successfully launch a satellite when the sky is full of birds? Lin Nan was frustrated. Furthermore, this satellite required 100,000 points. Oh, right, I think I have a decoy. Lin Nan had drawn it not long ago, but had ignored it at the time, thinking it would be of little use. If I can successfully deploy the decoy and move all the mutants within a kilometer to one place, maybe we'll have a chance. Time was running out, and Lin Nan immediately decided to get started. Seeing Lin Nan's alternating frowns and laughter, the girls assumed he was upset and grew concerned. Before they could offer their words of comfort, Lin Nan quickly stood up. "Wait here, I'll be right back." "No, Lin Nan, it's too dangerous out there." The girls quickly hugged him. Lin Nan, helpless, told them his plan. "So that's how it is. We thought you were losing your mind," Chu Mingyao sobbed, rubbing her tearful eyes. Lin Nan gently wiped her tears. "How could that be? I still have you guys to protect." Lin Nan smiled, letting go of her hand, then turned away. "I'll be back soon." With that, he used his spatial displacement ability and vanished from the scene. Why did those humans come here? We were so worried we couldn't leave, and yet someone else thought to come in. Report, "I don't know," the humanoid robotic voice echoed again. "Haha, I knew you didn't know," the man chuckled dismissively. "By the way, Where did those humans go? Did they dig a hole? Why can't I even see a shadow? The man stretched, feeling somewhat bored. Let's go. We don't have that much free time. Kin K and the others are still waiting at home. With that, the man turned, and the humanoid followed suit. But just then, the man sensed something unusual. He looked up and suddenly saw a gleaming object flying towards him. Without even trying to dodge, the man grabbed it in one hand. He took a closer look and exclaimed in shock. What the hell is this? A decoy? Did they throw it out? How could they have something like that? The man hurried back to his spot and peered into the glass, only to see a figure vanish in a flash. Did he just perform spatial displacement? Exactly, the humanoid replied, but before the man could react, it added, we recommend immediate action, because a large number of mutants are attacking. The man raised his head as he finished speaking. Giant beasts, giant birds, an enormous fish with legs and feet all rushed towards them. Thousands of them. The man remained calm, as if this were just a minor incident. Lin Nan glanced at the sky. His plan had gone surprisingly smoothly. He had just thrown the decoy hundreds of meters away with great effort. The decoy had worked as expected, successfully attracting the giant black bird in the sky. It's time. Lin Nan swapped out the reconnaissance satellite and briefly read the instructions. He found it surprisingly simple. Just press a button. Without hesitation, Lin Nan pressed it and quickly disappeared. Buzz, whoosh, the rocket ignited and launched, carrying the satellite, instantly piercing the sky. Is that a rocket? No, that looks like a reconnaissance satellite. The man knocked a giant beast to the ground with a stick. Faced with a siege of thousands of mutant creatures, he still had the mind to observe Lin Nan. How strange. Why does this scene feel so familiar? The man muttered to himself. Lin Nan had returned to the cave and casually pulled out a display. It had been showing no signal, but after a while, it changed to loading. Lin Nan realized the satellite had successfully launched. It's here. The black screen instantly brightened and automatically focused on their location. It was clear and responsive. It really worked, the group exclaimed excitedly. Now that the first step is complete, the next step is finding a good location. Lin Nan remotely controlled the satellite. Brother Nan, look over there. Chu Mingyao pointed to a spot not far from where they were, where a dense cluster of black dots could be seen. That's it. Lin Nan zoomed in. It's a decoy, it's attracting all the monsters, but that's when they discovered another advantage of the satellite. It could reveal the level of the mutant monsters. Lin Nan had thought the beast was a level 9 beast, but it was actually a level 7, and all of them were level 7. Lin Nan, look, are they attacking someone? Su Enran asked, pointing at the dense cluster of black dots. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. After zooming in, he discovered that, just as Su Enran had described, there was indeed a person, but not just one, but two. What shocked them most was the fact that the levels above both of their heads were both 9th tier. Look, that person's weapon is also a mace, similar to Lin Nan's. However, for some reason, the person's face beneath the satellite was very blurry. Lin Nan naturally noticed it, but he was more concerned with establishing a connection with that person and potentially seeking their help. He had assumed there were no humans in this area, but then he suddenly spotted one. However, Lin Nan was still hesitant. Without knowing if they were friend or foe, it was best to avoid any interaction. Brother Nan, he seems very strong. Should we go? Chu Mingyao unexpectedly shared his thoughts. Lin Nan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Look at that person's killing technique. Not only is it fast and accurate, but it's also incredibly ruthless, with every blow aimed at the head. I think he might be quite violent. After hearing Lin Nan's words, the three girls instantly focused their attention on him. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. What? Did I say something wrong? The three girls smiled faintly but said nothing. In their hearts, they all murmured, Brother Nan actually said someone else was murderous. When it comes to violence and ruthlessness, Lin Nan is number 1. No one dares to claim second place. It's obvious that Lin Nan is the man who enjoys blowing people's heads off. Seeing that they were silent, Lin Nan said calmly, in that case, let's take a break. With that, he moved his finger to the side. Suddenly, everyone's pupils lit up, as if they had just seen something extraordinary. Chapter 50 Ridiculous Training. Is that a level 2 evolution crystal? Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, but his attention was soon drawn to something else. There was a vast expanse of corpses on that patch of land, along with countless evolution crystals. What are those red crystals? Lin Nan noticed there were actually many red and orange crystals. Red crystals erupt from level 3 mutants, Su Anran suddenly said. The Xiaolong Special Forces killed one at number 13 middle school. I've seen it, number 13 middle school? By the lake, Lin Nan remembered what happened when he was looking for Chu Mingyao there. He thought he'd go see what the monster was when he grew stronger. Unexpectedly, he'd been killed by the Special Forces. Even more surprising was that it had evolved to level 3. Seeing Su Anran nod, Lin Nan asked again, what are those mutants? Fish, no, they're a bunch of stray cats. But only one has evolved to level 3, cat. Lin Nan was stunned. That didn't make sense. On the day they all evolved, Lin Nan was certain he'd heard a sharp howl. He could still tell the difference between a howl and a meow. Never mind, forget it. It's still uncertain whether I can get back. Knowing the red crystal was level 3, Lin Nan made a bold guess that the orange crystal must be level 4. Thinking of this, Lin Nan quickly unleashed hundreds of mechanical spiders. After Lin Nan obtained the small spider, he could purchase a reconnaissance mechanical spider from the arms store. These mechanical spiders, including upgrades, cost a total of 100,000 points. Leave it to you, collect as many as you can. With a command, the small spiders immediately erupted. Since the nearby monsters had been drawn to the bait, the small spiders were relatively safe. Soon, they brought Lin Nan thousands of level 2, 3, and 4 crystals. Everyone stared blankly at the pile of crystals before them. Lin Nan, realizing what was happening, quickly shouted, "Stop staring! Upgrade! Upgrade!" His words instantly jolted them awake. They excitedly grabbed the crystals before them and stuffed them into their mouths. Not only them, but Big Bear and Little Bear also joined in the fun. Before Lin Nan could even begin, he was stunned by their actions. "Hey, I told you guys to eat slowly. You'll explode if you eat too much. You foodies, didn't I tell you? Don't forget my advice, if you don't feel like eating, give up. It's your body's rejection reaction, it's..." Holy crap, they've already leveled up. Before Lin Nan could finish his words, a ball of light enveloped the 3 girls, and they immediately ascended to the 3rd level. Not only that, they were already picking up the 3rd level red crystals and eating them. "Brother Nan, we really want to eat them. We really can't help it." Yao grabbed several with one hand. Not only her, but also Xiaos and Su Anran beside her. Just as Lin Nan was stunned, they leveled up again. This time, it wasn't just them, but even Shangda and Shang'er did the same. Lin Nan felt utterly unreal, but it had already happened. He couldn't wait any longer. He reached out, and 102nd level crystals vanished, and then Lin Nan immediately leveled up. 3rd level already. Before he could finish, Lin Nan reached out and grabbed another handful of red crystals. Advancing to level 4. Finally, the orange crystal, successfully advancing to level 5. Lin Nan was bewildered. That's a bit random. While he said that, he did feel a surge of strength. "We're level 5 too. Can we fight them now?" Xiaos said excitedly. "Don't worry, don't rush. It's not time to get excited yet. You know, the enemies out there are only level 7 or 8. Unless we find some more level 5 evolution crystals." Lin Nan checked the satellite map again, but couldn't find any. Just then, he turned his gaze to the dense swarm of mutant creatures. There should be something there. "It's been ages since I've had such a satisfying kill." The man swung his mace, instantly devouring another behemoth. By this point, only a few hundred of the thousands of mutant beasts remained. "Why are you thinking of them?" The man's eyes grew vacant, a hint of sadness visible deep within them. "There's no going back to the days of fighting bloody battles with him." A sad smile played on his lips, and his expression became even more vicissitudes of life. But it was only for a moment, then his eyes suddenly brightened. He seemed to have seen something. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Lin Nan, sharing Spider-Man's vision, led a group of mechanical spiders into the battle. Their mission was still to collect evolution crystals, but this time, it was even more dangerous, and Lin Nan was determined to annihilate them all. "Why can't I see this guy's face? Why is he staring at Spider-Man?" Lin Nan noticed that the man had suddenly stopped attacking and was staring intently at Spider-Man. "Help me fight first, take your time, I'm not satisfied yet," the man whispered. He wanted to relive the feeling of the past, but now he had another matter to attend to. The humanoid creature obeyed his words and attacked immediately. His moves were even more brutal, shattering any creature it touched. The man, on his side, gently bent down and grasped Spider-Man in his palm. He stared intently at the small black pocket on Spider-Man's neck, and for a moment, he seemed to be stunned. Lin Nan had no idea what was happening, as he couldn't see the man's face. Spider-Man let him hold him in his hand, unresponsive. Normally, Spider-Man would attack directly in this situation, unless the man was close to Lin Nan, and even then, he'd need Lin Nan's authorization. Yet, the man was completely unharmed. Could it be that Spider-Man felt the pressure of this 9th-level opponent and was so frightened he couldn't move? After much thought, this was the only plausible explanation. Then, the man reacted again. Through his tattered clothes, Lin Nan could see his chest hair. Was he holding Spider-Man in his arms? Not only that, Lin Nan vaguely saw the man bring a small black pouch to his nose. Was he sniffing? That was Chu Mingayo's pouch. What a pervert. Lin Nan wanted to hide him with a stick, but then he realized the man was laughing, but even then, he started crying. He was stunned, unsure what was happening. Furthermore, although he could hear the man talking, he couldn't make out anything, as if something was blocking their communication. Maybe I know who you are now. You can see me, right? Be careful of Melissa. She can eat her husband, and she can eat you too. Most importantly, she'll kill the one you love most. Stay away from her or kill her. Remember, don't help her. Don't. The man spoke word for word, but Lin Nan still couldn't hear a word. Spider-Man didn't react, but the man suddenly thought, just like he was blocked by the glass, wouldn't his words be blocked as well? He was afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to hear what he said. What should I do? The man squatted on the ground, and suddenly he saw the evolution crystal underground. His eyes gradually lost focus. He seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head, looking at the mountains, the water, and the blood-red sky. He remembered how familiar the scene once was. Like a sealed memory being unlocked, he suddenly burst into laughter. So that's it. Is this your redemption? Is this the deal you made with me? The man roared with laughter. Since you've chosen to compromise, widen this opening. Otherwise, I can't achieve my goal, and the deal is null and void. He seemed to have heard something and shouted again, why are you afraid of them? Just hold up the faith in my heart, and I'll help you eliminate them. The God's followers are just former defectors. I'm not afraid of them. The other party seemed to agree with the man's proposal, and then he laughed and said, that's right. He gently hung the small black bag around Spider-Man's neck and put it down. He clenched his fist and punched the glass that was blocking him. This time, a crack appeared in the glass. He then threw another punch, and this time the glass shattered instantly, reflecting the man's appearance from childhood to adulthood in the fragments. Warning, a space-time storm is about to occur, the humanoid voice suddenly rang out. No problem. With that, the man suddenly disappeared. Lin Nan was stunned. Not only him, but the three women beside him also stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The moment the glass shattered, they could see the man clearly, and what shocked them was his uncanny resemblance to Lin Nan. Is this Brother Nan? Chu Mingayo glanced at the two men, noting that the man was more mature than Lin Nan, but their appearance was almost identical. Lin Nan wanted to take another look, but the next moment, the man disappeared. Then he reappeared before them. There's no time. Listen to me. The man grabbed Lin Nan's shoulders, agitated. Stay away from Melissa. Kill her if necessary. Don't save her. Lin Nan was stunned. Who is Melissa? Why would I? She killed Joio, Xios, and Run, our beloved. Lin Nan was interrupted by his words, and almost instantly, the name Melissa was etched in her mind. Just one more question. Are you my future self? The man smiled, his gaze sweeping over the three women, then vanished. I understand. From now on, anyone named Melissa will be killed. Just then, the system's voice rang out in Lin Nan's mind. Training terminated, training terminated. The host will return to the original world in 5 seconds. Is this the end? Lin Nan was even more confused. He was just trying to figure out how to level up when he suddenly saw a man who looked exactly like him. He ran over and told him that a woman named Melissa would kill Joio and the others, and that the training would end. This training felt a bit strange. But it was better to end it. After all, there was no need to worry. As Lin Nan was thinking, the few of them were instantly enveloped by a beam of light. When they opened their eyes again, they were back in the RV. The little snake was resurrected. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.